Reflections on metaReality, Transcendence, Emancipation, and Everyday Life. Bhaskar. Contents. New Introduction. Introduction. Preface. 1. Critical Realism, Beyond Modernism and Postmodernism. 2. Who am I? 3. Social Science and Self-Realization, Non-Duality and Co-Presence. 4. metaReality, in and beyond critical realism. Postscript. Index. The world we have created today as a result of the thinking thus far, has problems which cannot be solved by thinking the way we thought when we created them. Albert Einstein. We are in a very special situation, extremely special, without precedent. We are now witnessing the birth of a new world. It is very young, very weak, not in its essence, but in its outer manifestation, not yet recognized, not even felt, denied by the majority. But it is here. It is here, making an effort to grow, absolutely sure of the result. But the road to it is a completely new road which has never been traced out. Nobody has gone there, nobody has done that. It is a beginning, a universal beginning. So, it is an absolutely unexpected and unpredictable adventure. The mother. Not Christian or Jew or Muslim, not Hindu, Buddhist, Sufi, or Zen. Not any religion or cultural system. I am not from the east or the west, not out of the ocean or up from the ground, not natural or ethereal, not composed of elements at all. I do not exist. Am not an entity in this world or the next, did not descend from Adam and Eve or any origin story. My place is placeless, a trace of the traceless. Neither body or soul. I belong to the beloved, have seen the two worlds as one and that one call to and know. First, last, outer, inner, only that breath-breathing human being. Jalaluddin Rumi. Since the victory of capitalism over actually existing socialism towards the end of the last century, the tragic farce of Western bourgeois triumphalism and endism has played to the accompaniment of a dolorous chorus of leftist theorists intoning that our situation as a species is dire, sealed and secured by the logic of capital. 1. In marked contrast to this resonating refrain in the register of despair, Bhaskar has taken the direfulness of our situation largely as established, holding that its fundamental causes are the deep structures of the capitalist mode of production and the fivefold alienation on which they rest, a system which, as the most sophisticated form of master slavery yet to appear on the stage of geohistory, whose reach is now for the first time truly global, not coincidentally systematically promotes gross sins, whether personal sins such as greed and avarice, or social sins such as the exploitation of your fellow human beings and insensitivity to their suffering. 3. And has devoted his creative energies to locating and demonstrating a way out of our predicament, and to showing that 21st century humanity possesses the resources necessary to take it. The fundamental impetus of reflections on metaReality, Transcendence, Emancipation, and Everyday Life, as of Bhaskar's philosophy generally, is the transcendence and healing of division and split in a reconciliation that sees an end to the blind domination of nature and humans by humans. Its fundamental message is that, if the species is to have a future, let alone a flourishing one, it is imperative that we get back into tune with nature, whence we emerged and from which we have become estranged, including our own essential human nature. 4. We arrive at the eudaimonistic society by shedding or absenting heteronymous orders of determination and becoming who we already essentially are. This is the nub of spirituality as thematized explicitly in the philosophy of metaReality, but implicit in and presupposed by Bhaskar's earlier work, the transcendence of alienation, dualism, or split in all its forms, with a consequent sense of unity, wholeness, and being at home in the world, and an inexhaustible love for being and a yearning to see it unfold. 5. The philosophy of metaReality is a profound meditation on spirituality understood in this way, a spirituality within the bounds of secularism, consistent with all faiths and no faith that is both of the world, uniting us with it at the deepest level of our being, and continuously engaged in it. Bhaskar's philosophy has been elaborated in 3 main phases, each developing and deepening its predecessor. Original or basic critical realism. Dialectical critical realism Emancipation 6, and Transcendental dialectical critical realism. The philosophy of metaReality, which Reflections on metaReality expounds for the first time. PMR is a largely preservative sublation of CR/DCR/TDCR, it both draws out its real strengths and, without falling back into identity thinking, goes beyond it by inverting its prioritization of difference over unity and identity. 7. The earlier system remains valid as an account of the fundamental shape of relative reality, but is surpassed as realism about transcendence leads to the self-transcendence of realism in a conception of an infrastructural absolute reality or foundational level of being that, as a necessary condition for any being at all, underpins and sustains the dualistic world that critical realism addresses, in all its permutations. PMR, in short, as the title of the fourth chapter of Reflections puts it, develops in and beyond critical realism. The fundamental procedure of this new philosophy, and this is overlooked by critics who reject the procedure as metaphysical or speculative in relation to PMR but accept it for critical realism 8, is the same as that which produced hitherto existing critical realism, transcendental critique, in which transcendental argumentation for realist positions from geo-historically relative premises goes hand in hand with a twofold process of immanent critique, of the philosophical discourse of modernity in the context of a totalizing critique of Western philosophy as such, and of critical realism's own prior phases. The main phases of this process, together with the basic contours of PMR's articulation with critical realism, are displayed in Table 1. The chief characteristics of PDM, together with the elements of its critical realist and metarealist critique, are set out in Table 2. These two tables make it clear that the fundamental motor of Bhaskar's philosophy has been the identification of key absences in PDM, the absence, or absence of an adequate account, of ontology, absence, internal relationality, human intentionality or transformative praxis, spirituality, enchantment, and non-duality, and their remedying in a more complete conceptual formation expressing the self-structuration of being 9 or the ontological, axiological chain. Table 3 shows, in greater detail than Table 1, how the leading concepts of PMR relate to the stadia of the ontological, axiological chain, and Table 4, the last in the series, and perhaps the most illuminating, indicates how they relate to the critical realist domains of reality. The correspondences indicated in the tables are of course not always neat and, although depicted as singular, are sometimes duplex consciousness of fine structure. Fine structure itself pertains equally to the domain of the real, as the deep structure of beings, and to the domain of the empirical/conceptual in that it is implicit consciousness, and transcendental identification pertains to 2E in that it is in consciousness and to 3L in that it affects union, and should be thought of as sitting at the junction of 2E and 3L, see, example P260. The tables should be regarded as an aid to understanding and a demonstration of coherent systematicity rather than as providing a rigid grid for mechanical deployment. Note that this beautifully articulated and open, self-transcending system of philosophy, destined itself to be transcended someday, is in a sense completed in PMR, as the foundational absolute level of identity indifference, that is, identity with a rich potential for differentiation, arrived at in 7a/z, is seen to be presupposed by the non-identity from which the system departs at 1m.10. Bhaskar's spiritual turn got seriously underway in the mid-1990s, issuing first in a work that attempts to synthesis West and East, science and religion, materialism and idealism, atheism and theism, and then in 2002 in PMR which, as already indicated, seeks to transcend such oppositions by articulating a spirituality that can appeal both to the secularly minded and the religious. 11 As part of a more general turn to religion and spirituality among the intelligentsia occurring simultaneously across the globe, which probably had similar causes. 12 It was motivated above all by a desire to find a way forward out of the multiple interrelated crises afflicting human social being at all four of its planes, and, as part of the same undertaking, to identify and remedy conceptual absences that played an important role in the failure of the emancipatory project in the 20th century, West and East, and to boost the cultural resources of that project. Although Bhaskar himself did not hold any deep or specific religious convictions, 13 and PMR issues in a sharp critique of actually existing religiosity and its institutionalist forms, the investigative phase of the spiritual turn took him via religion and the thematization of God in From East to West. This was because religion had a virtual monopoly on the topic of spirituality, and it was evident that the application of the critical realist holy trinity of judgmental rationalism, epistemic relativity, and ontological realism to the putative object of religious belief could open up a space for interfaith, intrafaith and extrafaith dialogue, promoting mutual understanding, respect, and the unity and capability for collective action on a global scale that the species is so much in need of. PMR differs from TDCR in three important respects. First, as we have seen, it seeks to transcend rather than synthesis the profane/sacred, materialism/idealism, being/meaning, fact/value and related dualisms. 14 Second, it understands spirituality as ubiquitous in, and a necessary condition of, social life, not just, as in TDCR, as a presupposition of emancipatory projects and as a religious phenomenon, and indeed it is the most sustained and systematic philosophical thematization of the pervasive spirituality of everyday life available to us. Transcendence is normally associated with fleeting moments of identification or union in peak experiences such as prayer, meditation, or communion with nature on the part of subjects deemed to be otherwise immersed in the mundicity of ordinary life, but PMR demonstrates that it is everywhere in that life, albeit hidden and largely unnoticed, and in no way, as is commonly thought, opposed to social emancipation but, on the contrary, presupposed by it. Third, PMR substitutes the secular concept of the cosmic envelope for God. This is no mere change of name. The cosmic envelope interconnects the ground states of all concretely singular beings, where a ground state just is the state that is present in all other states, something like an absolute zero of consciousness, or, the vacuum state of quantum field theory. 16 The concept of the cosmic envelope encapsulates the view that the absolute with which human spirituality links is immanent in the cosmos and ontologically transcendent only in relation to ground states. It does not presuppose that there is anything that is supernatural in the sense of transcendent to the cosmos. This is left open. Bhaskar is agnostic here, i.e. he does not claim to know what, if anything, lies outside the cosmic envelope. Indeed, PMR can be regarded as a giant koan designed to stretch our understanding of what is natural until we see that the very concept of the supernatural commits a category mistake, splitting being into 2.17. As already noted, and as indicated in tables 1 and 3 in particular, the Bhaskarian system of philosophy comes full circle in PMR, as identity indifference at 7a/z is seen to underlie non-identity at 1m. This is no abrupt about-face, nor is it in any way arbitrary. Non-identity is not annulled, but dialectically overreached, so that we have the constellational identity or unity of non-duality, e.g. at the level of our material embodiment, and duality. Moreover, this switch in emphasis had been explicitly entrained already in DCR, which moved at 1m, from attention to difference to the recognition of underlying identity or identity indifference. 18 Finally, notwithstanding CR's formal emphasis on non-identity, there is a sense in which it has always assigned ontological, epistemological, and logical priority to universality, unity and identity. It is underlying structures and kinds that generate the phenomenal flux of the world. It depends how one approaches the matter. From an epistemological point of view that stresses the difference between the transitive and intransitive dimensions, non-identity is prior, but from an ontological perspective, epistemology is constellation ally contained within being, and non-identity yields primacy to identity and unity. The shift from a DCR ontology of underlying fields of possibility, some of which are ultimata, ingredient in everything else and sustaining it. 19 Understood as dispositionally identical with their changing causal powers and possessing a rich potential for differentiation, viewed in terms that are non-committal as to whether they are material or ideal, implicitly conscious or not. 2. A PMR ontology of underlying implicitly conscious fields of possibility that is likewise dynamically differentiating, ingredient and sustaining requires the merest perspectival switch. This is indeed a going beyond, but it is also a continuing and sustaining or upholding. As Bhaskar underlines, the cosmos is an open, implicitly conscious, developing, material system. Kenstone's talk, as some indigenous peoples may hold or have held. 20 Of course not. Can we come to understand the intrinsic structure of a stone and experience bliss in so doing? Certainly, and Bhaskar's argument is that the real reason why we can do so, its alethic truth, is that the implicit supramental consciousness of the foundational level pervades, interrelates and underpins the whole of being, including other forms of consciousness, such that at the level of fundamental possibility everything is contained within everything else. This is generalist co-presence. To be is to be related, that is really what I am saying, he tells his audience in Mumbai in December 2001. Put in those terms, it is no more than what he had already said in CR. What PMR adds above all is that being is shot through with enfolded ground state consciousness, the experience of which for any emergent consciousness, whose diachronic evolution and synchronic functioning it makes possible, is the highest form of consciousness. Unreconstructed cold-stream materialists who have been inclined to dismiss PMR as off with the fairies on the grounds that reality is at bottom brutally physical would do well to recall that Bhaskar is one of the foremost philosophical defenders of science of his generation. His wager is that, where it has not already done so, empirically grounded science will bear out his insights. 21 As the old scientific worldview of reductive materialism that has been hegemonic in the West since the 17th century is replaced by the new emergentist outlook. 22 It is of course a grave empiricist error, often committed, to set up a simple contrast between relatively a priori philosophical claims, such as those of PMR, and those of science in terms of whether or not they are empirically verifiable, wrongly supposing that philosophy can establish no truths and that science itself does not incorporate assumptions that cannot be empirically tested, and overlooking that science often advances via spectacularly speculative theories. The proper relationship between philosophy and science is not one in which the former is read off from the latter, but a dialectical or dialogical one. Philosophy reasons from premises that take on board some data from science, and feeds back into science, and vice versa. The same holds, in PMR, for science and theology. CR/PMR can underlabor for both. 23. Reflections on metaReality is the first to appear of the 3 books, all published in 2002, that elaborate PMR. 24 It brilliantly introduces the new philosophy in 2 modes, the mode of exuberant holistic performances with audiences in India in 2001 to 225 and the mode of systematic written exposition in the solitude of the study. One feels a great energy coursing through this book as Bhaskar, with remarkable intrepidity and assurance, populates a whole new level of ontology with carefully defined, inanimating 26 concepts. The scope and creativity are breathtaking, comparable to the storm of creativity that affected the dialectical deepening of critical realism and a recasting of dialectic itself in Bhaskar's magisterial dialectic, The Pulse of Freedom less than a decade earlier. The introduction is a slightly shorter version of the manifesto of metaReality that appears in the other 2 PMR texts. Together with the preface, it provides a useful synoptic view of the new philosophy. Chapter 1 considers the development of critical realism in relation to its imminent critique of PDM and shows briefly how this critique feeds powerfully into the thematization of characteristic PMR themes. These topics are later rehearsed more systematically in Chapter 4. Bhaskar's critique of PDM had of course been developing since his first book but, stimulated by visits at the beginning of the new millennium to India, where modernity, modernization, and globalization were hot topics in the academy, and by its pertinence for the reflexive contextualization of PMR, Bhaskar here draws the threads of his ongoing critique together for the first time in a lapidary overview. Reflections is in my view the single best source for Bhaskar's overall critique of PDM. This is perhaps the place to add that, if spirituality is not for you, there is much else in the book that could well be, in particular the systematic recapitulation of critical realism, rich in felicitous new formulations and illuminations of the genealogy and import of key concepts. The discussion of the self at the end of Chapter 1 leads nicely into Chapter 2, which is a profound meditation on that topic, and the best place to start on it in Bhaskar's oeuvre. Chapter 3, Social Science and Self-Realization, Non-Duality and Co-Presence, rehearses for the benefit of a new audience the twin processes of the unfolding critique of PDM and the development of critical realism, before considering the motivational context of the spiritual turn and taking up the other issues announced in the chapter's title. It provides a good popularizing account of the logic whereby critical realism morphs into PMR. Chapter 4, which occupies almost a third of the book, systematically expounds the new philosophy in a more formal key. Readers who are unfamiliar with PMR but familiar with critical realism or philosophy more generally might want to start with Chapter 4 and then move on to the philosophy of metaReality, undoubtedly the magnum opus of Bhaskar's spiritual turn, before returning to the earlier chapters of the present work. While the exposition in Chapter 4 is of the full system, much of its focus is on PMR at 1M, whereas the philosophy of metaReality gives more or less equal attention to 1M7A/Z. Bhaskar summarizes the arguments establishing the principles of PMR towards the end of Reflections 27, grouping them into objective considerations, subjective considerations, and the unity of end. On the first line, the method of transcendental critique is deployed to develop critical realism to the point where realism about transcendence leads to the self-transcendence of realism, as an absolute realm of non-duality is seen to be essential to the dualities and alienations of social life as its basis or ground and its mode of constitution, and also, and here the method is the phenomenology of experience rather than transcendental critique, its fine structure or deep interior. The second line is a pragmatic approach, that is, one that presupposes the reality of the ground state and the cosmic envelope in order to appeal to practice. In essence, it argues that if you act inconsistently with your ground state you will find that you are split and unhappy in some way. Try it, and see for yourself. Conversely, it is argued that when people act in a maximally effective way individually or collectively, as for example in the Egyptian revolution that is unfolding as I write, their ground state qualities will be to the fore: will, determination and energy, creativity and freedom, unconditional love and all its circles, right action, a feeling of coming home to one's true self, a sense that the world is enchanted, and awakening to unity and non-duality as such. On this line, achieving your goals in life depends ultimately on getting in touch with your real self and clearing your embodied personality of heteronymous elements that are inconsistent with it. We have got to get ourselves straight. This is a development of the position in dialectic in which emancipation and enlightenment consist ultimately in theory-practice consistency, which is fundamentally consistency with our transcendentally real selves. Point 28. The third approach builds on critical realism's demonstration of the depth stratification of being to argue the reality of a foundational level of non-duality as a necessary condition for any being at all. On this line we could ask, for example, where else could the eruption of pure bliss in Tahrir Square upon the fall of the Mubarak regime ultimately come from if not from the fundamental structure of possibility of the universe? To say that it is a specifically human creative power or a human construction hardly answers the question in a thoroughgoing way. Here the argument would be that the ground state properties of human action established by are in resonance with the ground state properties of being as such, established by, as the relevant correspondences noted in Table 3 suggest. The second and third approaches are developed more fully in the philosophy of metaReality. The first is the Principle 29 method followed in Reflections, and can be seen most clearly at work in Chapter 4. In addition to these main lines of argument there is of course a logic of interimplication or entailment between the various propositions. Thus transcendental identification in consciousness entails the primacy of self-referentiality, which in turn entails and is entailed by commitment to a eudaimonistic society or universal self-realization. The collapse of subject-object duality in transcendental identification entails that reality is enchanted, and so on. Furthermore, the intricate inter-articulation of the moments of the system, which I have tried to map in the tables, lends plausibility to the arguments overall. This has been underlined by C.O. Mingyao in relation to the logic of anti-anthropism in CR/PMR. C.O. brilliantly demonstrates that, only when human beings both see themselves and act as a contingently emergent part of the cosmic totality, anthropocosmically, and not as in any way split off from it, is anti-anthropism carried through to a definitive conclusion, and this is the prospect that PMR holds out. Point 30. Though skeptical reactions to PMR abound, there has to date been only one in-depth skeptical assessment of the arguments it actually deploys, by Jamie Morgan. 31 This pioneering, constructive appreciation and critique focuses on, above, raising the standard objection that human experience of the non-dual may be illusory, that is, while experience of non-duality in consciousness and agency may indeed be real and pervasive, it may not be indicative of a foundational non-dual level of being. It may be erroneous, limited, etc., and may pertain solely to the specifically human emergent level of being, as a basic part of the brain function of limited creatures interacting with a genuinely and, at all levels, external environment. 32 Bhaskar has responded to this briefly in the formation of critical realism, basically to the effect that Morgan needs to show how in that case agency is possible, or understanding or teamwork. 33 Morgan's position disconnects or splits us off from the world from which we have emerged. Presupposing that, when we experience bliss, it is a discrete emergent phenomenon at our level of being that does not owe anything to the implicit affordant possibilities of the external environment. 34 This is to tacitly endorse human, world dualism, which Morgan officially rejects. As Morgan otherwise acknowledges, just as we cannot step outside the geo-historical process into which we are thrown, so we cannot step outside that greater dynamic totality, nature, to which we belong, although we may come to be afflicted in the demi-real with the illusion that we have done so. We cannot, because it is in us and we are in it, as Reflections underlines. There is not such an absolute dichotomy between consciousness and non-consciousness, and not such an absolute dichotomy between human beings and the rest of nature as we naively suppose. Or, as a fuller version of a quote from Albert Einstein, dating from 1954, that Morgan draws our attention to has it. A human being is part of a whole, called by us the universe, a part limited in time and space. He experiences himself, his thoughts and feelings, as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of his consciousness. This delusion is a kind of prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires and to affection for a few persons nearest us. Our task must be to free ourselves from this prison by widening our circles of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. The true value of a human being is determined by the measure and the sense in which they have obtained liberation from the self. We shall require a substantially new manner of thinking if humanity is to survive. 35. Put like that, it seems no more than obvious. It is the philosophy of metaReality in a nutshell, but it takes a great realist scientist to see it and articulate it clearly, and a great realist philosopher with a thorough grounding in the philosophy of science to see it with equal clarity and persuasively elaborate it. Morgan's general approach to transcendence also seems vulnerable to imminent critique. He espouses the rationality of science but arguably does not himself proceed in the manner in which creative science proceeds. He limits himself to the discursive intellect, as distinct from the intuitive intellect. 36 Implying that we can, or should be able to, reason our way in or out of belief in non-duality by means of it alone. 37 But, as Bhaskar has argued and some scientists attest. 38 There is a moment of absolute transcendence in scientific discovery that arrives, not by courtesy of the discursive intellect as such, although it will have done a great deal of indispensable preparatory work, but as a revelation. Out of the blue, in a gap between thoughts? Bhaskar interprets this plausibly as an anamnestic flash of transcendental identity consciousness with the supramental consciousness of the foundational level. If that is deemed to be an illusion, the onus is on the skeptic, who is also a scientific realist, to say how in that case such moments of revelation of truth are possible. Genealogically speaking, this is a matter of utmost importance, because it was reflection on this moment of non-duality, in any scientific revolution, that prompted the elaboration of PMR. 39 PMR, like CR, takes its departure from science. It is in no sense a philosophy of reaction. It seeks, not to return us to the worldview of our ancestors prior to the rise of Western modernity, but to articulate a spirituality that is in keeping with 21st century scientific rationality and the presuppositions of humanity's emancipatory projects, and as such to be apt for contemporary times. Bhaskar's system of philosophy prior to PMR describes a two-way trajectory, from west to east, in bringing Western conceptions of philosophy and science to bear on problems of modernization and emancipation, and then from east to west in a reverse, synthesizing movement in TDCR. PMR essays a final revolutionary leap beyond East and West 40 to articulate a worldview appropriate to the richly diversified planetary eudaimonistic civilization that it seeks to promote. In it, the dialectical antagonism of the bourgeois Enlightenment and its romantic reaction in Western modernity 41, which manifests itself in philosophy as the antagonism of positivism and hermeneuticism and their satellites, finds its definitive resolution in theory that seeks to show the way to its resolution in practice at the level of the species. The main strength it draws from Western modernity is the idea of individualism, not PDM's impoverished individualism of an atomistic egocentric subject set against the world conceived in abstractly universal terms as an object of manipulation, but the rich individualism or universal concretely singularized and free-flourishing in nature, first articulated in Marx's high modernism and finding its most powerful philosophical elaboration and justification in DCR and PMR. 42. The main strength it draws from East is the idea of non-duality, but it moves beyond it in conceiving of the absolute, not as that which renders relative reality illusory, but as its ultimate ingredient and sustaining basis or ground to which we must attune ourselves in order to realize our freedom. If dialectic is the pulse of freedom 43 immanent in human practice, metareality is that same pulse grounded in the deepest dynamically unfolding and differentiating processes of nature. Mervyn Hartwig. January/February 2011. A note on terminology. Metareality and cognate terms were originally spelt with a hyphen, metareality, otherwise, metareality, including within titles and chapter headings. In future publications, Roy Bhaskar has decided to dispense with the hyphen and to capitalize the first letter of metareality in titles and chapter headings. I have accordingly followed suit here. Introduction. Meta-reality is a new philosophical position. It accepts but goes beyond critical realism, insofar as it pinpoints the reality of non-dual states and phases of being, showing how they underpin and sustain the totality of all forms of human, and indeed all, life. Understanding metareality is to realize the limitations of the world of duality. Critical realism already understands reality as structured and differentiated, as in process and changing, as a totality or whole, and as containing human, potentially self-conscious, transformative agency. The world that men have made and which we currently inhabit is a world of duality, of unhappiness, oppression, and strife. More especially, it is a world in which we are alienated from ourselves, each other, the activities in which we engage, and the natural world we inhabit, currently hurtling into crisis and self-destruction. The philosophy of metareality describes the way in which this very world nevertheless depends upon, that is ultimately sustained by and exists only in virtue of the free, loving, creative, intelligent energy and activity of non-dual states of our being and phases of our activity. In becoming aware of this, we begin the process of transforming and overthrowing the totality of structures of oppression, alienation, mystification, and misery we have produced, and the vision opens up of a balanced world and of a society in which the free development and flourishing of each unique human being is understood to be the condition, as it is also the consequence of the free development and flourishing of all. In developing this vision, the philosophy of metaReality confirms and represents many aspects of the vision of the great philosophical traditions of the past, but does so in a radically new way, apt for contemporary times. We begin this process of becoming free, that is, of expanding the zone of non-duality within our lives, by becoming aware of all the elements that currently constitute them and throwing off all those elements which are inconsistent with our free, creative, loving natures. In this process we come to realize that the very world of misery and destitution we have created itself contains and is sustained by the seeds of a society of abundance, peace, and fulfillment, in which we are all free to express and fulfill our essential natures. Preface. His book articulates the difference between critical realism in its development and a new philosophical standpoint which I am in the process of developing, which I have called the philosophy of metaReality. It may be helpful if I articulate at the outset certain philosophical features of this development. A primary feature of the standpoint of this book, and the fuller development which is to follow it, one is to stress the ubiquity, and especially the everyday character, of transcendence and spiritual matters traditionally regarded as esoteric, exceptional and or bizarre, or as the products or results of an arduous, privileged, heteronomously acquired practice. Transcendence, transcendental identification in consciousness, and transcendental agency are indispensable features of all human being, social life, and indeed a necessary condition for any human act at all. Such phenomena are all characterized by non-duality, that is, a non-dual structure or form. The non-dual is not only ubiquitous and indispensable to any mode of being or eventuation, it is prior to dual forms and phenomena, which are unilaterally existentially dependent on them. Though non-duality sustains and underpins the world of duality, which inevitably proliferates, splits, ruptures and alienates, the world of duality dominates and occludes its non-dual basis or ground. In our world it is duality, and its characteristic forms of reasoning and behavior, instrumentalist, mediated, conditional, heteronomous, forced, attached, analytical, which rules. The possibility of human emancipation depends upon expanding the zone of non-duality within our lives, and in the first instance upon the shedding of our own heteronomy, so that we become in a way non-dual beings in a world of duality. Non-duality is basic not only to action and consciousness, but to being itself. To talk of the dependency of the dual upon the non-dual brings us close to traditional critical realist concerns with emergence and stratification. Therefore it is not surprising if we can make out an argument, in terms of the stratified nature of reality for a foundational level, a basic level of being, characterized by the properties necessary for any being to be at all, but also distinguished by the particular features of the being concerned. This is the level of what I will call a being's ground state. It is its most essential level, that is the level upon which all other levels depend. Constituting the level in which it is ultimately defined as part of the universe, it therefore must contain what is ultimate and essential to the universe as ingredient within it. From these kinds of considerations we can develop in a relatively a priori fashion the ground state qualities of humanity. But we can equally do it the other way round by looking at what is most basic or essential or constitutive in any human situation. Thus we will easily find that every human situation must be characterized by an element of potential, that it must be characterized by creativity, that is the emergence of something new, even if the novelty is merely put at work in order to repeat or reinstate a sameness which would not otherwise have occurred, that any human situation must be characterized by that form of solidarity, bonding, compassion, care, consideration which we call love, that any human situation must be one in which each agent in that situation is capable of doing something, that is performing some action spontaneously and correctly, so that in each situation the agent's intentionality will be in some manner fulfilled, which is just of course a consequence of the rightness of his or her action at some level. These ground state qualities, differentiated in the human world, and for each human being in that world, are connected up to the ground state qualities of other human beings and indeed beings generally through what I call the cosmic envelope. This principle of connectivity of the cosmic envelope enables us to define the next major distinguishing feature of the philosophy of metareality. For transcendence, particularly in the form of transcendental identification and agency, which are necessary features for any successful communication or action, itself involves a breakdown, an overcoming, of the duality and separateness between things. We thus have an imminent critique of realism indeed to such an extent that we must take affirmation of the significance of identity, identification and unification, all of which are consistent with both differentiation and development, as the signally defining feature of the philosophy of metareality, in contrast to critical realism, which is pivoted, in its foundational moments diachronically, of transcendental realism and synchronically, in the system of dialectical critical realism of 1m. On non-identity and hence duality. However, the next major feature of this philosophy of metareality, namely the phenomenon of co-presence, undermines existential intransitivity as such. For what it says is that not only can and must two objects become one, the characteristic feature of transcendence, but that each is already implicit or enfolded in the other. This is the defining and characteristic feature of co-presence. It is an understanding of co-presence which allows us to make sense of the enfolding and unfolding of possibilities within being, including possibilities of human beings learning things and performing acts which they never even dreamt about, or identifying with beings and at a level they never knew or thought existed. Such phenomena occur in virtue of the enfolding of alethic truths of other beings, within the being who learns, creates, transcendentally identifies, or whatever. This is the truth of Platonic anamnesis, which depends on co-presence. But the phenomenon of co-presence also explains the phenomenon of karma. More generally, the phenomenon of co-presence explains what happens when we have unfulfilled or split intentionality. In the case of unfulfilled intentionality, we carry the desire, in the form of an attachment, within us. In the case of karma, we carry the consequences of wrong action, that is, action inconsistent with our ground state, for example the pain or hurt we have done to another, within us, and we cannot be free until we have released or freed it. Karma in this way always depends on split intentionality, that is, an intentionality or an aspect of intentionality which works contrary to our ground state. Its real basis lies in the fact that the hurt you have done is co-present within you, a part of you, and remains so until it is consciously experienced by you and it can just clear, release or let go of it, that is, not cling or remain attached to it. In this way the two paradigms of unfulfilled and split intentionality fuse. Unfulfilled and split intentionality describe two forms in which human beings contain elements of heteronomy which block or check their freedom. When we are free of all such heteronomy, when we contain nothing inconsistent with our ground states, that is, we have eliminated negative incompleteness, we may be said to be enlightened or realized. The enlightened or realized being has shed the heteronomy within himself which is the product of his own intentionality, so eliminating his negative incompleteness, and in this sense is free. But such a being, situated on the cusp of the cosmic envelope, will immediately be oriented to the elimination of negative incompleteness which is not the product of his intentionality but the product of the intentionality of others, for he has no ego, or sense of separateness, which allows him to privilege his own lack of suffering and freedom over the suffering and unfreedom of others. At this level we carry the pain and suffering of all other beings in us not only because of our enhanced awareness and sensitivity, but because of the indivisibility of their freedom and happiness from our own. At this point we come to another feature which characterizes the philosophy of metareality. This is the commitment of the enlightened being, and proleptically of all beings who access their ground states, to a eudaimonistic society, that is, a society in which, to quote Marx's vision of it, the free development of each is the condition of the free development of all, but which is equally poignantly expressed, within Mahayana Buddhism, by the standpoint of the Bodhisattva who strives unceasingly for the awakening and fulfillment of all other beings in creation. In fact, some such commitment is a basic feature of all universalising systems of ethics, and indeed it is a tacit presupposition of the emancipatory project as such. Although we are all connected at the ground state, at the cosmic envelope, We can only act in the physical world from where we are, and we are unique, bounded and clearly demarcated, concretely singularized beings. So it is we who have to see things to understand them in the I see it, I get it which characterizes all learning and communication. Similarly, it is we that have to do it in the just doing it which characterizes all action and causal efficacy by human beings in the world. So this brings us to the principle of the primacy of self or subject referentiality, and here we have one of the many paradoxes of what I will call the syntheses of self-realization. Because precisely that philosophy which is maximally oriented to universal self-realization understands that only the agent can act, not just to free or emancipate herself, but even to understand or do anything at all. It is only at this level and in this way that any change in the social world is effected. Therefore it is extremely bizarre that critics of the subjective or so-called spiritual approach should accuse the Hermeticist of being unconcerned with collective human emancipation. Rather, it is quite to the contrary, for it is just this position which entails and is entailed by a commitment to the establishment and the prefigurative existence of a society in which each being's welfare counts as much as my own. So now to the next differentiating feature of the philosophy of metareality. When I talk to you, you do not interpret my words or sentences, you do not hear a set of physical sounds then work out their meaning, you just hear me, understand me, directly, immediately. This is direct mind-to-mind action, not mediated by a series of intermediary causal physical effects. Of course, we also have the other paradigm where mind puts matter into action. For example, if I ask you to turn the page, and you do, then my mind is directly affecting your mind and you demonstrate this by your turning the page, or equally, if you resist my suggestion, not doing so. The point is that my thought or meaning is immediately understood by you without any mediation or physical causality, while your turning of the page is a manifestation of your mind in a material change in the world. Hence these two paradigms are distinct, and we have the principle of direct as well as indirect, mental, emotional, and physical action and causality between mind and thoughts, emotions and feelings, and our physical being and their properties. Many philosophers, the most crude or vulgar reductionist or eliminative materialists, have even denied the second, that mind can have any emergent sui generis powers or efficacy on matter. Critical realism has argued against this vehemently, and it is pretty obvious that thought and mind is not only the distinguishing feature of human beings, but an immense creative force in the world. But understanding that the capacity for mind to read or understand mind immediately or directly is a necessary condition for any social interaction, we must accept the necessity for direct as well as indirect causation at the mental, emotional, and physical components of our nature. This means that such critical realist conceptions as four-planar social being have to be n-dimensionally generalist, to take into account, say, direct mind-to-mind interaction at the plane of our transactions with others, and that we have to allow that there may be entities, akin to thought forms or ideologies or what Durkheimians would call collective consciousness, which are mental phenomena in their own right, quite irrespective of their physical manifestations, embodiments, or effects. This of course further deepens the move that the philosophy of metareality has already taken in the direction of vastly expanding the ontology of our world. Such an expansion occurs immediately once we break down subject-object duality, because being becomes immediately meaningful, just as once we break down the fact/value distinction, being becomes immediately and intrinsically valuable. States and situations become intrinsically right or wrong, just as things have a meaning in their own right, quite irrespectively of how we as subjective observers wish to interpret them. I will not dwell further here on these features of a re-enchanted reality, save to note that when we couple co-presence, re-enchantment, the paradigms of direct as well as indirect non-physical action and the conception of n-dimensionally generalist social space, then our ontology is vastly expanded to allow for the possibility for the unfolding of layers of being not directly or immediately physically perceivable within our physical nature. So we have the themes of transcendence, and particularly transcendental identification, breaking down duality and disenchantment and the separateness between beings in creation. And the theme of co-presence, which even more radically breaks down the idea that in processes of transcendental identification or interaction or involvement I am involving with another outside me. I literally become not only one with the other, I am the other, because the other is co-present within me. This leads us on to its distinctiveness as a characteristic theory of action, the next feature I wish to highlight. On the philosophy of metareality, action can only be successful when it is single-pointed, that is to say, the moment our attention is split, we lose our focus, we lose our way, and our intentionality can no longer be fulfilled, that is, our intentions are no longer realized. The consequences of this are very radical indeed. For so long as we have an attachment to a particular result, that is, so long as we think and behave conditionally, and our thought and behavior is not an unconditional spontaneous gift to the world, then we will be focusing on something other than what we are doing, and we will be doing it in a state of a divided mind. Generalizing through the ideal of single-pointedness, so that it becomes a norm for one's being, enables a simple answer to the questions: how do I become successful in life, how do I become truly abundant, etc. The answers become very simple: be clear, coherent, and pure. That is, be shed, shorn, simplify, eliminate all elements inconsistent with your ground state. For you can never second-guess your ground state, you can never outperform it, all you can do is deviate or delay or block its manifestation and development in the form of the particular embodied personality you are. So what this ground state has deployed and projected onto the world is a being which must eliminate what is inconsistent with its projection, and in this way be one with what projected it, a nice recreation of the structure of creation, at macro-, micro and heterocosmic levels. It might be said this sounds very simple in theory, but how does it work out in practice? It is not really so difficult at all. Because on the one hand there are techniques of excellence which we can use to develop our skills and powers, and on the other we also know that we can immediately feel or sense when something is wrong with a situation. This feeling does not necessarily mean that the situation in itself is wrong, it may be that your judgment of it is misconceived, but whatever it is, something needs correcting. And basically the challenge of the philosophy of metareality is that you do actually know what is right and what is wrong, you do actually know what to do. The philosophy of metareality issues in a radical critique of the socio-economic forms as well as the philosophical discourses of modernity. Modernity is governed by the principle of abstract universality, which finds its most striking manifestation in the forms of symbolic logic and money, and few would deny that money is the dominant force in our world today. But the whole logic of modernity, underpinned by phenomena such as money itself, not only exemplifies transcendental identification in consciousness, but presupposes those qualities of the ground state that money cannot buy, but without which the money system would collapse: trust, love, creative ingenuity, support, consideration, etc. At the same time, the philosophy of metareality, in re-enchanting the world, does not fall back into the traditional philosophical discourse of religion, for no more can a priestly caste mediate between you and your ground state than can a politician. Indeed, the synthesis of self-realization which it effects facilitates sharp critiques of religious and political practices. Yet at the same time the thrust of traditional politics, like that of religion, has been oriented to emancipation, the freeing or saving of a being or soul. Thus it is customary for a religious innovator to start by critiquing some pre-existing priestly interpretation or practice which has deformed the insights of some even earlier teaching or tradition. In the same way, in the discourses of politics the radical appeal is always made to the deformation of an original message or meaning which has in some way become corrupted or lost. While many before have sought to show the transcendental unity or affinity of different religious discourses, or of religion and politics, or of different political discourses, mostly these attempts have fallen flat in a fundamental way. Indeed, we can rarely learn anything radically new from the politician or religious leader, because, in our daily lives going about our mundane routines and ordinary activities, in our spontaneous, unconditional, giving, caring, effortless way, we best exemplify, in a microcosmic way, what is truly divine in man. So this is really quite a unique philosophy, in that it says that actually we all have got it right in some aspect of our being, and transcendentally we must have it right or we would not survive at all. So this is a radical inversion and transformation of existing religiosity and politics. It asserts that there is a level which already exists, which is exactly right. This is the level that we essentially are, and without which we could do nothing at all, and yet which nevertheless manifests and supports everything else in the totality of our existence, our social and natural life. Perhaps never before has the claim for the immanence, that is the actuality, of the kingdom of heaven on earth been so clear and direct, that heavenly or divine ingredient in us and nature is precisely what sustains the rest, and we construct or tolerate the hell which obscures and dominates it, and is currently, in virtue of our very own activities, hurtling the species and the planet to a premature death. Since none of this could happen without our noble side, the side at one with our ground states, it is just worth dwelling for a moment on the fact that it could not happen without the tacit or not so tacit support and connivance of our ignoble nature. For on pain of the grossest reification, there is nothing that any entity in the social world can do unless it does it in virtue of human activity, which we can disconnect, which we can transform, and if we cannot transform it, at least refuse. All the supply lines that keep the systems of oppression, of terror, of despoliation of nature going, operate only in virtue of our activity. This is true even if we want to assert, as I certainly would, the existence of malignant social structures, forces, and powers in n-dimensionally generalist social space. Those structures and such powers can only act through or feed off the energy which comes from our ground states, or the ground states of other beings like us. All we have to do to effect the universal and silent revolution which the Mother, in one of the three mottos to this book, at once calls for and identifies, is to act in a different way, that is to cut off the supply lines of the malignant structures, forces, and agencies. And this is not only all we can do, it is the very best we can do too, because anything that I do will awaken or evoke an echo, through the mechanism of co-presence, with that other who is in this respect, situation, or relation like me, within me, an echo which will be implicit within him too, an echo whose call he may hear, and hearing it, move in its direction, diving to the ground state, in a way which was initially awakened by my act. This strategy of the dive to the ground state is just precisely that strategy which will evoke at the appropriate level the maximal, the most universal effect. For two reasons: because outwardly, any action stemming from it will be maximally coherent, in virtue of the theorem relating the degree of outer responsiveness to the degree of inner submissiveness, that is the width of our effect to the depth of our intent, and inwardly, since I will be evoking precisely just that level of universality or generality which will touch the rest of creation, according to its own specificity. And it is this neglected principle of the inwardness of being that the philosophy of metaReality reasserts. The only thing that prevents us seeing this is the illusion that the world is in some way out there and not in here, that the world is outside us, rather than within us. The point is this, that we think of the positive, the outward, the solid, the big as the causally efficacious paradigm. What we fail to appreciate is that it is in and from the interior, the space within, the hidden depths, the rest between our busyness, a pregnant pause, in and, from this innerness, that silence, the gap between thoughts, those holes within being, that everything new emerges. It is from the space beyond, behind, and between thoughts and things that the novelty occurs, and the only kind of new that can effect the change that is required is a new that will be absolutely new, but absolutely universal, and it should not disturb us that we cannot see it, that we cannot predict it, because if we could, then of course it would not be that new that is at once necessary for the survival of our species and for the eudaimonistic society, and for one as the condition of the other. But whatever is the eventual outcome, there is only one way we can go, and that is deeper, inner, into the depths of our being, into the silence from which all true creative innovation springs, and in so doing we shall also be acting in the most successful quotidian, ordinary way, for this is not a level apart from our everyday activity, this is a level of being which we in our ordinary activity already spontaneously access. The problem is when we come to something extraordinary, something difficult, something new, we think we need to do something extraordinary, something of an order that we have never done before, or we feel that we cannot do it because we are not competent to do so and therefore need an expert to do it for us. But nothing could be further from the truth, because to bring about this extraordinary change all we have to do is be in that same state of our being that we ordinarily are, and stay there even in the domain or context in which we would normally relinquish our autonomy to some other force or functionary. This is a double mistake. First, because if we do not do it in our part of being, from our point on the cosmic envelope, no one else can or will, and second, because we are already there precisely in the things we find easiest, or most enjoy or experience as effortless. So we are the only true experts, and each one will be an expert in their own particular way, affecting this extraordinary transformation, a truly universal but silent revolution, coming from the ground state, that is from the space beyond talk, beyond thought, beyond noise. So let me just summarize the steps of this part of the argument. The first step on the path to freedom is the elimination of your own negative incompleteness, that is the elimination of all blocks and constraints, all the elements of heteronomy which are the product of your intentionality, that is the product of your own split or unfulfilled intentionality. When you have no more negative incompleteness left, in the state of realization, you will be automatically and spontaneously oriented to the elimination of the negative incompleteness of others, that is the elimination of constraints on being which are not the products of your own intentionality in any way. This is the true basis of Dharmakaya. For in experiencing your unfreedom as my own, even though I have not caused it, I am, in virtue of the indivisibility of freedom, eliminating some of my own positive incompleteness too. In any such action, we must accept the implications of the thesis of the primacy of subjective or self-referentiality, that the only point of our agency is ourselves, that we are the only place from which, at which we can act. Such action will have two kinds of effects: first, an outward effect, in that it is maximally coherent, and overtly transformative of things in the world; second, an inner, or inward effect, in virtue of the phenomenon of generalist co-presence. For our action will evoke an echo, in all beings who are similar or similarly located in some respect, since such beings are co-present within me and my action is co-present within them. This is the first level of the inward or esoteric response, which I shall call evoking the echo. Second, such a being may respond to the call of the echo. Insofar as the echo is heard, the other being may respond to its call. And it may further respond in the direction of the call. This is the third level of response, which we may call the dive to the ground state. This dive to the ground state in the other who has responded to the call of the echo I have evoked moves that being to the realm of the transcendent, which is the fourth level of response. This move to the transcendent takes the other into the space, the silence, that is the space between talk, thought and dualistic activity, from which all creative ingenuity and the other properties of the ground state originally and only emerge. From this silent space we have now a situation of generalist synchronicity. For in virtue of that one act of mine, I have initiated or evoked an echo in all similarly situated or related beings, and in their response to the call of that echo, insofar as they have dived to their own ground states, they have moved into a transcendent space from which anything is possible, a space beyond thought and discourse, a space of silence. This is the response of acting in a spontaneously right way, and is the basis of the universal silent revolution which is the condition of the survival of the species and eudaimonistic society alike. The final important point to add here is that, in this remarkable phenomenon, everything that happens here involves no greater expertise than that which we normally, routinely, and successfully display and accomplish, as a necessary condition for any being, understanding, communication, or action at all, in our everyday life. The world of non-duality constellation ally Englishobes and underpins the world of duality, which nevertheless threatens now to engulf its own basis. That world is heinously destructive. It is time to cast it aside. This book resumes the process whereby we can begin, or rather continue, more effectively, to do so. And the philosophy of metaReality describes the configurational, constellational unity and opposition of non-duality and duality. Metareality itself just is that greater reality upon which the world, as it has been hitherto presented, actually tacitly and totally depends. To realize this dependency, that dependency of the world of duality, heteronomy, and suffering on the world of non-duality, enlightenment and freedom, is deeply and radically empowering. The philosophy of metaReality is a philosophy for the present. For this is not only the only time in which we can ever act, and the time in which we always must act, but never has the empowerment it affords been more timely, more necessary. To reclaim what we have lost, we only have to recognize ourselves for what we are, and in that recognition begins, or rather recommences, the process of universal self-realization everywhere. Silently, the dawn approaches, just as the moonbeam fades. I must thank the numerous and different enthusiastic audiences and participants in workshops and seminars, especially in India, but also in America and Europe, over the last 15 months or so, on whom I have been practicing the ideas in this book. Every such event has been truly a holistic performance, and anything that has come from me could not have come without them. It is their work as much as mine, and to them goes my debt of gratitude. Next, I must express my appreciation to my publisher, Omida Goyal, for her zeal, commitment, and efficiency. When I met her, I was truly amazed that we could wrap up an agreement so easily in half an hour over a cup of coffee, an extraordinary rate of efficiency for any publisher in my experience. Then I must thank all my friends and colleagues for their support and enthusiasm. Finally, I must say that the writing of this book has been in an even deeper sense a holistic performance, in that I have been fortunate enough to have had working with me Elaine Parker, without whom this certainly could not have been so easily and fluently written, and to her goes my appreciation and thanks. London, February 2002. Roy Bhaskar. ______________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________Chapter 1. Critical Realism, Beyond Modernism and Postmodernism. Today we are going to talk about modernism, postmodernism, and beyond it, critical realism. What I will do to begin with is state what I take to be some of the main motifs of modernism and postmodernism, and then go on to see the way in which critical realism can sublate, that is, synthesis and transcend, these two traditions of thought. First, modernism and postmodernism are very much a medley or assemblage. They are a mixture of different theses and themes. In the case of postmodernism, this is very characteristic of its flavor, but in the case of modernism it is very important to differentiate at the start three distinct traditions. First of all, there is the classical philosophical discourse of modernity, which arose in the wake of the consolidation of the bourgeois revolutions of the 17th and 18th centuries. Then there is what I call high modernism, which is an aesthetic critique of the traditional pre-critical reflectionist epistemology of classical modernism, and which criticized that modernism, or that strand within modernism, for its false and abstract universality. This is very much an avant-garde movement aesthetically within Western European culture, which arose between the revolutions of 1848 and 1917, is associated with the work of Joyce and the architecture of Le Corbusier. This is high modernism. The third tendency, which is often pushed together with this, particularly I think in an Indian context, is the thesis of modernization. The thesis of modernization arose after 1945 in the aftermath of the Second World War, with the birth of the newly independent ex-colonies, most especially of course India in 1947. These three traditions, what I call the philosophical discourse of modernity, high modernism, and modernization, are not unconnected, but they all take the form of slightly different critiques of each other. Nevertheless, for the sake of homogeneity and ease of argumentation and discussion, I will discuss modernism as if it was a whole, a totality. Then I will go on to briefly discuss postmodernism, which we can see mainly as a reaction to modernism but also as an accentuation of certain themes within modernism itself, before I go on to discuss critical realism. Let us start with modernism. I am going to state 7 theses, or perhaps better, perspectives which are typically modernist. The first is egocentricity. The modern is counterposed to the past and the outside. It needs this contrast. The modern only makes sense in relation to something which is pre-modern or non-modern. It can be egocentric in a very narrow sense, self-centered, or it can be egocentric in the sense of representing a particular nation, or a particular class within a nation, or the aspirations of an elite within a nation. But it always has that contrast with the non-modern. The second characteristic of modernism is its universalism. This is a false and abstract universalism. The high modernists, the most prominent intellectual leaders of whom are probably Marx and Freud, themselves pointed this out, that what is actually being presented represents nothing other than the vested interests of a particular, sectarian, especially class interest, falsely and abstractly projected in the name of all humanity. This high modernist critique of the modernist masquerade, that is its false and abstract universalism, paves the way for the subsequent practice of ideology critique. That is exposing pretensions to universality, exposing them as the representation or expression of the interests of particular groups and sectors in society. The most important thing about this kind of immanent critique of false claims to universality is that it shows that actually what is projected as other than the modern, other than the ego is in fact essential to the modern or the ego. For instance, the past and the outside are a necessary condition for the existence of that so-called modernity. There never was a modern state nor a modern mode of production which did not tacitly depend on what it was denying and excluding. So we have the very nice figure of the tacit dependence of the excluding on the excluded, presupposing in this case an intrinsic exterior or past. This is a very radical form of critique, and this has engendered the form of critique that we find in feminism, and in all those movements which express or articulate the interests of those who are excluded from what they essentially constitute or sustain. High modernism also points to the existence of those systematic structures which I will call master-slave relationships. The exclusion from a discourse, the philosophical discourse of modernity, of a certain group of people, for example the workers, may have been unthinking, but it obviously had a specific interest, and the interest was that it acted as a screen. It screened and occluded the process most specifically of the extraction of surplus value by means of which the working class was enchained, enslaved. But these exclusions within the discourse of modernity were not just to do with class, they were to do with economies, people, gender, with even categories of layers of our being. For example, the discourse of the emotions was suppressed by mind-body dualism. There was a philosophical problem about the relationship between mind and body, but no philosopher ever talked about the emotions, so the existence of love was excluded from discourse. This is a very interesting form of critique. What the high modernist critique of modernism, initiating in contemporary times this practice of ideology critique, did was to show the necessary dependence of a false theory, an ideological theory on its true ground, on its truth. What we had here was a complex formation which I called a TINA formation. TINA stands for there is no alternative. There was actually no alternative for capitalism or for the bourgeoisie but to presuppose in its practice the existence of that which in its theory it denied. This tacit presupposition of a layer or level of being which is formally denied or excluded or otherwise less than fully recognized is a very important figure for all radical critique. The third feature of modernism follows immediately from this, the feature of incomplete totality. The fourth feature also followed immediately from this, that is the lack of reflexivity of modernism. The fifth feature of modernism needs a little bit more time. This is its unilinearity, its assumption that basically history must unfold in a certain way. This unilinearity is very close to what I call actualism, it is very deterministic. It rules out both a multiplicity and a plurality of causes of development, and it is explicitly judgmental. Because if you are not modern then you must be doing something wrong. This judgmentalism within modernism is very strange because modernism typically denies the possibility of making any rational judgments about matters of value. That is, it accepts what has been called Hume's law, that there is no way you can get from a factual to an evaluative statement. And it explicitly commits itself to a disenchanted view of reality, that is, reality is denied meaning, significance and value. And if our discourse of a reality is denuded of meaning, significance, and value, then it becomes arbitrary and subjective. Nevertheless, in some way the judgments of the modern are always upheld against the non-modern. And it will be clear from what I am saying that this distinction between the modern and non-modern is itself a very arbitrary and subjective distinction. Because the ancient Greeks had it, the classical, medieval theologians who integrated Greek and Christian thought had it, the Renaissance had it, it is as old as the hills and it is always shifting. So what is the implicit meaning here? The implicit meaning of this kind of modernism is always what I have called ontological monovalence. That is putting a stop to history, endism. Wherever we are, we have reached the end, in the sense that there is nowhere further to go, no future, precisely because there is nothing left to do in the present. We exist in the best of all possible worlds. What we have got now is a plateau, in which there is only need for minor adjustment, which is in some way the realization of all that man can attain to. I call this ontological monovalence because it is predicated on an elimination of negativity, which is a very ancient categorical mistake within Western philosophy. It started with Parmenides, who said you cannot think the not. So there is no not in reality, there is no negation in reality. If there is no negation in reality, that is, there is no absenting of what was there, or there is no presenting of something new which was not there. Then there is no change, process, or development, and it is a very easy ideological sleight of hand to fall into the glorification of the status quo, of your status quo, of my status quo, my egocentric status quo. I have already mentioned Marx and Freud as instigators of the auto-critique of modernism from a standpoint of high modernism. Here we can just invoke Nietzsche. This is a very characteristic Nietzschean theme. The end of history and the last man is still going on now, even within postmodernism. The latest major theorist of this was Fukuyama, who said that, following the collapse of so-called actually existing socialism between 1989 and 1991, history had come to an end, that capitalism and the liberal bourgeois view of things had been finally ratified by history. This claim has been made again and again and again. The sixth important thesis or position of modernism is a formalism. This formalism is a very complex thing. For a start, it results in a glorification of formal, analytical, abstract, quantitative modes of reasoning and modes of being. What is very characteristic of critical realism is its categorical realism. When we criticize a mode of thought, when we criticize a categorical structure, we are also criticizing a mode of being. For critical realism, categories like causality, space, time, law are not subjective classifications or ideas about reality. When they are real, they are intrinsic to reality itself. Just as Ohm's law describes certain properties of electrical currents and fields, so the concept of law describes certain features of reality itself. Always when we are critiquing forms of thought, we are critiquing forms of being. So this formalism, this abstract analytical way of looking at things, actually reflects a lot of very interesting things in society. It is undialectical, but it also prioritizes the discursive over the intuitive intellect. It prioritizes the left brain over the right brain, it prioritizes certain literary idioms over others, it devalues poetry, for example, as against science, it prioritizes the masculine over the feminine, and lots of other interesting asymmetries and qualities that we will come onto in the discussion. The formalism was most rigorously thought out in relation to the form/content distinction. For the modernist, content was irrelevant. The very early modernists just assumed that the content of thought and being was given, somehow mechanically imposed on the world. This was a very Humean, positivist way of looking at things. The high modernists were not Humeans, were not positivists. They were Kantians, so they were very interested in the actual formal structures we imposed on the world. The postmodernists are non-dialectical post-Kantians. To revert to modernism, there was an emphasis on form against content. In relation to the natural world, what this meant was that in a way the autonomy of nature was rejected, or it was assumed that nature was there as a plastic object for human manipulation. There was the assumption of the plasticity of nature, of objects. Now that the world is plunged into eco-crisis, we all know that nature has a being in its own right, that nature has a recoil to human manipulation, but this human manipulative instrumentalist mode of intervening in nature was, and still is, very characteristic of modernism. At a philosophical level, the most basic assumption here was the denial of ontology. This is the single biggest feature of modernism. And of postmodernism likewise. The idea is that you cannot think being, that being itself cannot be spoken of. This came into vogue with Hume, and Kant was thought to have proved it. This denial, the denegation, of ontology is something about which I will talk much more later. But this denial of ontology merely means, of course, that when you are talking about X, what X is, that X is something in the world. Even when you are talking, you are engaging in an ontological gesture. That is, you are assuming that what you say has meaning, that it can be referred to by other speakers, that it is real. This implicit ontology that was secreted is just the object of the critiques of that early critical realism which the chair and our host today has so nicely digested for us. Critical realism says that from the outset you have to think the irreducibility of being. Then you have to think the negative in being. You have to think determinate absence, you have to think process and change. Then you have to think being holistically. This is another element where the formalism of modernism jarred very much. All the relations that the modernists discussed were mechanical and external. Nothing was internal, organic, holistic, totalizing. Then critical realism says you have to think being as involving the transformative agency of human beings. Human beings who are themselves not reducible to their behaviors. Human beings who are capable of reflexively monitoring and changing their mode of acting in the world. Formalism was a very important feature of modernism. The final feature that I would like to draw attention to is its materialism. This may sound slightly shocking to some because in many quarters materialism is regarded as a well-worked-out philosophical concept. I do not think it is a well-worked-out philosophical concept, but we can go on to that later. But typically the modernists assumed a reductionist materialism. They tended to undervalue the role of ideas, of consciousness, of intentionality in human life. Of course, when you do that, you eliminate the difference between the human and the non-human. You take away everything that is truly characteristic of the human world, which has to be understood as agentive, that is, as involving human agency, presupposing intentionality, and thus consciousness and ideation. For example, if you are a Marxist, you place priority on the role of technology. What is technology other than the objectification of ideas? What is a machine but the objectification of an idea? Marx himself said that the human realm is posited on a double freedom, a freedom from instinctual, that is, mechanical determination, and a freedom to act in a planned, premeditated way. So for Marx, intentionality was the root of everything he had to say about human beings. It is important to note that when I am criticizing reductionist materialism, I am not actually criticizing the inspiration of the thought of Marx, but rather the abuses of that thought by some Marxists in Marxism, and something which is a very general current characteristic of modernism as such. But of course modernism was also materialist in a more basic way. Just as formalism had given rise to an instrumentalist plastic mode of manipulating nature, so it led easily to an instrumentalist mode of treating human beings. Instrumental reasoning is the characteristic mode of reasoning of modernist thought. Everything is to be done in a calculative way, everything is conditional, everything is to be looked at as a means to an end which is in some way chosen by a subject who knows how. The modernists certainly do not have an answer for that. In the context of that kind of framework, materialism for modernism means something very simple. It means that I am an individual and that I am distinct from other individuals, though I may share certain interests with them, and that at the center of the individual is what could be called a homunculus or an ego. This ego has a sense of its own identity. Opposed to this ego is an object world, a world of objects to which it is more or less attached, which stands apart from the ego. The ego also stands apart from all other egos, so all the relationships it has with other egos are contractual. Even the love between a man and a woman, husband and wife or whatever, is somehow a contractual relationship. I have come from England just now and I have noticed there how presents at Christmas are basically contractual, basically negotiated. What you are going to give me depends on what I am going to give you, that sort of thing. It is in no way an expression of love or greetings, not for the other person, let alone Jesus or the divine. It is rather something which has really entered into a semi-commodified realm. That sort of materialism is also a very important feature of modernism. If there is a single couple that can be said to be characteristic of modernist thought, then it is the isolated ego, the isolated individual with a sense of its own identity, its own existence separate from the rest of the world, and that world as described in an abstractly uniform way. Every particular in the world is an instance of an abstract generalization. To this abstract universality I am going to counterpose dialectical universality. And to the idea of the isolated ego I am going to counterpose a much more differentiated conception of individuals as being concretely singularized. The general flavor of what I am working towards can be said to have been prefigured by Marx in his vision of a communist society, in which he said it would be a society in which the free development of each was the condition of the free development of all. Notice the way it is put, the free development of each, that is the respect for the concrete singularity, the uniqueness of every human being, that was to be the condition for the free development of the totality. The idea of singularity and universality, the idea of the one and the many, the particular and the general are at the very beginning of philosophical thought. And what I want to do today is to show how through critical realism we can work our way to a more complex, mediated but true notion of universals and particulars. To summarize, these are the main features of modernism. Egocentricity. False and abstract universality. Incomplete totality. Lack of reflexivity. Judgmentalism combined with unilinearity. Formalism in those multiple senses, and materialism. What are the main features of postmodernism? In discussing postmodernism, what I will do here is not mechanically relate one to the other but go through the central features of postmodernism in the way in which postmodernists actually highlight them. First of all, postmodernists highlight what I will call epistemic relativity, that is, there is an emphasis on difference, relativity, and pluralism. It is important to stress that for critical realism there is no incompatibility between ontological realism and epistemological relativism, and between both and judgmental rationalism. On the other hand, for postmodernists an understanding of the truth of epistemic relativity has always seemed to rule out ontological realism, commitment to a real world, and judgmental rationality, commitment to the rationality of choice. The first feature of postmodernism then is relativity. The second is a linguisticism. There is an accentuation of the emphasis on language, characteristic of the 20th century. The third feature is a denial of the possibility of saying anything about the true nature of reality, that is ontological irrealism. Fourth, we have judgmental irrationalism, a denial of the possibility of giving better or worse grounds for a belief. Fifth, we have life viewed as a pastiche, an assemblage, not a totality or a whole. Sixth, we have a complete failure to universalis. This is an acknowledged failure, for it is, in fact, universality itself which is the thrust of the postmodernist critique of modernism. But this failure does mean that it can not only not come to terms with phenomena such as globalization, but it cannot come to terms with the universality of postmodernism itself as a popular ideology. It is, I argue, an ideology of alienation, fragmentation, and split, but just as such, it is a universal ideology within the world today. 7. We have an incapacity to sustain a concept of human emancipation. This follows, of course, from its incapacity to give better or worse grounds for a belief. Next, we have here a heightened sense of reflexivity. This prima facie seems an improvement in comparison with modernism, but in reality only one aspect of the reflexive relation is thematist. Reflexivity involves an understanding of the self in relation to its context, and the consequence of the failure of postmodernism to sustain adequate contextualization means that its increasing emphasis on self is ultimately nugatory of any true understanding, for self only makes sense in context, and the consequence and condition of the collapse of any theorization of the real world is the collapse of any adequate theorization of its own context. So actually the reflexivity cannot sustain itself. You have to ask, how is the reflexive move or turn done? How is it initiated? 9. You have a closeness to the politics of identity and difference, to the feeling that modernism had either been uncritical, in which case it represented the interest of the status quo, or where it had been critical, as for example in Marxism, it had not taken into account the differentiations within the masses or of the people or the working classes that it spoke for. For postmodernists, the high modernists in particular, in trying to sustain a conception of universality which would not express the interests of a particular class, nevertheless fell into an analogous trap because they expressed merely the interests of an elite, who would substitute themselves, once more, for the totality, the non-elite populace. So we had leaders speaking for the working class, then we had the male working class speaking for the whole working class, or some section of the male working class speaking for the whole of the male working class. So what arose in response to this was the politics of identity and difference. We had things like feminism and movements representing other repressed so-called minority interests, which are often in the majority, of course, throughout the world. The final feature of postmodernism is a kind of eruption of some things which modernism failed to talk about. For example, there is in some postmodernism the beginnings of a discourse on the emotions. There is a kind of acceptance that the discursive intellect, particularly as theorized by analytical reasoning, is not the be-all and end-all of what the human brain or consciousness can do. These then are the main features of postmodernism. Relativity. Linguisticism. Ontological irrealism. Judgmental irrationalism. Lack of totality. Lack of universality. Lack of a conception of emancipation. A heightened sense of reflexivity. Proximity to the politics of identity and difference. Traces of suppressed discourses, e.g. on the emotions. Now I am going to look at how we can situate an explanatory critique of postmodernism from a critical realist point of view, understanding postmodernism as a reaction to modernism or to the forces that modernism represented. The best way of doing this is not to go through the whole development of critical realism but to just take 4 important themes or stadia from a quite late formulation of critical realism, which I call dialectical critical realism and which was formulated in my book Dialectic, The Pulse of Freedom. This in a way resumes the development of critical realism up to about the mid-1990s. We are not missing anything just by starting there. In my more recent work I have added a 5th aspect to the development of critical realism which I will come to a bit later. The moments of dialectical critical realism, all of which represent layers or categories that Western philosophy has denied, have been nicknamed in the West as the MELD schema. In the first moment of 1M of ontology, the M stands for moment. The second, which I call edge, 2E of negativity, is where the E of MELD comes in, and is the edge of negativity, of contradiction, dialectic, process and change. The third level, where the L comes in, is the level of totality, of concepts of universality, singularity, subjectivity, objectivity, and so on. Where the D comes in is the 4th dimension, the dimension of human transformative praxis and reflexivity. With the transcendental or spiritual turn within critical realism, MELD became MELDA, and we had a 5th aspect, one which gives a new inflection to all these earlier moments. I will incorporate that within my discussion. Here we come to a characteristic feature of a critical realist critique of an opposition or duality. Critical realism does not take sides, evaluate strengths and weaknesses of one or other pole, but goes to the common ground which explains the duality and, in understanding the weakness of that ground, transcends it. Let us look at ontology. Why is ontology so important? Modernists and postmodernists both agree that ontology is impossible. So what is the status of this discourse which maintains that ontology is possible? it is either impossible or it is real. If you say to the anti-ontologist, "What do you feel about ontology?" and he says to you that it is impossible, then ask him to repeat it. Then ask him if what he has said is real. If he admits it is real, then some ontology is after all possible, and we have the thin edge of the wedge to a fuller ontology. If he says it is not real, you just turn the other ear and say, "Sorry, I did not hear you." So of course all discourse presupposes the causal efficacy of ideas and causal efficacy of words. If I say to one of you here, "Put up your hand please," my speech action is causally efficacious in producing a change in the material world. Of course my speech action and that material result or consequence must be part of the same world. In fact, everything is included within ontology. Everything is real. Contradictions are real, mistakes are real. There is nothing which is not real. That does not mean that there are not differentiations within the real. For example, a differentiation between the knowledge and its object, or a differentiation between a belief which is an illusion but which is nevertheless real. To say a belief is an illusion is not to say the belief is not real, it is to say the object of the belief does not exist. But the thought, or the belief that the object of the belief exists, exists. It is absurdly paradoxical to deny the subject matter of ontology, to deny being, because everything is included within being. You have to ask what actually happens within systems of thought which reflect systems of behavior where ontology is denied. Actually, tacitly presupposed is a particular ontology. This is a flat, undifferentiated, unchanging, unstructured ontology. This is the ontology of the Humean world, of Humean causal laws in which everything that happens in the world can be subsumed under an empirical invariance, under a constant conjunction of events in which there is no novelty, no change, no depth, no difference, and which ultimately is a completely untenable world. It is a world in which science could not get a handle on. It is a world in which simple acts like drinking a cup of tea and coming in and listening to this talk are inconceivable. So this world is absolute nonsense. And what critical realism did, through transcendental analysis of the most valued scientific activities, was show how science itself presupposes a different world. Positivism is a completely false ideology of natural science. And this false ideology of natural science, through their failure to thematize ontology, is actually taken over by radical critiques, whether they be Marxist on the modernist side or postmodernists alike. Habermas, for example, has a theory of knowledge constitutive interests, and his knowledge constitutive interest in prediction and control is an interest which is informed by an account of the world as structured by Humean causal laws and explained in accordance with the Popper-Hempel theory of explanation. That is, it is a world of mechanical Humean causality. And because of that, Habermas can never come to terms with nature, and so we have dualisms between the natural and the social world. Actually, when you look at the characterizations that these sorts of hermeneuticists or neo-Kantians give of the social world, they are completely lopsided, because they never insert, embed, nest, the conceptual, symbolic, cultural within the natural and material context in which it alone has meaning. They deny the possibility of scientifically studying a world which is also symbolically mediated. So there are lots of other consequences that flow from this failure to thematize ontology. What must happen if you actually believe such a philosophy when you go into the world? Suppose you are a scientist who thinks that you are discovering constant conjunctives of events in the laboratory. When you go out to do your applied work in the field, then you must tacitly presuppose a different account of causal laws, an account of causal laws as being the efficacious tendencies of structures which operate independently of whether or not they are actualized in a system of events. Independently, the same laws apply whether or not the bridge breaks, whether or not you go out of a second-floor window or by the door, the same force of gravity is operating on you. So actually this ideology consists in an inconsistent ensemble in which the necessary presupposition of the truth, the true, is a condition for the belief and practical efficacy of the false. So we have a very important structural formation in thought. This is the TINA formation which I mentioned before, in which a real truth is necessary for a false reality. This real truth I call the alethic level of truth. That is, the truth as real. So in a full analysis of truth one can go through different levels of understanding that concept, including purely epistemological ones, but in the end there is a level of truth which is real, and that is alethic truth. So tacitly you are going to have to presuppose the truth in practice. The interesting ideological figure here is that in which the falsity actually depends upon the truth, but it screens, masks, denies, and dominates it. What happens if you take this figure seriously? According to Chomsky, we all, in virtue of our being human beings, have immense linguistic powers. We have the creative capacity to produce sentences which have never been generated before. Because of this we are basically essentially free, and that freedom is presupposed even in the statements of behaviorists. That freedom is intrinsic whether it is denied or not. But of course if you ask people whether or not they are essentially free in that basic sense, they will say, well, I am not. Then you ask them, could you say that in a different way? They will then not say I am not, but will freely show their capacity to generate a new way of saying it. This becomes very important in the later developments of critical realism. For a very fundamental theme of liberatory thought, emancipatory thought throughout the world, is that there is a level of reality which we have, or one in which we are basically free, noble, divine, creative, loving. Thus Rousseau, man is born free but is everywhere in chains. This is not an isolated statement. When Marx, to use that formula I have already invoked, says we can have a society in which the free development of each is a condition for the free development of all, he supposes that we are all in essence creative beings who can have the respect, the tolerance, love, compassion, solidarity to allow all of us to flourish freely in unity. Let us take the analysis of something more specific like the master-slave relationship involved in capitalism. Suppose we take a very routine assembly line. What could be more mechanical than that? Actually the assembly line, no matter how routinist, only keeps going because of the spontaneous creativity of the wage slaves or the workers or the servers there at the most basic level, because the machines are always going wrong. Who has had experience of a machine that goes right all the time? No one. Everyone's computers are always going wrong. This, you might say, is a very naive level of creativity, but I cannot see the distinction there. Let us take the phenomenon of love. Who would deny that in all our contemporary societies hate, anger, violence are dominant over love? But take the phenomenon of war. Is that not a terrible thing about our societies? How is it sustained? By the solidarity of the soldiers at the front, their willingness to sacrifice themselves for each other and their cause, by the support and sustenance of their sisters, wives, daughters at home. It is love which sustains all the negative emotions and all the forms of oppression and violence. Similarly, it is creativity which keeps exploitation going. If we just dig into those truths, then we begin to have a view of human beings as potentially autonomous and free, and that actual potential autonomy and freedom as sustaining the very structures of heteronomy, exploitation, and oppression. Once you realize that, it can be very empowering. For the more deeply you go into some social or personal problem, no matter how befuddled that situation seems with misery, unhappiness, and confusion, the further you dig, the more you will find that it subsists upon a level of joy, bliss, love, and creativity. And what I claim is that, it is this level which not so much distinguishes human beings from the rest of nature, but sustains the very problem that initiated your digging. Those oppressions and miseries, that suffering and pain, that everything which you would have otherwise in that aspect of your social life is underpinned by what you most essentially are, and depends totally, unilaterally, on it, in a way which you do not depend on it. That is how radical you can get when you go deep into ontology. But I have not said anything about judgmental rationalism, because a postmodernist would say, well, that is just your belief. What shows that your belief is better than my belief? It is interesting here because postmodernism has a sort of twin, a cousin, which is fundamentalism. Fundamentalism differs from postmodernism. They both accept difference, the essentiality of difference and the non-existence of universality and unity. But the postmodernist says yes, we differ, and there is no right and wrong. The fundamentalist says yes, we differ and I am right. There is a difference in rhetoric but the basic stance is the same. There is no essential unity. Judgmental irrationalism, the idea that it is not possible to give better or worse grounds for one belief rather than another, is very characteristic of Western philosophy. Hume, for example, said it is rational to prefer the destruction of the whole world to my little finger. Is that not an extraordinary remark? Is it not a contradictory remark as well? Because the destruction of the whole world would include his little finger. So what he is doing, is putting himself or his little finger outside the world. When philosophers do this kind of thing they exclude themselves from the totality they are describing. That is how they tacitly assume that their judgment, Hume's finger, is more important than the whole world. That is the secret meaning of it, the only way it makes sense. Judgmental irrationalism became very fashionable around the 1970s with the so-called problem of incommensurability in science. Radical post-Kantian philosophers like Kuhn and Feyerabend said that in science you can have two systems of belief which are so radically different that they share no meanings in common, and when there are no meanings in common it is impossible to say that one is better than another. For a start, there is something very peculiar about that formulation. For if you say that Einsteinian and Newtonian theories of mechanics are incommensurable, then why do you not say that Einsteinian theory is incommensurable with music or cricket? Why are you comparing it with Newtonian theory? Why not compare it with a game of cricket? Why not compare it with art? Obviously, tacitly, Kuhn and Feyerabend know that they are talking about the same thing, but they do not want to admit it. Perhaps you might say that this is a polemical point really. How do you get them on their own criteria? You can accept that the two theories have no meanings in common and still you can choose between them. How? You can say Newtonian theory describes the world and explains it under its own descriptions in X number of circumstances and does so completely correctly. Einsteinian theory explains and describes the world under its descriptions in X plus 9 circumstances. It accounts for Mercury's perihelion and Newtonian theory does not. There are probably about 9 or 10 test situations now. That is all that separates the two theories empirically. But Einsteinian theory is far superior theoretically in scope, beauty, and power. Newtonian theory is much more useful for engineers. But just from the point of view of which is true and false, the so-called incommensurability of the theories does not matter a jot. In this case you have a simple, in fact purely quantitative, criterion for preferring the one to the other. I have said a bit about the first domain of critical realism of ontology. The second domain is that of negativity. This is very important. Marx talked about the rational kernel of Hegelian dialectic which he said Hegel had mystified. So what is the rational kernel? The rational kernel is in fact a developmental process driven by absence. What happens in a scientific theory, for example, is that you have an incompleteness. You leave out some aspect of reality, that incompleteness generates a contradiction, which necessitates a move to a greater totality as described and explained by a new transcending concept. That is the fundamental process of development in science and in all walks of life and arguably nature. It all depends on absence. It is driven by absence and it is rectified by absence because the new idea does not come from induction nor from deduction, it comes from neither, from nowhere. The synthesizing concept of the moment of breakthrough is an eruption out of the blue, de novo. It comes from a level of reality which is beyond the threshold of discursive consciousness. That is inspiration in science. It is not really understood that imagination, visualization is important to keep even ordinary science going. Ordinary science is not algorithmic. Ordinary science is a very creative, dynamic, expansive process. But it is in the very moment of breakthrough to a new concept that you have genuine novelty, that is the emergence of something that was not there before. Absence and emergence go hand in hand. Emergence is the positive bipolar of absence. What happens in these flashes of inspiration is a kind of transcendence in science in which a new concept, something that has never been dreamt or thought of before, erupts into the scientist's imagination. Then it is gradually worked into a fully developed theory which can explain the previously known world in a new way. But it comes in that flash from nowhere. And that is the moment of transcendence within the transcending move to the greater totality that resolves the theoretical impasse. This concept of transcendence is very important. For transcendence is such a common and familiar feature in life. You can lose yourself in a walk, you lose yourself in identification with music. You become one with the music. This was of course the goal of the mystics, to become one with something higher than their normal self. Either with their essential self or with God in some form or another. But transcendental identification is common in everyday life. It is not something to be opposed to ordinary life, it is something which is necessary to keep ordinary life going. This all really begins to break down the subject-object duality which is so characteristic of our contemporary world, our world of duality, alienation, contradiction, and crisis. One other theme is of course the poverty of purely abstract, formal, analytical reasoning. There is nowhere in science where you will actually get a stable belief system coherently worked out into a deductive schema. Not in the living process of science. Where that happens is in the writing up of a research report so it can be well refereed and published in a journal and help your career. Otherwise scientists never obey the laws of formal logic, they never observe analytical reasoning. They always think dialectically. Thinking dialectically means you think, pull, stretch, twist, tease concepts to capture a level of reality that your existing language is not adequate for precisely because it is new, different, deeper. We thus have the theme of the dialectical critique of analytical reasoning. And then we have the critique of something which is very common in Western thought, that is the assumption that negation and change is always in the predicate. The subject is fixed, any change is always inessential, it does not affect the subject itself. But of course we know that beings in the world are in process and that their essential selves are changing and in development. There may be a layer of a thing which is unchanging, but there are many aspects and layers which are not, and we have to justify the assumption that there is an unchanging layer. All of this points to the importance of negativity and absence. Some Western philosophers had talked about negativity before. Hegel of course is famous for his so-called emphasis on it, but what actually happens is that the only negative concept that Hegel ever theorizes is the concept of nothing. So you go from being to nothing, from nothing to becoming, and then everything else after that is positive. So the absence and negativity in Hegel is indeterminate, whereas in critical realism it is determinate absence. The absences critical realism is concerned about are the absence of food in people's bellies, the absences of roofs over their heads, determinate absences, determinate lacks. It is these determinate lacks which drive the dialectic of scientific discovery and development. What I am saying about Hegel justifies what Marx said about him and what the left Hegelian said after his death, that he was essentially an apologist for the Prussian state, that at the end, negativity was eliminated, ejected from reality. That is the second moment or stadium of dialectical critical realism. If in the level of ontology the most important new insight of the fifth aspect was that of alethic truth, the level of truth as real, the most important new insight here is the notion of transcendence and transcendental identification as being essential to everyday life, to science, artistic inspiration, etc. I could say that every genuine human act was essentially novel, essentially creative, and transcendence was implicitly involved in it. The third level we move on to is the domain of totality. The most important concepts here are concepts of totality itself, of universality, of objectivity, of holistic causality. We do not assume that relations between objects and beings are external, they are internal. That is, my relationship, my being will be affected by your being, my essence will be affected by your essence. It has been said that to be is to be related. This is not far from the perspective of critical realism. We are in our essence in relations. Not just in our accidents, not just in our external realities. What is important here when you come to understand postmodernism is to see that it is a reaction against the abstract, analytical, universality of modernism, and modernism here particularly as an ideology of capitalism. Let us stick to the philosophical level first. Modernism can be expressed epistemologically in something like the Humean theory of causal laws, and Kant's categorical schemata did not change that, for he continued to presuppose that those self-same empirical invariances constituted reality, he just added an active element from the human being onto it. Nor did Hegelian dialectic improve the situation, because Hegel, as Marx said, was actually an uncritical positivist, an empirical realist when it comes to the non-conceptual side of things. The Humean theory of causal laws describes the world as a monotonous repetition of the same. All individuals, all particulars, are absolutely uniform. This means that every pen is the same, every human being is the same, every talk is the same. This is counterintuitive. It is reflected in ethics, in Kant's categorical imperative. Kant said you never, never, never tell a lie. Why? Because then it means that you will never not tell a lie. But everyone knows of some circumstances under which white lies are justified. Why has it always got to be either always one thing or the other? Why cannot it be, sometimes yes, okay, we can accept as a rule never tell a lie, but sometimes in special circumstances we know that lies are justified. This actualism, whether in ethics or epistemology, expresses precisely the remorseless, incessant logic of the capitalist mode of production with its refrain of the constant repetition of the same. One could argue that the commodification, reification, alienation built into its logic is reflected in the irrealist philosophical logics of modernism. You might say what about technological innovation, but then innovation is quantitative. Or if there is a qualitative change that is put within a quantitative straitjacket, and if it is not, then this just shows, brings out this bigger co-presence or its tacit dependence on something outside itself, something which it must presuppose and at the same time deny, in this case, human creativity. This kind of uniformalism was also unfortunately implicit in the practice of actually existing socialism, and as a result of all this there arose an oppositional politics and epistemology which stressed individuality and difference, the politics of identity and difference. It said, do not talk about us human beings, talk about us women or us Indians or us poets, musicians, etc. This is very understandable as a reaction to abstract analytical universality, but in a world in which we are increasingly interconnected, in a world which is facing global crisis, in a world in which the physical conditions for our survival are themselves at stake, this is to throw out the baby with the bathwater. There is something which all human beings share in common. How then do we view an object? Let us say a human being, but in principle it can be any object. We need at least 4 categories to understand any being in the world. One level would be universal, so to understand a particular human being we have to understand everything which is constitutive of all human beings, something which they all share in common. Then we will have to take into account the second level, their specific mediations, their differences, what distinguishes this person as a woman, a teenager, a student of physics, as a basketball player or whatever, a member of a particular caste, religion, committed to a certain sense of identities. Then we will have to take into account a third level, their geohistorical trajectory, where they got to, what got them there. And finally, the irreducibility of an essential uniqueness, that every object in the world is actually or potentially unique, after we have done all the things that they have in common, including the differentiation, the mediations, the geohistorical trajectories. There will be an irreducible uniqueness and individuality. This schema has got to be applied again and again and again, because each mediation will be universal, will be specifically geohistorically trajectorized, will be unique, etc. etc. So it is a basic minimum schema for understanding any reality. The one is always embedded and differentiated in the manifold. This is reality as we know it. This is dialectical universalizability, which means that every universal is always concretely singularized and every being which is a concrete singular can only be universalist dialectically. So what is good for you is not necessarily good for me because we are different. There are no universal rules. And even what is correct for me to say to you is not necessarily correct for me to say to her, because different relationships are involved in the two cases. And when people or situations are different, it is wrong to react to them in the same way. Point 2. We work towards sensitist solidarity. We respect differences, we respect each other, and respecting each other in that way, in respecting each other's uniqueness, we will be more loving, compassionate, stronger in our solidarity, real solidarity that we can give them. The phenomenon of postmodernism is tied up not only with globalization but with post-Fordist developments. But this is not a straightforward matter. There are both inversions within and limits to globalization. To take an example of the first. If you come from England you will know that Indian food is far more popular. To take an example of the second, women's domestic labor, crucial to the reproduction of labor power on which the capitalist mode of production itself entirely depends, remains largely unpaid, uncommodified. But this is only the most glaring case. In fact, none of the creative work done on the shop floor or in the office necessary to keep the production line going is ever really accounted for, that is not put into the equation by the capitalists or managers. That unpaid labor, that free creativity keeps the whole show going. When I talked about that loving substratum which sustains war, that is not put into the equation anywhere. We have this dependency of systems of exploitation, of dominant systems on relatively suppressed, sequestered, secluded systems. But often in these secluded systems we catch a glimpse of a better way of being, forms of unconditionality, spontaneity, non-instrumentality, non-exploitative, intuitive, holistic and totalizing, caring ways, perhaps belonging to the past, but prefiguring the possibility of their re-engagement in a new future, a future which the present already tacitly presupposes. Moving on to the fourth domain of transformative praxis. There are four things that I would like to say about agency, intentional agency. First of all, we have the irreducibility of intentionality. That consciousness, ideas, always play a role, or it is not an action at all, it is just a mechanical behavior. Thought and emotion are necessarily involved in the genesis of any human act. Second, we have the irreducibility of agency itself. You have no choice but to act. You cannot not act. If you abstain from acting, that is itself an action. Intentional activity is an imperative, we have to act. And this facilitates a critique of what Hegel called the beautiful soul, which could be a critique of some traditions within Eastern and Western mysticism of abstaining from social engagement, abstaining from materially embodied and practically engaged activity in the world. The third thing about action is the spontaneity of action. If you just think about what you are going to do, you will never do it. If I think about how to pick up this glass of water and I do not at some point do it, then it will not be done. At some point action must be spontaneous and basic. No matter how intricate the chain of reasoning, at some point we just act. Aristotle was very correct when he said the conclusion of a practical syllogism, that is a practical chain of reasoning, is an action, it is not a thought. The most brilliant and most ordinary actions are spontaneous, are done without thought. They are done spontaneously. Someone who thinks before they rescue a baby from the road is not going to do it, someone who does it will do it spontaneously, he or she will spontaneously do the right thing. Scientific discoveries, good action, right action, great action are spontaneous action, done without thought. This is not an irrationalism. This is just to balance not only the claims of the discursive intellect with the intuitive intellect, but to say there is perhaps a level of consciousness which is beyond thought itself. A level of consciousness within which they are intricately linked with the totality of being. A level of consciousness at which our deepest natures sit. A level of consciousness which connects us with the totality of being, but from which our creativity, our loving kindness, are acts of solidarity, and at the end of the day our own knowledge ultimately springs. So this level would be a level of consciousness which would be truly cosmic, a kind of envelope surrounding, binding and cohering, unifying the whole of being as a totality, one totality. You might ask, how can you say it is a level of consciousness which circumscribes the whole of being? Well, this is an interesting question. How can you identify with a piece of music? It does not mean that the music is self-conscious, but that the music must be an object of consciousness which you are capable of transcendentally identifying with, and therefore the music is implicit consciousness. If you can become one with music in your consciousness, then in that union, music is one with you and, as such, consciousness too. This is an interesting line of thought which we can go into another time. On this view there is not such an absolute dichotomy between consciousness and non-consciousness, and not such an absolute dichotomy between human beings and the rest of nature as we naively suppose. But let us stick for the moment to the human realm. Let us stick at the level of spontaneity of action. The more you know about a subject, the more spontaneously you will do it. When you are starting to drive a car, it is first painful and mediated by thought. The more fluent you become and the more you have mastered it, the more fluent you will be and the more spontaneous you will be. This is true of any discipline. This does not mean that you can become a great physicist just by going in and not thinking. It means that you have to do all that thinking, and when you are a great physicist you just do it spontaneously. That is the third feature of agency. The fourth feature is that it must be always located in terms of what I have called four-planar social being. There are four dimensions, in terms of which any social act has to be understood. Our material transactions with nature, our social interactions with others, the level of social structure and the level of the stratification of our own embodied personalities. All human action has implications at all levels. There is a distinction which is a very important, that between a being and what the being does. There is a distinction between the self or subject and his or her behavior. You can say that from a critical realist point of view we are committed to a dispositional realism. That is, we are committed to the idea of the existence of powers irreducible to their exercise. So the whole question of the self becomes a very interesting one, and one which I have not really referred to before. Postmodernists are very well known for deconstructing the self. Hume himself tried to find the self, and when he looked inside himself he found that it did not exist. So who announced his non-existence? Who was this he? What I would say, provocatively, is that the ego, in the sense of the separate self, a sense of a separate self-identity from others, does not exist. That is pure illusion. There is no such thing as an ego. But as embodied personalities we clearly exist. Embodied personality I am and you are, and as embodied personalities we are different and we must respect and love each other. At a third level, a transcendentally real level, the self exists. That self, that alethic true self, that is the source of our creativity, our love, our genius, that is the source of everything which is good and noble that human beings do. That is the transcendentally real self which religious traditions have touched on. Therefore, the self is actually a very complex thing. From the point of view of understanding social action and understanding social change, we have to see this coordinate of the stratified personality as being distinct from others. We want to change society, so how do we do it? How do we change society? The theorem of the spontaneity of agency shows that self-change must be ontologically, and every other way, prior to social change, so that we can only act as and from ourselves. This is often thought to be a very mystified way of looking at things. It is as if we are abstaining from social action, but this is not true at all. The moment we change ourselves, because we are part of society, we are also changing society. If we do not also change ourselves while we are changing society, we will project our own problems onto society. This is what has happened again and again in history. We have to get ourselves right, and there is no way of getting ourselves right other than by acting in society. So there is a true dialectic here. Individual change is not opposed to social change, but we have to understand that the only way we can affect anyone else is through the mediation of ourself. This has the important consequence that emancipation can only come from within. Freedom to do something, freedom to be, to flourish, unlike freedom from something, cannot be imposed from without. It must come from within, it must come from the self. What we are always doing in social life and in our individual life is acting on ourselves and acting on the world. And these are two aspects of the same thing. But in principle this distinction must be there. When we have thrown off and shed the heteronymous determinations, everything that stops us from being what we essentially are, which is loving, creative, in solidarity, in compassion with the rest of the universe, which is having far more knowledge than we ever give ourselves credit for. When we have shed everything inside ourselves and outside ourselves, that is the totality of structures of oppression and exploitation in the world, then and only then would we have a society which satisfied Marx's formula, in that the free development of each was the condition of the free development of all. What would happen then is that every self, every transcendentally real self would be concretely singularized but dialectically universal expressions, of the creative, loving divinity which I have been calling the cosmic envelope. Asterisk 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 asterisk. To sum up, when we are committed to secular projects of emancipation, as probably most of us here are, we have to understand that when we commit or orient ourselves to the vision of society in which the free development of each is a condition for the free development of all, we are already presupposing a level at which we are already free, a level of pure freedom, of pure creativity, a level which would manifest that love, compassion, solidarity, respect for each other's differences. Where is it to come from? It must be already there within us, and actually it is there within us. Not just implicitly, but explicitly. It must be partially but incompletely manifest, and this manifestation constitutes the hidden, buried substructure of freedom, creativity, love, and spontaneous right action which sustains the totality of the forms of oppression both within us and in society at large. Really the dialectics of liberation are twofold, the dialectics of shedding and dialectics of engagement, embodiment, and realization. But these two dialectics are asymmetrically related. The dialectic of realization cannot come before the shedding. We must weed the garden for the flowers to grow. However, since nature abhors a vacuum, we must fill the space we have created by our acts of shedding everything that is inconsistent with what we already essentially are, lest any heteronymous level left inside or any psychic garbage floating outside rushes to fill the recently cleared space. The devil plays with idle hands is actually very true. However, this very process of engaging the double dialectic of liberation, a dialectic of shedding and clearing, and a dialectic of development and self-realization will immediately and automatically take us into a conatus, that is a drive, oriented to the self-realization of every other being in the universe. So there is no opposition between individual self-realization, or enlightenment, and universal self-realization. They mutually entail each other. The Buddhist ideal of the Bodhisattva is just an expression of the logic of that. There can be ultimately no individual Buddhahood without universal Buddhahood, and conversely there can be no universal utopian secular society without individual Buddhahood, in that sense, individual enlightenment. Moreover, pursued to its ultimate limit, there cannot be the expression of the Buddha nature anywhere unless there is also the realization of the Buddha nature everywhere. Thank you. We have listened to an extremely interesting presentation, a very original critique of modernist and postmodernist perspectives. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You restricted my freedom. I have two questions. One of them is pretty trivial and I will just mention it but will not ask for an answer. That concerns the notion of the suppression of the emotions, which you said was characteristic of modernism as a whole, and you mentioned Freud and Marx. But Darwin at the same time, in the period of which you speak, wrote a book called Emotions in Man and Animals. It was a tome to match in scope and glory something like The Origin of the Species, and it incorporated a kind of universalism in the sense that it took in animals as part of the emotional universe. I want to tie in this prototype of thinking about the emotions cognitively to your own stand, and I want to ask you about your notion of critical realism, which seems to tie in emotions, agency, or intentionality and creativity. I take your point about Chomsky saying that every individual is equal because we all have creative powers. But you present your theory as if it did not exist in a context where many other people have tried to theorize intentionality. And what they have said about intentionality, for example, and speech act theory is of course language has powers, and of course you can tell somebody to stand up and he may or may not choose to do so, he may or he may not choose to exercise his freedom. But suppose that you were to try to arouse the emotions via language. Try saying I surprise you and surprising people, or amaze you and you do not amaze anybody. You say frighten you, but you do not frighten anybody, so the whole area of emotional verbs in the language lie inert without a kind of roundabout way of summoning up speakers, listeners, context, etc. My point is that other theories have expressed this with a great deal of sophistication. I gave you only one example, there may be many. For example, Rorty said to me once that he was a wallower in the ontic, so how do you relate to theories like pragmatism, speech act theories, all these theories around you, which you seem to have eliminated in your own discourse? It is because of the way I was forced to present the remarks today that I was not able to re-engage the imminent critiques of the Western traditions, which were actually the launching pad for critical realism. Critical realism was an imminent critique of these different philosophies, epistemologies, and so on. I have written many critical books on the traditions to which you refer. I have written a book on Rorty called Philosophy and the Idea of Freedom. And I am very familiar and respectful of these philosophers and their work, but I would go much further than they do. Is it just that you are going further, or is it a matter of degree? No, I think there are lots of differences here. Let us take the emotions. It is very interesting that you said, I do not frighten you, I do not amaze you. That is not the way to frighten someone. The way to frighten someone is to say shut up or get lost. Of course we know this. My point is the resources of language are not creative in the way specified by the essentiality of words. Why not look at the phenomenon of anger? You are in a state of angry consciousness. Darwin does in great detail. You are in a state of angry consciousness now. Suppose you have, as you do, the capacity to make that angry consciousness the object of your consciousness, you reflexively shift back your consciousness from the state you are in, your state of angry consciousness, to a state of consciousness of your angry consciousness, and you are no longer angry. Isn't that marvelous? You have within yourself the check which allows your emotions at the moment you are experiencing them to become objectified. Then, because you have that power, you can also begin to work on your emotions. Suppose you do not like it that you get so angry when a philosopher comes from abroad and you think he has not read Darwin. Supposing you want to become less angry, say when you meet a certain person. How do you begin to work on it? You will perhaps first of all ask what the causes of your anger are. If you were concerned to change, say, a disposition to behave in an angry way in a certain context, you would first have to get out of that anger. You cannot do it when you are in that anger. Once you are out of that anger, which is a very interesting exercise itself, and not always very easy to do, once you are out of that anger, say in the way I have suggested, by the reflexive shift back of your consciousness from anger to consciousness of anger, a consciousness which is no longer angry but merely observing of the anger, an observing which if undertaken without judgment will dissolve the anger, you then ask why you were angry. Perhaps there was something that you always wanted to express to a person, or in a particular context. Perhaps the lift up to the second floor makes you angry because it always gets stuck on the first floor. Perhaps then you begin to express and articulate what it is, and then you can work on the causes. You may like to try to identify those causes by affirming the contrary and testing the resistances you meet. If you affirm I am a peaceful person, say affirming it by writing it down, again and again and again, then sooner or later you will find that you will spontaneously produce a response like this: no, I am at war, I am mad at my mom, or whatever. There are lots of techniques for identifying the unconscious causes of the emotional states that you want to work on. When you have identified the causes of those states, then you have to work on those causes, understand your mother, understand your response, understand that the situation is no longer happening to you. Of course, these are not easy things to do. No one pretends that working on the emotions is easy. Now on to your more general philosophical point. I believe that intentional states are causally explicable and causally efficacious. In general, the traditions you are talking about do not share this belief. I believe that reasons are causes. I believe that causality is absolutely ubiquitous in the world. The emotions are a fascinating topic and much neglected in the world. Darwin of course had a great love and affection for human beings and animals, without which he could not have been the superb biologist that he was. That love and affection, I want to say, was actually necessary for his scientific skills and achievements. You said that action is spontaneous. We have all heard so much about this relationship between theory and practice. Do you think that this statement that action is spontaneous is itself a theory of action? What would be in your conception the relationship between theory and practice? Is theory something that only explains practice, or does it precede it? I think the notion of theory/practice consistency is the most important criterion that you can apply to any philosophical system. What I would say about critical realism is that it has shown how other philosophies on the existing menu are guilty of extraordinary performative contradiction. Let me give you the example of Rorty. In part 1 of his book, Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature, he is committed to eliminative materialism. That is, to the idea that ultimately there is nothing in being but the atoms and the void. In part 3 of the book he is committed to the idea of philosophy as conversational hermeneutics. How is part 3 consistent with part 1? How is conversational hermeneutics to be fitted into a theory of the atoms and the void? It cannot be. It cannot be, as conversational hermeneutics. For theories of atoms and the void know nothing about conversational hermeneutics, and are invariant with respect to whether there is any conversational hermeneutics going on, and if so, what conversational hermeneutics? That is, they are invariant to one rather than another conversational hermeneutics, and therefore cannot capture or explain, let alone adequately describe or interpret, the particular conversational hermeneutics of some philosophical discourse. So what critical realism would do in this case is regard discourse as being an emergent stratum from a more basic level. But see that emergent stratum as being causally efficacious within it. So reflexivity or theory/practice consistency is the most important criterion of philosophy. When Hume said that there are no grounds for going out the front door rather than the second floor window, then he was just saying that he is in a hopeless mess because he does not know why he does what he does. We were talking earlier about the extreme difficulty about getting this theory/practice consistency in one's social life, and in particular, the absence of organic intellectuals. This is a tremendous problem for the left and indeed for all who are concerned with emancipation. It raises the question of how you are to be truly consistent in your being. How you avoid substitutionism, how you avoid speaking for the masses, how you are of the masses and in the masses. There is only one level of being which can sustain this, and this is what I have called the alethic level, in which are all basically spontaneously, creative, loving etc., but concretely singular. When we speak from that standpoint we are speaking truly reflexively. But it is very difficult to get to. I am somewhat mystified. You give us a theory of what you call the love and morality in human beings, and this is a question. I wonder what you would call the basis of morality in human beings. But we also have a lot of immorality and hatred and domination. So how do you explain that? I think we are born into societies. I do not actually believe we are tabula rasas when we are born, but as we grow up we become complex formations, ensembles of heteronymous forms of determination which we naively take in from society, or are otherwise socialized into. We understand, for example, that money is a very important, perhaps the most important, thing in our social life, so whenever we have a chance we are greedy, and then we have the emotion of greed or the state of greed. Greed becomes the driving force in desire. We are very pleased with our position in society, we come from a good family, our parents are kind and generous and have a big bank account, so we grow up full of pride. These are all emotions that will get in the way of the expression and manifestation of our own spontaneous creativity. They will all stop us loving freely, being creative. The world of attachment, the world driven by desire for material goods, the world of commodification, the world of what the Vedic tradition called Maya, or illusion, the world of practical ignorance, or avidya, that world is the world in which we live. It is far easier to go with that world than it is to step outside that world. My argument is that that world is only sustained by a world of non-duality, which is its infrastructure, more than its support, but its very basis and condition. And you can verify this in your own experience. You can see how the most horrible situations actually presuppose love or creativity. And then you can ask, can we do this without the normatively negative? Can we do without exploitation, hatred, violence? The answer is yes, we can. We can survive in a world without capitalism. I will put it in the very simple terms of just one structure of oppression. We could survive without capitalism, capitalism could not survive without us. That is the basic asymmetry, but who dominates? Is it capitalism or is it us? Capitalism dominates. Does hatred or love dominate? Obviously hatred, but hatred could not survive without love, though love would flourish without hatred. There is that asymmetry intrinsic to the stratification of reality, one of the themes of critical realism right from the start. There is that asymmetry, which means that there is only one answer for humanity. The only answer for humanity is to get rid of exploitation, oppression, the heteronymous sources of determination. That is the only way we will survive. It is a bit like Krishna's argument in the Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna, you have to understand that the body cannot survive without the soul, but the soul can survive without the body, which is the more basic reality. All emancipation depends upon some such basic asymmetry, and in fact you will find the extraordinary thing is that emancipatory theories, taken to the deepest presuppositions, tend to converge on the properties of this most basic reality. Conflict is also very creative. So in other words, we need love and hate. The creative tension is there when the war is between love and something which is not completely love, when the creativity of that tension rises, when you are working a way to a resolution of a contradiction. Contradictions are very creative things. But the important thing to realize is that there can be growth, differentiation, and development without that form of contradiction. This can be experienced subjectively as intense conflict, which is dualistic, oppositional strife. If contradiction specifies merely some absence and there is no constraint on a process of fulfilling that absence, then there is really no tension involved at all. Contradiction in the sense in which we ordinarily understand it relates to the tension experienced by blocks, constraints, a dualistic play of forces. Only if you cannot fulfill or remedy that absence, if you are prevented from doing so by something inside yourself or your environment, is there contradiction properly speaking. This leads to another point. I do not believe there ever will be such a thing as an end state, in the sense of a state, here on earth, which is without room for further possible development. This is an important corrective to or qualification of what I have said before. I do not believe that, if we have a communist, Buddhist, or Christian utopia, development would stop, because there will always be ways in which human beings can develop. So what I want to distinguish is two forms of incompleteness. Negative incompleteness is incompleteness marred by illusion, error, positive cruelty. Positive incompleteness is just an absence of total development. And the idea of total development actually involves, when you reflect on it, intrinsically the potentiality for further development. Total development in a harmonious way is development which is infinitely expandable. In fact, in a communist utopia it would be truer to say not that development would stop, but for the first time real development would begin. Thus, to revert to the question of whether we can have a world without contradictions. Contradictions are at present the source, the motor of change. But is there a contradiction between an acorn and an oak? not in the way in which there is a contradiction between an acorn and a hostile or inclement environment or habitat. Contradiction is not merely difference, contradiction is difference in the form of duality which constrains, impedes, blocks. Can we have a world without contradictions? Not now, certainly, because our world is replete with contradictions, and it is the contradiction between our desire, our will to do without contradictions, and the contradictory world in which we live that will ultimately produce a world without contradiction. Supposing you have mastered every field of inquiry or discipline, except bookbinding, and you suddenly found yourself wanting to bind a book. There would be a contradiction then between your desire and your abilities, but actually your desire is an irrational one. Your desire should be to learn bookbinding, not to bind a book, and if there is no constraint on learning bookbinding, there is no contradiction involved at all. Of course, there may be choice and decision whether to spend the time and energy on learning bookbinding rather than acquiring some other new knowledge or skill. But we can be free of contradictions within the constraints imposed by the fundamental parameters of our physical world. We can be unlimited, unbounded beings, non-dual beings within the limits imposed by our physicality. The sense in which contradiction is inevitable is merely the sense in which whatever we do in this world will always involve some kind of choice and will always be constrained by the laws that constitute its physicality, which impose a limit to such things as the immediate satisfaction of desires. But when we master the art of becoming an unlimited, non-dual being within this world, then we will have come to see that the contradiction lies in the desire form itself, not the conditions of action, including the inertia, parameters, and laws imposed by our physical environment, i.e. in the world within which we must act. It is the desire form itself which prevents and limits our freedom, not the constraints on the satisfaction of our desires, and when we see that it is the desire itself that imposes the constraint, not our environment, then there is nothing more in the physical world which is constraining. There are no constraints without desires. The tension produced by the couple desire constraint can only be resolved one way, and the way it is resolved is by relinquishing desire, which relinquishes or frees us simultaneously from constraints, for these constraints are only on our desires, not on our capacity to be free, loving, creative, and joyous beings in the world. They are not even constraints on our intentionality, for our intentionality will naturally manifest itself in a way which is appropriate to us, in the specificity of our ground state, in the total context of our global environment. The world is a constraint on our desires, but our desires are the constraint we impose on ourselves, i.e. on our being ourselves, that is to say free or fulfilled. To be free, to be liberated from desire is to be at once liberated from constraint and to be capable of living a fulfilled life within the world as it is constituted now. Underpinning this mistake is a very basic misunderstanding. We think that to be free in the sense of non-dual beings is in some way to be without differentiation, development, and growth, but why do we think this? We have a model of non-duality as a point, a nothingness, but non-duality can be identification with a differentiated field. We lose ourselves in a picture, that picture is a whole, we become one with the whole, not some imaginary point in it. At the same time we, in our innermost beings, are wholes, totalities, concretely singularized and differentiated fields. We grow and develop by inbuilding further differentiation and development, embedding it non-dualistically as an expansion of that highly differentiated and developed field that we already are. This is the transcendental constitution of our ground state. As we embed further development or new skills, we remain non-dual beings, even in the very process of acquiring them, embedding the new growth and development, nesting it within the expanding totality that we already are. Thus in giving up desires we give up constraints, but we do not give up growth and development. Rather, we give up that which blocks and generates the constraints on it. Ultimately the only way to live is indeed without contradictions, then and only then will true harmonious development be experienced. There will still be lots of ways in which we can acquire more skills, eliminate more positive incompleteness, fill more lacunae of potentially ever-growing totality, but those lacunae are not experienced as constraints. They merely indicate the way, coming from the ground state, that we wish to develop and grow, in the world as it is actually constituted, in a process which has no foreseeable end. There is actually a very pernicious model here, a model on which we cannot see development without block, duality, opposition, strife. But we know that the child develops a language naturally, spontaneously, in an unforced way in an environment in which people speak and employ linguistic modes of behaving. We know that the oppression of the factory floor or the domestic drudgery or the war is not necessary for the expression of our creativity, our love, and the enjoyment and fulfillment of our powers of being in the world. The biggest constraint on our freedom and fulfillment is to think that constraint lies in the world. It is we who project and impose the constraints on the world, in virtue of the constraints we have within ourselves. These constraints are constraints on the fulfillment of our inner potential to grow in a natural, unforced way, without desire, greed, pride, anger, hate, mental fixation, physical inertia, etc. To become unconstrained we have only to relinquish our desires, for it is these which impose constraints on our being at one, at peace, at home in the world wherever we are and however it is. I understand your critique of postmodernism, but I am not able to interrelate capitalism with modernism. Perhaps you could just say briefly what is the relationship between capitalism and modernism. Simply put, I think modernism is a very pure ideology of the capitalist mode of production. Postscript. If, in our world, non-dual action we can't avoid, non-dual beings we can become. A gap between intention and fulfillment is characteristic of earthly existence. One always has to wait before an intention is realized, except in the case of the most basic actions. This makes it all the more important to distinguish between intention and desire. Intention is, or can be, part of one's innermost being, basically and ultimately one's dharma, and, as such, intentionality just flows into or manifests in action which neither clings nor binds the agent to the results or consequences of his or her action. Desire, on the other hand, clings, splitting or unfulfilling our intentionality, constituting something heteronymous within our embodied personality, which blocks or thwarts the intentionality which would otherwise flow from our ground states, binding the individual and entailing karma. If you have no desires, there is nothing to constrain you. And if you have no constraints, there is nothing to stop you being what you essentially are, that is, acting as a free being or agent in the world. The features of the social and natural world will not be experienced as constraints but as the conditions, situation, and context of your action, imposing in fact its determinacy on it. As conditions, they are the means and determine the manner in which you objectify yourself in action, as a materially embodied being, in the physical world around you. You manifest the absolute within the field of relativity, a contrast that can be usefully compared with the one Hegel made between absolute and relative ethical life. The field of relativity, as so understood, contains of course everything that we have described as four-planar social being, including conventions, laws, moralities, etc., but also the physical parameters and conditions under which, as physically embodied beings, we must act in the physical world. It is impossible to avoid non-dual action in the world as it is constituted, because we are endowed as physically distinct and separate beings and we have the capacities to think and speak reflexively, making some situation or thought the object of our awareness or attention, which inevitably involves non-dual action. However, we can certainly become non-dual beings in such a world. Let us consider how this happens. The most basic misunderstanding at work here is the assumption that non-duality or transcendental identification or unity involves the absence of differentiation or development, that it is somehow characterless. Nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing follows from the fact that typically in non-dual states you cannot describe that non-dual state while being in it, that the most poignant expression of it may be the or o, or perhaps just gesturing or pointing, or identifying a simile, metaphor, or analog of it, such as a rose, symbolic of the completion, perfection, or fulfillment of that moment of non-duality, since when you make that non-dual state the object of your discourse, you are in the dualistic state of describing it. Not the non-duality you are describing. A very related mistake is the assumption that identity must be punctiform or atomistic and unity undifferentiated. This is very far from being the case, though its roots in empiricist ideology of science are not difficult to discern. You can be at one, in a state of transcendental unity or identity with a holistic field, such as a picture or a piece of music. Indeed, anything that you are in transcendental identity with will be differentiated and holistic. At the same time, you, as a transcendentally real self, are a differentiated, developing field. As you acquire new skills, you learn new capacities, in building them into yourself. You recursively embed these skills as part of your innermost being, within your transcendentally real self. You do not have to experience a contradictory existence or mode of being, even though you will employ of necessity dualistic thought and action. Everything, we might say, is unified by the divine ingredient within you, which you essentially are. Of course, as long as there remains negative incompleteness in the world, as long as heteronomy exists, you will have to employ modes of behavior which are not only non-dual, but themselves contradictory, conflictual, antagonistic, and so forth. That is to say, you will have to act in a conflictual way, so as to undermine and eliminate, that is, struggle against, the heteronomy and constraints on self-realization in the world. We must thus distinguish three distinct things. Non-dual being. Non-oppositional dual activity, e.g. the activity employed to acquire new skills, explore new possibilities for development, a process which will inevitably necessitate or presuppose choice, take time, involve non-spontaneity, discursive thought, etc., but which is not inevitably implicated in conflict or contradiction. Oppositional dual activity in the world. Of course, as physically embodied in the world, your physical embodiment will inevitably mean that you will suffer and experience pain, and other sensations characteristic of physical being, and these may be very difficult on occasions for you to incorporate within your own transcendental unity, that is, not to see as constraints within and upon your own being, but we must strive not to see them as such. The two phases of the dialectic of liberation, which I have called the elimination of negative and positive incompleteness 3, can also be connected with the tripartite distinction one needs to make between one's embodied personality, one's psychic being, and one's ground state. The first stage of this dialectic involves not only the shedding of heteronomy within the embodied personality but the elimination of those consequences of unfulfilled or split intentionality, retained within the psychic being, and characteristically known as karma, which may persist over a succession of lives. The second phase of the dialectic of liberation is the alignment of the embodied personality and the psychic being with the ground state, so that this is realized, manifest or actualized in the totality of your embodied personality, a process without a foreseeable end. At this point your psychic being is at one with your embodied personality, that is, there are no residual, unexperienced, or uncleared elements of heteronomy, and the task is merely to manifest ground state qualities in the totality of one's activity. Typically one might want to associate the psychic being with what is normally called the soul or anima, and then the ground state would be the jivatman or concretely singularized spirit. In the postscript to Chapter 4 I shall explore the way in which if transcendental identification and transcendence generally is an everyday feature of the lives of all embodied personalities, and co-presence is particularly associated with the ground state, then the psychic being is that which typically experiences, retains, or stores, and awakens or activates modes of what I have called reciprocity. Underscore 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 underscore. Sahitya Academy, Delhi, August 2001. Chennai, January 2002. Chapter 2. Who am I? As a brief resume of the talk to come, the participants were given a handout, which has been slightly expanded and edited here, before the meeting started. The nature of the self has been a perplexing topic for philosophical, religious, social, psychological, and literary thought in pre-modern, modern and postmodern times. The empiricist philosopher David Hume claimed that when he examined it, he found that it disappeared. Postmodernists say pretty much the same thing. So what is it that disappears? And who remains to announce the disappearance? Classically, Buddhism is associated with a no-self doctrine. So what is it then that reincarnates and is subject to karma, or shows the virtue of the arhat or the compassion of the bodhisattva? Vedic philosophy posits the self as the basic principle of reality, but is the self one or many or both? Moreover, I is a shifter, it is both a universal applying indifferently to any being who utters it, and a particular designating one and only one individual. However, even as a particular it shifts, varying from context to context and over time. Thus in some contexts I am contrasted with my emotional states, in others I am contrasted with my possessions, in others with my background or formation, in still others I will be taken to include all of these things and more. Perhaps the best known attempt in the 20th century to conceptualize this feature of the self is the contrast between I and me, initially formulated by Mead, with the me either standing for what is an object of thought or discourse, presumably of an I, or as what is determined, constituted, constrained by others as distinct from the I which remains free. The source of the paradoxical nature of the self is as follows: whatever it is that is said about the self, there is something other than that which is said which is tacitly presupposed. Thus if I say that the self does not, or for that matter does exist, I presuppose something else which asserts the non-existence or existence of that which I talk about. In the philosophical discourse of modernity, modernism, and modernization we have characteristically, powered by individualism, an ego, and anthropocentricity coupled onto an abstract universality. In postmodernism this couple is rejected and displaced, but the bearer of the deconstructive discourse remains mysterious, unsusceptible to reflexive situation. Whatever the self is, it is clearly very important in contemporary society, being the bearer of legal, social, and religious rights and responsibilities. It is I who comes of age and marries, possesses and owns, votes and talks, loves and fights, is punished and rewarded, becomes ill and dies, an event which I either do or do not survive. We live indeed in a very egocentric world, curiously coupled with its abstract universality. Here I argue that the self in the sense of the ego, separated from other selves and a world of objects to which it is attached, is a causally efficacious illusion. As embodied personalities we do, however, exist, but our existence is both dependent and limited. On the other hand, everything we do depends upon a transcendentally real self, in essence unlimited, which is the ultimate source of our causal agency in the world. Moreover, all projects of human emancipation tacitly suppose such a self. This self has no sense of self, but uniquely displays itself in the here and now of creation. Thus the I in the sense of ego, that I which apprehends itself as existing separately from other I's and asserts itself against an object world, both of which may be regarded as a field for the ego's play and manipulation, that I is an illusion in the sense that it has no real object, just as a mirage is an illusion. But though an illusion, it is like a mirage, causally efficacious, and as such is real, that is, the illusion is real, though it remains an illusion, i.e. has no real object. This is what I have called demi-reality. This I, this little self, is, however, a property of real embodied personalities. These are complex, relationally defined and constituted entities, themselves stratified, differentiated and changing constituents of what I have called relative reality. Underneath such embodied personalities is a transcendentally real self which is the source of their causal agency and powers, and such selves are unlimited and absolute realities. Thus what we think we are is a mixture of an illusory ego, a real but limited embodied personality, and an absolute, unlimited, transcendentally real being, for the most part occluded and dominated by the realities which depend on it. In developing our potentialities and powers, we reach a point at which we realize that it is necessary to shed our sense of ego, our sense of separateness from things in the world, alongside all other illusory and heteronymous sources of determination. In shedding our sense of separateness from the rest of being, our embodied personalities expand rather than contract, so that we become more free, fulfilled and more realized unlimited selves. We gradually become only and essentially what we really are, but this becoming is in principle itself infinite and unlimited and has no foreseeable end. When we shed our ego, and the emotions so closely associated with it such as pride, fear, jealousy, or greed, we open out an infinite path in which we can become ever more fully what we always were and essentially are, without being also what we are essentially not. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Welcome to you all to this evening with Roy Bhaskar. Most of you know, probably more than I know, about Roy through his works, and so Roy needs no introduction at all, but for those of you who are coming to know him, he is the creator of an interdisciplinary and international movement called critical realism. His book, A Realist Theory of Science, which was published in 1975, changed the whole scene, the whole academic scene. Our understanding of science would never be the same since the publication of Roy's glorious theory of science. He has released us from Humean bondage. We welcome Roy today, and we are very happy to have another realist amongst us, my teacher, Professor Chandagupta, who has kindly agreed to chair this session. I would like to request Chandaji to start the proceedings, please. Thank you. Professor Bhaskar. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here this evening to listen to a lecture on a very exciting theme by a world-renowned philosopher, Professor Roy Bhaskar, who started this independent critical realist movement about which you have just heard. This theme, who am I, has intrigued and exercised thinkers of all times, and well, even laymen would often ask this question, who am I? In philosophy, this theme has usually been construed as the problem of personal identity or as the problem of the nature of the self. So the title, which has been so succinctly phrased by Roy, can be amplified, and the question may be read as, am I a person consisting of body and a mind, having a unity, a persistent identity? Or are we to accept Humean strictures, which Roy writes about, that because this unity and identity cannot be found in fleeting thoughts and feelings, the self is to be dismissed straight away, so ending with skepticism about the intuitive I? Professor Bhaskar straight away repudiates Humean skepticism, asserts the existence of embodied personalities as the text of the handout says. But we are not only that, he argues, there is a larger self, a transcendentally real self which has to be presupposed if we have to make sense of whatever we do. Whatever we do must absolutely depend on this transcendentally real self. I would expect, and possibly those who are familiar with his work would also expect, some kind of light being thrown on his philosophy of self, I mean, your philosophy of self, transcendental philosophy of self, and the relation it has to a larger view of yours which is transcendental realism, a major, integral part of your critical realism. Thank you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Thank you both very much for these very kind words of introduction. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. I'll try to keep my talk as informal and as relatively brief as possible. If you think about it, the question who am I, is a very basic one. It's also been a perplexing one in pre-modern, modern, and postmodernist times. It's been perplexing in the East, the West, indeed everywhere. But it's not only perplexing. Because when you think about it, you cannot not act, and everything you do, you and only you do, every change you effect in the world is something which you do, and yet who is this doer, this agent who you call I? So the question here has a vitalness about it. For actually everything you do, you're doing as a self in some way or other. In fact, since all questions then really are questions of agency, to do with agency, your agency revolves around answering that question, the question who am I, in some kind of way. This is so even in the case of purely theoretical questions about beliefs. The question, what, if anything, should I believe about X, is also a question about you, about what, if anything, you should believe, what if anything you should do. So let me just say immediately what the basic difficulty with this question is, and that is that if you ask it, whatever is said in response to the question, who am I, or what is the nature of the self, something else is always presupposed by the sayer. Thus when David Hume, who, after a not very long search, discovered that he could not find the self, who was it that announced that he, or the self, did not exist, who was it who announced that? So what is that I, this I, which is always presupposed? Let me put a bit of philosophical substance on this question. Now look at the classical discourse of modernity. Let's say modernism is compounded of three things. It is compounded of the philosophical discourse of Western modernity, then the tradition of high modernism, and, in India in particular, the philosophy and ideology of modernization. Now modernism in this sense revolves around a couple, on the one hand, an individual human being, tacitly gendered as a man, and, on the other, abstract universality. So this is the dominant core in the discourse of modernism. The isolated, atomistic individual and abstract actualist universality. This individual when he is pared down turns out to be an ego. And the abstract universality turns out to be a false Humean sort of universality, a kind of endless repetition of the same. There is a funny thing about the terms of this couple, neither actually exist. If you look for abstract universals, you will find them nowhere actually existing, neither in nature, nor in society. And if you search for the ego, you can't really find it. This has been tried over and over again, and the ego just dissolves away into non-existence. So the classical discourse of modernity is based on a very false couple. Reacting against this, we have postmodernism. But if postmodernism rejects the ego, then the question is, what is the status of postmodernist discourse itself? What is it, who is it, that is doing the rejection? So, on the one hand, it seems almost impossible to avoid some sort of positive analysis of the self. And on the other, if you reject the abstract universality of classical modernism and you want to stress, as postmodernists do, identity and difference, then you also have to ask, isn't there something that connects us all as human beings? Can't we have a conception of universality which allows for differentiation, mediation, geohistorical trajectory, and uniqueness? Can't we have that kind of conception of universality which doesn't violate the universality of all being, and still affirms the common humanity or unity of all human beings, something that we all share as human beings despite our differences, our specific identities? So postmodernist discourse is really faced with two huge problems. There doesn't seem to be a point of reference for the discourse itself, and the baby of unity or universality is thrown out with the abstract, undialectical bathwater, the uniformity and homogeneity. So this is really the central polarizing, constitutive couple, the overarching duality, a duality which tenses into a dualism, of Western thought, the individual, ego or homunculus, the more or less punctual, atomistic tacitly gendered man, and complete uniformity, abstract universality, the actualist constant conjunction of the same. And the shocking thing is that both terms of this couple are completely false, and indeed rationally groundless. Point 1. Now it's quite easy, I think, to show that this couple is incoherent. But let me just talk a little bit at a pre-analytical, pre-philosophical level about its constitution. If you say I, it is equally true that you, and he, and she, and indeed anyone can say I, that is, I is a universal. I doesn't uniquely pick out you or me or anyone else, and the fact that anyone can say I means that the word I is what is technically known as a shifter. It shifts its reference and everything else, all its connotations, depending on who speaks it. Similarly, it shifts in the case of any one speaker from context to context and over time. Thus a person will typically contrast or counterpose the I which they are to different parts of what could be called their penumbra, at one time to their partner, at another to their emotions, at another their material possessions. On other occasions they might oppose it to other individuals, or to animals, or other species, yet again many will include their pets as part of what they are. So it is not clear that it has any stable or unique referent, even for any single human being. And of course human beings are themselves in transition, in motion. So whatever I uses it to refer to himself is highly variable, very unstable, and changing. This I then shifts enormously according to who is doing the talking, the context in which they are talking, and whereabouts in their life trajectory they are. So it's really a huge question that we are addressing here. It's a question which is made even more pregnant when you think that everything in our society presupposes or turns on it. For it is the individual self who is the bearer of legal, economic, and social rights. It's also I who's blamed, it's I who loves, it's I who dies. I bear responsibility according to religious traditions, for my acts in this life, whose consequences I suffer or enjoy in heaven or hell, or a subsequent life or lives. This I is an extraordinary thing, everything else in our society actually hinges on it. So it's not just a philosophical teaser. We all assume that everyone knows what the self is, who I am, who is responsible for what. But if you can't give a coherent account of it, then you can't give a coherent account of anything you do, and ultimately a coherent account of anything at all. Now if you look at it, if you try to ask where you begin and where you end, then the answer is very, very difficult. Is your determination, your circumstances part of your identity, or not? Would you include your family, your background as part of you? Certainly you want to blame it if you are held accountable for something of which society disapproves. You want to say, it wasn't just me, it's something else, some other thing, being or circumstances outside myself which caused me to do it. How would you begin to tell where exactly you began and where you ended? It might be clearer in a particular case. For example, if you owned a car which crashed and you survived or were not even driving the car, then you might regard yourself as being distinct from the car, or, you might not, the car might remain with you, insofar as you were attached to it, you might grieve for the car, and carry that grief with you. When your dog dies, then a large part of you dies, though in a way it does so only because your bond or attachment to the dog remains. When you lose your parents or your partner, then a large part of you goes. Some people deplore or resent their genes, and they may be right to do so, for surely it is clear that we can be imprisoned and constrained by our genetic endowment, and also in a way seek to, successfully, transcend it. So it's not at all clear where we begin and where we end. It would be nice to go into some of these issues in much more detail. Before that is possible, however, we need to clarify the conceptual terrain. Basically, we need to differentiate three concepts: the concepts of the ego, the embodied personality, and the transcendentally real self. There is a concept of ego which is a sense of self, an I which is distinct from all the other I's and from the world of objects in which it is suspended and to which it is more or less attached. These objects it possesses or desires or wants. And this I is subject to predication, is distinct from everything else. Now this ego is an illusion, it's not real. That I does not exist. That doesn't mean that the illusion isn't itself real. To say something is an illusion is to say that it has no object, so that ego doesn't refer or correspond or reflect or pick out anything in the world. However, as an illusion it certainly is a real, causally efficacious feature, a real part of the furniture of the world. People have the sense of ego, the sense of their own self-identity, their separateness from other beings to which they are opposed, and from a point of view of their opposition form various more or less close attachments, or defining their opposition more precisely, aversions, and which then subsequently motivates their behavior. That sense of their separate identity, the ego, causes them to do some things rather than others. So it's real. The ego then in this sense is what I have called a demi-real. It is real in the sense of being causally efficacious, but demi-real in the sense that it doesn't have a real object. To move on now to the embodied personality. Let us take the Bengali personality. Bengali personalities are real and Nirmalya is real in the way in which egos are not. That is, it would be silly of me to deny that the Nirmalya there was a real embodied Bengali personality in some way, really existing in some more or less definite way, but actually what constitutes him as an embodied personality, or Bengalis as embodied personalities, are complex questions. What we can definitely say is that though Bengali personalities are real, they are relative, they are limited, they are bounded, and everything we say about them is more or less perspectival, and perspectivally variable. It depends on our point of view, what chunk, if you like, what slice of that personality we're interested in. So this sense of I is a very limited or relative notion. Now beneath that embodied personality there is the essential, transcendentally real self, which is not separate from other selves or other things, which is in fact continuous with and connected to all other selves and other things generally, and indeed to all of creation. This is the transcendentally real self, and this is the self, the I of causal agency. It's at this level that things happen in the world. So this deep essential self, which I've also called our alethic self, that is our true real self. This real self is connected with everything else in the world. It is the source of our energy, creativity, and intelligence, our love, joy, and freedom, our spontaneity, unconditionality, and agency. Nevertheless, it is concrete and singularized. It is a particular, and just as we have unique personalities, everyone is different in their innermost being. That is the rough sketch of the argument. The key concepts I would like to put forward in place of the punctual, atomistic human being and the abstract universal world, the key concepts at the philosophical level are those of concrete singularity and dialectical universality. Then, the concrete singular embodies a universal component but also specific mediations, its own unique geohistorical trajectory and its irreducibility, its uniqueness. That concrete singular goes along with dialectical universalisability. Every universal you find in the world is actually mediated or differentiated in any concrete case. It also always has a specific geohistoric trajectory. And it's also always instantiated in some uniquely particular way. Let's just take very simple examples of this, philosophically. The Humean theory of causality says the world is constituted by constant conjunctions of atomistic events, empirical regularities which everywhere prevail, which are spontaneously generated by nature. This just isn't true. There is no statement which is universal and empirical. All the empirical regularities we have, all the constant conjunctions known to science, have been generated under artificially closed conditions. Construed as empirical regularities, they break down outside those closed conditions. The laws of science specify the tendencies of structures which operate independently of the actual patterns of events. The law of gravity is indeed universal, at least within our range of being. But it doesn't imply anything in particular about whether I am falling to the ground or not. If the law of gravity is construed as all heavy bodies fall to the ground, then it is immediately contravened by what's happening here. I'm heavy, I'm a body, but I'm not falling. It's only under the artificially experimental closed conditions of the laboratory that you can bring a law of nature into one-to-one correspondence with an empirical result and in this way test or identify the rule. So there is a huge role for experience, the empirical, the experimental in science, that is, it is as a special mode of identifying the way in which true universality operates in nature, which is behind the surface of events which it governs and co-determines. Let us move from epistemology to ethics. Take a theory like the Kantian categorical imperative. This would have us believe that we test the rightness or wrongness of action by seeing whether we can subsume it under a universal maxim. But what does this imply about lying? Is lying right or is it wrong? Well, of course sometimes it is right and sometimes it is wrong. We have the concept of a white lie. Sometimes it is right to tell a lie. It is not always wrong. So all the universals we have in ethics, just as in science and everyday life, are always mediated, always differentiated, and always specific to speaker and hearer and the relationship and context between them. Supposing someone said that all human beings are between 5 and 6 feet tall. That would be silly, wouldn't it? Some, probably most, are, but many are not. If someone said that all watch straps are white, that would be equally silly. Every universal that we have is always differentiated, mediated, and geohistoricized, it is always concretely singularized. Conversely, everything and every event, every singular, is always an instantiation of some more or less complex, differentiated and geohistorically trajectorized universal. So the ordinary concepts of individuality and universality we are working with are very crude, far too crude to make headway in understanding questions of the nature of the self, personal identity, etc. Similarly with our ordinary concepts with thing, event, and so on. Supposing I asked you how many events are going on here, wouldn't that be meaningless, or how many things are there on this table? Questions such as these just don't make any sense. So if you are asked something like who am I or who is the self, with our existing unreconstructed ontology we will make very little headway. You have to first do a lot of work on the concepts and presuppositions embedded in such questions. What I want to delve into here will be in the context of critical realism, particularly in its dialectical form. This tries to understand or to look at things in a new way, that is from the point of view of thinking being. And the single most important philosophical move that characterizes critical realism is the rethematization of ontology, and its irreducibility. This is what I have called the first moment of the system of dialectical critical realism. The second moment or edge is to think this being we have rethematized and revindicated as negative, not merely positive. We think in terms of categories of absence, of change, of process. The third moment or level within critical realism after thinking being, and thinking being negatively, is thinking being as a totality or as a whole, that is operating in terms of concepts of internal as well as external relationality, intraactivity as well as interactivity, in terms of holistic causality and of the dialectical interconnectedness of things. The fourth moment, level, or dimension of critical realism reflects our aspiration to think of being in terms also of transformative agency, in terms of human praxis or creative work, and to think being reflexively in terms of the potentiality of praxis conforming to the unity of theory and practice, that is to there not being a performative contradiction between what a person does and what he says. Those are some of the features of critical realism. Let us ask what light they can cast on the analysis of the self. First we are just thinking being, the first moment of critical realism, ontology. Now it's easy enough, isn't it, to see that ontology has got to be irreducible. Supposing you are talking to a postmodernist and the postmodernist says that there is no need for a conception of reality, that a conception of discourse is sufficient. Then just say to the postmodernist, would you mind repeating that? And he says again you don't need a conception of reality. And then you say to him, is what you're saying real or not? If he says it's real, then discourse is real, that is the thin edge of the wedge, at least one item is real. If he says it's not real, then you just turn your cheek, because if what he said is not real, it can't have any causal impact on you, and it must be a subjective illusion. So really it's pretty easy to see that a denial of reality is contradictory. But the taboo on reality is very deep within Western philosophy. Kant renounced it very explicitly. The first step within critical realism is to say that we can't do without ontology. This involves the repudiation of what I call the epistemic fallacy, i.e. the fallacy of reducing being to knowing. For what that actually does in an underhand, roundabout way is to give the stamp or imprint of being to a claim to knowing of being. Because, on it there is no distinction, no reality against which you can test your knowledge. Because there are only beliefs, knowledge, language, descriptions, you cannot refer to anything outside beliefs, the network. You can't talk in philosophy about what those beliefs, that network describes or attempts to capture, so that you don't have any room to critically assess or to think the possibility of a discourse which will allow you to critically evaluate our current claims to knowledge. So that, if you like, is its ideological function. But at the philosophical level, you can't avoid ontology, and what that meant was that a specific untheorized ontology was tacitly presupposed, implicitly imbibed, or secreted into the structure of epistemology. You can see this very clearly if you take a radical theorist like Habermas, who has a theory of knowledge, but not of being. He allows that certainly we have a knowledge-constitutive interest in nature, in the guise of an interest in prediction and control. So what is this? This interest in nature is exactly that defined by the Popper-Hempel theory of explanation, that is the theory that to explain an event is the same as to predict it, and that is to subsume it under a universal empirical generalization. And that of course presupposes precisely the same Humean theory of causal laws, involving the ontology of the endless repetition of the same. Indeed, that unstructured, undifferentiated, unchanging ontology was actually tacitly presupposed by the whole of contemporary epistemology and philosophy of science. What critical realism did was two things. In the very first move it said both that ontology was irreducible and that the implicit ontology of contemporary philosophy was totally false, that the world was not as had tacitly been presupposed, but that it is really structured, differentiated, and changing. Suddenly structure, differentiation, and change and everything that depends upon them becomes possible. You know the Humean ontology, just think of it. Nothing new ever happens, it is an endless repetition of the same, whereas we know that everything around us revolves around novelty. In fact, there is no genuine human act which isn't a production of something new. Human agency always involves absenting something that is given, presenting something new. So this was a completely false ontology that Western philosophy of science had tacitly presupposed. Now the next step within critical realism was to see that although ontology is a proper subject and can't be reduced to epistemology so that we have a distinction between knowledge and being, to leave it at that would be to split reality into two. Knowledge is also part of being. Then we have to have a conception of being which includes knowledge. So it's not just that knowledge is distinct from its object, but being itself, that is the subject of ontology, also encompasses epistemology. And then when you think about it, being, the subject matter of ontology, includes everything. It includes errors, it includes categories, it includes contradictions. They are all part of being. And as I argued in relation to my preliminary remark about the ego, it includes illusions. These two are part of being. So category mistakes and philosophical errors generally are part of being. If category mistakes are a part of being, then we have to accept the implications of categorical realism that the categories themselves are part of being. Categories, like causality and law, are not subjective schematisms or classifications which we impose on the world. Rather, categories like causality and law are also in the world themselves. So it's not just that the world contains countless laws like Boyle's law, Ohm's law, and so on. It contains lawfulness as such. Lawfulness is a real feature of being. And the categories, the traditional subject matter of philosophy, is part of being. So philosophical error and philosophical truth will play roles in being. And you can understand then the emancipatory role that someone like the Buddha can play, when he argued that we suffer under certain illusions about the nature of reality, that we got its categorical structure wrong. We sought our joy and happiness in transient things. We became attached to such things. We craved, suffered, and returned to fulfill our craving because we misunderstood the nature of reality. And then you can make sense of radical philosophies and all philosophical change. After all, what is the philosopher trying to do? He's trying to give a better account of something real. And he's assuming that an account of something real can actually inform your behavior. What happens if you are operating under a false belief? Then your behavior is straight away going to be wrong, isn't it? It is going to be erroneous in some way. So philosophy has an emancipatory role to play. If you realize this, and if you think you are an agent, if you think you have freedom, in some respect, then you are going to be a different being from someone who thinks that he does not, that he is governed by instinct or behaves like a machine. So if you think or act as if the world has one rather than another categorical structure or formation, then this will clearly affect the way you think, act and are. Therefore philosophy has a new, very important role. This categorical realism is an important feature of critical realism and important for philosophical reflexivity, otherwise we can't understand what it is that we are doing. And it is essential also to make sense of the activity of great philosophers or even ordinary philosophers, because on this account, very ordinary, mundane philosophers who are merely replicating the conventional, orthodox received wisdom are actually playing a role in reality. Of course it's normally or very often what you might call a reactionary, a non-progressive, a not very happy role. What happens if you have a false theory of reality and you are trying to apply it in a real world? Well, it's going to go wrong in some way. What happens if you are, say, an experimental scientist and you accept or discover a law and you go out of the laboratory with a Humean or empirical invariance account of that law? Then outside the laboratory you will act as if the world was as the transcendental realist described. You will act as if the laws of nature behaved independently, irrespective of the closure or otherwise of the systems in which they occur. You will act as if the law of gravity applied irrespective of whether a bridge collapsed or not. Such laws transfactually describe the invariant structures of things independently of what happens. So you will be working with that kind of complex formation which I have earlier called a TINA formation. TINA just means, there is no alternative. And a TINA formation is something which is half true and half false, a truth in practice combined or held in tension with a falsity in theory. In such a mode of being and acting you will be working with the truth as a necessary presupposition of the falsity which you believe and would seek to practice. What you believe may be false, but to make it work you have to presuppose at least some element of what is true. That is why a pure empiricist has to be of course a realist, so he is an empirical realist. In practice he has to combine empirical and transcendental realism or critical realism. He has to assume that regularity, that order in the world is pitched at the level of structures. But in his thought he continues to believe that it is pitched to the level of events. So he is inconsistent, combining falsity and truth in a peculiar way, necessitated by the fact that the necessary condition of the falsity is the tacit presupposition of the truth. TINA, then, is very important if we are to understand the nature of critical thought in all emancipatory discourses. What happens if you are trying to change the world, to empower self-emancipation, is that you say something like Rousseau said, man is born free but is everywhere in chains. That means man is essentially free, but he's also a lot of other things. He incorporates within himself all the heteronomous, oppressive, instrumental, manipulative structures of society, including internalist, psychological, heteronomous, i.e. non-free, determinations. Similarly, Chomsky says we have at birth the innate capacity to generate an infinite number of sentences, sentences which we have never uttered, or even dreamt of uttering. But most people don't generate that many, let alone any new, sentences at all. Their freedom, stemming from this innate capacity, is in this way stifled. Marx said that everything really turns on human creativity, based on human labor power. According to Marx, the workers are exploited, their creativity is what actually sustains the extraction of surplus value, which is the mechanism that makes capitalism tick. I am not saying that Marx's theory is necessarily true, merely using it to illustrate the structure of its critique and role in emancipatory thought and practice. Similarly, the Vedic critique of Maya or illusion says that underneath the world of illusion it identifies there is a world of self or spirit, there's a reality there which if only we could access and tap would enable us to get rid of this Maya and we would be free. We would be one with the transcendent. This move actually delineates the essential structure of all liberatory thought. All emancipatory thought has to presuppose in some way the actuality, the inherent existence now, of what could be. What the structure of emancipatory thought says is that we are free, creative, loving, we are essentially good, noble, dignified, productive beings. But we are not only that. We contain or sustain a lot else besides. And the dialectic of liberation is to get rid of everything which is inconsistent with, that is blocks or constrains, what we essentially are. So we are essentially, quintessentially creative, we are essentially, quintessentially loving, but we are not only that. And we are not completely that. The task of emancipation is to shed what we are not and to fully embody everything that we essentially are. That, I'm going to argue, is the central structure of emancipatory thought. From the point of view of the self, which is our topic here, what this means is, to become our true transcendentally real self, to actualize that human creativity, that source of energy and intelligence, capacity for love and right action which sustains everything. To become that we have to shed our sense of a separate identity. We have to shed our sense of being separate egos. This doesn't mean that we lose our differences. But it does mean that we lose our sense, our illusion of separateness from everything else, from other human beings and the rest of nature. In becoming that, what happens to our personality? Our personality actually grows, because we free ourselves from all the impediments. We free ourselves from all the blocks. If you imagine what we've got here, it's like a very pure infrastructure, the essential real inner being that we are. Then on top of that, we've got elements and levels which are consistent with it, which help it grow and flourish and actualize itself in our world of physical embodiment and agency, but also aspects and levels of heteronomy which block, constrain, and are opposed to what we essentially are and its fulfillment in the physical world. All these other aspects and levels of our being are, as well as that very pure infrastructure, constituents of our embodied personality. The moments of heteronomy, which outweigh and indeed often completely screen our inner being, block our essential impulses, our essential goodness, our essential loving and creative energies. We actually belittle ourselves, we make ourselves smaller than we essentially are and potentially could be. So when you shed all your illusions you become less limited, you expand yourself, your powers and your potentialities and your capacities for successful action in the world. We have now consolidated our tripartite schema. We've got the ego, we've got the embodied personality, we've got the transcendentally real self. They are, if you like, some basic parameters, some fixed points for our argument here. Then we have the dialectic of the expansion of the embodied personality. How you can become less limited, less restricted. How you can become more successful, more creative. This is something we all want to do, want to be more successful in life. And the argument will be, and this is the emancipatory argument in general, the structure of emancipatory discourse as such, that if we want to become more successful, more loving, and better human beings, then we do so by shedding everything that is illusory, and then we will expand. We will become more creative, more energized, more happy, more fulfilled. This is looking at the structure of the argument from the very first level of critical realism, which is just ontology, thinking being. Now what happens when we introduce the second level, which is thinking being negatively? The central concept here is of course the concept of negativity itself, i.e. absence. Now absence and absenting are central to process and change. The positive bipolar of absence is emergence, creativity, novelty. I will go into this in some detail, in a moment. Let me go first into a very basic presupposition of Western thought. This is that when we have change, change is always accidental. So change is always assigned to the predicate in the subject-predicate form. You have a fixed subject and a changing predicate. Change is never put into the subject, so you don't have change, the subject never changes. What is the ideological meaning of that? That means you can't change. If you're the subject, then you are fixed, that's it. You can't change yourself. You just accept it. But if you can change, if you put it in the subject, then you have the possibility of self-negation, subject negation, developmental negation, and self-development. Self-transformation becomes crucial. This really is what we are talking about when we are talking about freeing ourselves. We are talking about transforming ourselves from a state of heteronomy and servitude into a state of freedom, a state of happiness or whatever objective we have. So self-transformation has to be crucial. Now there is a second implication of great ideological significance in the assumption of the fixity of the subject in the subject-predicate form. This is that the appropriate categories in terms of which to make sense of the world are those of analytical thought, but in fact formal logic plays only a limiting role in the process of actual scientific discovery. Formal logic comes in when you are writing up a research report which you have to get refereed and you have to show that you have made some contribution to the discovery of scientific knowledge. You do this by showing how you can deduce your results from a nice set of axioms, showing that everything fits consistently. But that is just the end product, the icing on the cake, not the beginning or the main part of the process. It is the end, the Leibnizian moment in a scientific discovery, and when you get there, you don't stop there, you immediately go on to a further round of scientific inquiry. You ask what is responsible for that which you have written up in your research report. So what's happening in science? It's really something like a dialectic in which you have some sort of an incompleteness or absence which generates a contradiction or an anomaly or a problem, given the restricted nature in terms of which the subject matter is being thought. It remains a problem so long as you try and use the very thought which generated the problem, so long as you remain in the same problematic, the same theoretical field. To escape you have to move out of that stuckness. Where does this move, announced by the emergence of a new concept, come from? It can't come from induction, it's not within the existing problem field, and it can't come from deduction, it can't be deduced from the existing problem field. It comes out of the blue, from nowhere, the silence, the pause, the gap, the space between or beyond thought. It comes from a moment which can be characterized as a moment of transcendence. The concept of gravity strikes Newton when he goes for a walk, when he sees an apple falling to the ground. So creativity can be defined in general as an eruption or superimposition of a transcendent cause onto an immanent ground. It is no accident that it happens specifically to Newton. He's done all the hard work. The real creativity, the moment of emergence, the transcendental moment in the process of scientific discovery occurs only to the very well-prepared mind. So that's the general pattern of the spontaneity of creativity. The fact is that we can't really predict it, is if it's genuinely new, genuinely emergent, it will come from nowhere. We can't get it by a mechanical algorithm, it just happens, it just comes. Now this epistemic transcendence doesn't mean that it is not ontologically immanent, so that when we fully understand gravity, it takes its place as a natural structure like any other. But at the moment it erupts into consciousness, it has come epistemically from nowhere, out of the blue. So when you are trying to make sense of the existing, already described theoretical domain with a new idea, then you are going to have to tease all your pre-existing concepts, you are going to have to stretch them, you are never going to be able to observe formal logic in your day-to-day practice. We don't do this. It's just not true. Meanings and truth values don't remain stable in scientific discourse. Your only goal is to resolve the problem. You will always strive at seeing what there is in a new light. You will always mess around, like a scientific bricoleur, using the junk in the builder's yard to construct something to grasp the level which no one has ever adequately conceptualized before. You will always tinker around using the Heideggerian ready to hand. In any event, scientists never allow themselves to be bamboozled by an ideology of an admittedly very nice set of formal logical techniques. We can further radicalize this insight in two ways. First of all, the intuitive as well as the discursive plays an important role in science and in everyday life. The right brain, the imagination, is part of science, not only the left brain. But the left brain, the masculine side, if you like, the instrumental side, the discursive side, it is this that is always fetishized in philosophy. In restricting ourselves to discursive thought and the discursive intellect, we are putting aside not just the faculty of intuition which has to be rescued out of the limbo that philosophers have assigned to it, but something else. Beyond intuition and discourse we have something like supramental consciousness, and in the moment of transcendence we lose our sense of separate identity, we just are one with something, which, looked at in a dualistic way, is other than ourselves. Let me give you some examples. Transcendence is not something mystical. When you listen closely to a certain piece of music, then your sense of separate identity from that music breaks down. You become one with that piece of music. When you fall in love, you become one with the person you love. Your sense of duality, your sense of separateness, your sense of distinctiveness breaks down. This is very, very common. The capacity for transcendental identification is a vital feature of human existence. I can't fully understand someone else unless I can see myself in them. This is co-presence. I have to see myself in the other and the other in myself. We actually identify transcendentally with other beings the whole time. Now this suggests, if we carry this a bit further, that this inner essential self that we are, this transcendentally real self, this essentially real self is in fact continuous with and indeed a part of an essential ultimate ingredient, intrinsic to the universe, which essentially constitutes us. This essential ultimate ingredient which defines my inner self, what I will call my ground state, is connected to the essential ultimate ingredients which define the innermost levels of all other beings too, and so we move on to the idea of something like a cosmic envelope which bounds and binds the whole of creation. If we are like a bead on this cosmic thread, then we can see how obviously wrong it is to think of ourselves as atomistic, punctual, solid things. We should rather look at ourselves as akin to magnetic fields with fuzzy edges, loose, shifting, intersecting boundaries. Don't try and think of the self as if it were a supposedly solid thing like this table. If you think of a magnetic field, it provides a much better paradigm for understanding ourselves. 4. Our ground states are intrinsically fields of possibilities, some of which must be actualized, but which, and in what form, depends upon what other forces and bodies, charges and constraints there are in the field of their actualization, which field is our embodied personality and its context. In this way, thinking of our inner self, our transcendentally real self as a field, underpinning another field which is the totality described by our embodied personality in its context, we can get a much better grip on the problem of who we are. So thinking of our embodied personalities as a magnetic field also makes it easier for us to see how its precise definition will vary from time to time, and context to context. Thus, sometimes we would include our partner, or our parents or our children. And sometimes we would include our dearest possessions. Sometimes we would include our job. At other times they would be totally accidental, they wouldn't be part of ourselves. Thus, if someone tried to steal something from you, you might say, "No, that's mine," and act instinctively as if this were part of your identity. If someone tries to snatch 2 rupees from me, I'd prevent it. You could say this was a basic instinct. Our transcendentally real selves then, are fields, differentiated fields, of the cosmic envelope. It is in virtue of our unity with other beings on the cosmic envelope, a unity which can be sharpened into the idea of our co-presence within them and them within us, that we can transcendentally identify with other things on that envelope. So if it is the case that we can identify with other human beings, and indeed other forms of existence, we must therefore impute to them some sort of implicate, involved, enfolded, implicit or potential consciousness. Because of the ubiquity of transcendental identification, we can say there may be something in the Vedic view that perhaps everything is in some way enfolded or implicit consciousness. This would in some way make everything a synchronic, emergent power of consciousness. On the other hand, we know that it is true, according to Western science, that everything including consciousness is a diachronic and synchronic emergent power of matter. Everything is a historically evolved power of matter, and consciousness we know only emerged in the world, at least at the human level, at a specific point in cosmological, geohistorical time. So we have to break down the dichotomy between consciousness and matter, we have to rethink this dualism too. Matter is a synchronic implicit, implicate or enfolded power of consciousness, and consciousness is a diachronically and synchronically emergent power of matter, and these two positions are not really inconsistent at all, although to say this offends materialistic preconceptions. Actually, materialism is not a very well understood concept, as I would like to go into on another occasion. This cosmic envelope may be characterized by qualities that our minds tend to think are opposed but actually are not. Spontaneously we think we are separate from everyone else, but this isn't actually true. We're all part of a much bigger quantum field, a much bigger field. We know that it's not even true at the level of our material transactions, because now we know we are globally interconnected with everything else, and if our planet is to survive, if the human species is to survive, very radical changes in our material transactions with nature and with each other are essential. This is, if you like, the political cutting edge of the argument, that unless we realize our own sense of interconnectedness and unless we can move in some way to that alethic level of being, then we are on the road not only to destroying ourselves as individuals wherever we live, but also our eco-niche and hence our species, and indeed our host planet and its global ecosystem. Suppose we continue to burn fossil fuels at the present rate. It may appear to be in my interest, or the interest of my ego, but it is certainly not in the interests of my neighbors. Even more to the point, it is not in my real interest, for such an act is deleterious to the ecosystem in which I live, so I am undermining by this act the very material conditions of my being. This is madness. We are all beginning to appreciate how globally interconnected we are. At every level of our being we are individually, collectively, socially, globally as one. We live or die together in mutual dependence upon the ecosystem that we have been violating. It is important to note that I'm not saying that this cosmic envelope is God. Sure, if you wanted to think of it in this way, that is fine, as is a purely secular interpretation. For us, the cosmic envelope is a sort of absolute, whether it is constant or changing and developing, and if you wanted to think in religious terms, then you might suppose that the cosmic envelope would be a property of God, caused by or dependent on God. But that is not essential to the argument. What I am arguing for here is a spirituality within the bounds of secularism, consistent with all faiths and no faith. We do not know what the beginning was. I do not know what it is outside the cosmic envelope. I do not know what the end will be. That is the honest truth. I do not think anyone does. However, there is no reason to suppose that the cosmic envelope is not itself unbounded, that the absolute is not itself infinite. For we know from transfinite mathematics that we can have gradable hierarchies and relations within infinities. There can be degrees of absoluteness. So if you reach the point of your alethic being or true self, that doesn't mean that your own personal development stops. You know you can become richer and deeper, closer and more interconnected, more capable of sensing and feeling and being one with everything. You're going to be an expanding individual. It is self-expansion that I'm talking about here. That is the expansion of your limited embodied personality into an unlimited unbounded one. This involves the shedding of those heteronymous determinations which are woven into your separate sense of identity, cut off or opposed to other beings. This shedding of our own sense of our separate identity, this expansion to a fuller, more unlimited self is in principle endless, because once we've got rid of all the heteronymous orders of determination, there's no limit to what we could do or be. So the feeling that once we become enlightened, or, in more secular terms, once you have a good society, a society in which, to use Marx's formula, the free development of each is the condition of the free development of all, the feeling that that's only the beginning, not the end, of real history, that's when real human being, when our real development starts, is, I believe, true. This is what we've got out of the second edge of negativity. A very, very valuable thing. The idea of self, as a subject in process of transformation, the idea of subjects as necessarily transcendentally identifying with other beings, the idea of transcendence as not something mystical but something we all do in practice in everyday life, the idea of science as a creative process which can't be bound by a set of algorithms, which is not adequately represented by formal logic, and the idea of intuition and beyond intuition, deep levels of consciousness in which subject-object duality breaks down. Now the interesting thing is that everyone would agree that we are living in an alienated world and that ourselves, whatever they are, the selves that postmodernity split and sundered, inhabit a deeply dualistically dichotomized world. Actually, realism about transcendence, about non-duality, leads to the self-transcendence of realism, conceived as presupposing or involving subject-object duality. Indeed, as we begin to see how transcendence, non-duality and transcendental identification underpin all aspects of our being, we at the same time begin to roll back the zone of duality generating dualism, contradiction, and split within our lives. But in the world in which we live, as we live and perceive it now, and indeed in any world which is constrained, there will always be elements of duality, and the necessity to think and act in dualistic as well as non-dualistic modes. The idea would be that one lived one's life, as a non-dual being, in, but not of, the duality which constrained and operated in the world about one. Of course, if we could live our life fully in a non-dual mode, then there wouldn't be any duality, there wouldn't be any split. But we would still have to live it in the world as embodied personalities, facing limitations and constraints. So our transcendentally real self is manifest, it may be absolute, it may be something which is so valuable and precious that that's where all the creative genius comes from, that's where love ultimately comes from. But it has to manifest itself, in a relative world, a world which is constrained by physical laws. So we will always be slightly limited, there will always be physical constraints on us, there will always be a sense in which it seems as if we are constrained. Our ordinary concepts are too crude really to adequately capture this. What we have to do is distinguish the absolute in the relative, that is the infinite or unbounded in the finite or bounded. To see our way clearly here we have to understand that it will always appear to us that this is a table and this is hard. What we have to do is try not to act as if that is the case. Because we as physically embodied beings are spatially separated from each other, it will always seem as if we are not causally and cosmically interconnected. This is the illusion of physical being. I have to try and act as if that weren't the case, and I can, you can, she can. But then that naive, intuitive feeling, that sense of separation, will always be there because it is spontaneously generated by the constraints of our own physical being, such facts as that Nirmalya is 10 feet away from me, that I have to reach out to pick up this glass of water, and so on. This is what we've got out of thinking being negatively. On now to thinking being as a totality. Let us look at the key categories here. There would be the category of totality itself, holistic causality, internal relationality. Why do we think that we aren't relations, that our relations with other objects aren't part of ourselves? Why do we look at ourselves in this peculiar sort of atomistic way? The Buddhist worldview is very helpful here. Classical Buddhism denies the ego, as I've been denying it. It says, you've got to account for the self, including the sense of the separate self, in relational terms, and in terms of interdependent categories like cause and effect. And when you do so, you find you can't really separate the cause and the effect. Similarly, you can't separate the part and the whole. We're all connected, we're all totalities within totalities. It doesn't make sense to say that I stop here, some other totality, you, begin there. So whether we think in terms of cause and effect, in terms of part and whole and slash, or in terms of definition or constitution, we can't separate our relations with other beings from that which we are. The Buddhist theory says that we're all relational, to be is to be related. Now critical realism would say a few other things as well, that we distinguish and connect the essence from the appearance, the deeper and the more superficial, the enduring and the transient, the autonomous and heteronymous, and the absolute and the relative. We distinguish and connect the absolute and the relative. And I will actually argue that it is in keeping with the thrust of Buddhism that once you go below the ego, what you have is the transcendentally real self, in which you don't lose your difference, your singularity, your uniqueness, all that is preserved. What you lose is your sense of separateness, and you forget it because you're part of the whole scene of creation. You don't think of yourself, this is the prajna, the transcendental wisdom that follows Satori. You don't think of yourself, you just are and act through yourself as part of the whole scene of creation. You are not more important than any other part of creation, you are just that point at which and in virtue of which you can affect, and the only point from which you can affect, the rest of being. You don't have a specific sense of yourself as such. You are just spontaneously, actively engaged. You're like a bundle of love and energy and creativity, so you don't have a separate sense of identity. In fact, you don't think about yourself that much, you are actually a very concrete thinker. The Buddha was a concrete thinker, all the Buddhas, each of whom was different. Their Buddhahood, their expressing transcendental wisdom actually depended on their uniqueness and appropriateness for their time, place, and context, but they did not fetishize or dwell on this, they did not become attached to their uniqueness, or they could never have expressed their Buddha nature, their lack of a sense of separateness from the rest of being, which it was their task and joy to see in the process of self-realization. Similarly, for those who believe there are different avatars, every avatar has his or her unique characteristics. Yet they all must be manifestations of the same divinity. We have to think, if you want to go into these realms of theology, the transcendentally real self as at once unique and universal, the spiritual self as itself dialectical. Now this itself is going to be mediated and differentiated too, and going to have its own geohistory. Everything then is brought within the categories of concrete singularity and dialectical universality. Let me just come to what I think is the main totalizing force within the social world. In terms of the third level of critical realism, the main totalizing force is love. It is love that is binding, love that's healing, love that's uniting. Opposed to love is fear, a very dominant force in our society, together with desire, a positive force of attraction or attachment, whereas fear is the negative force of aversion. Desire is not the same as love. Desire is a regressive attraction, an oppressive unification. Something is desired in order to be consumed, used, manipulated, not unconditionally, for its own sake. All negative emotions are based on the absence or incompleteness, e.g. unconditionality of love. We can begin to understand the postmodernist reaction, stressing identity and difference, to abstract universality. Postmodernism reacts against this abstract universality, saying we're all different and there is no right or wrong. There is also a regressive reassertion of difference manifest in fundamentalism or communalism, which is a fear-based reaction to the same abstract logic of abstract universality which says we're all different but I'm right and you're wrong. Both postmodernism and this kind of fundamentalism or communalism sacrifice the moment of unity, the moment of universality. It is actually this which is given its most graphic sense when you are at, or close to, the level of the ground state and the cosmic envelope. For there you immediately see that you are bound up with everything else. We now briefly address the fourth dimension or domain of transformative praxis and reflexivity. I begin with 4 theorems about human action. First, we have the irreducibility of intentionality. There is no action which isn't intentional. If it's not intentional, that is, if it's not informed by consciousness in some way, then it's not an action but a mere piece of behavior. Second, we have the irreducibility of agency itself. There's no way that we can't not act. We can't be beautiful souls separate from the rest of humanity. Beautiful soul is a Hegelian figure, someone who would isolate himself from the rest of society. So even if you are a monk, you will have to go with your begging bowl to the rest of society. You are bound up with the rest of society. It is an illusion to think that you cannot act, and it is an illusion to think that you can act in any other way than intentionally. It's also an illusion to think that you can act any other way than ultimately spontaneously, because everything you do always has to be mediated by a moment of spontaneous, basic action, i.e. a moment of action that is not mediated by prior thought. If I think, how do I pick up this watch, you know I can think, well, should I pick it up this way, or that way? At some point, I'll just have to pick it up, otherwise I'll never do anything. Now this moment of spontaneity is very very interesting from the point of view of our discussion here, because the more well versed you are in a form of behavior, in the practice, the more capable you are of acting spontaneously. Someone who doesn't know French has to think very hard before they can recall the right words for the right occasion. You don't have to think very hard if you know how to drive. You know how to turn the wheel once you are thoroughly familiar with driving, you just do it spontaneously. Just as we speak spontaneously. Only rarely while we're speaking do we think about what we're saying. We just speak. Only very rarely when we're driving do we think about driving, we just drive. When we're eating our food we just do it. When we care for our child, we just care. We don't think about caring. Spontaneously, unconditionally, effortlessly, without trying, we just care. As the sun doesn't try to shine, it just shines, or the acorn doesn't try to grow into an oak tree, it just grows into one. Actually, when you think about whether you should do something, that's when you don't do the right thing, or the best thing. If a baby is crawling around on the floor, you would spontaneously go and pick it up. If you were to think, is that a good thing to do, then you probably won't. So the reason why Newton had the conception of gravity is because he was so thoroughly immersed in the field in question, so close to the ground state of what he was immersed in that, in a moment of rest, relaxation, off-duty/off guard, on a walk, that alethic truth could slip into the space between his deliberations, from a space beyond his deliberations, into his conscious mind. Eureka! Things don't fall, they are pulled, and the heavier the body, the more it attracts. Wow! This is the ineffable moment, that blissful, unforced moment when the light dawns on a problem or situation, the moment of discovery, of what could be called spontaneous right cognition, and we all experience it to some extent in every aspect of our lives. The more well-versed we are in an activity, the easier it is for us to perform spontaneously, unconditionally. Let us think of the agency of caring in our gendered division of labor. The man typically operates instrumentally in a commodified, reified role. The woman typically performing her role has to think intuitively, tacitly, holistically. She doesn't sign a contract with her children. Unconditionally and spontaneously, often so it will seem infallibly, she just knows what to do. Moreover, just as she immediately decodes and identifies the meaning of the situation, she spontaneously evaluates it, in this way re-enchanting reality from the ground state, endowing it with meaning and value, the meaning and value that disenchantment had drained away. And, she does this holistically, and will holistically sense exactly what they need. She will holistically be aware of the relative needs of her husband and children, her household. So if we actually focus on what women do, then we get a different conception of being and behaving, which is a very interesting contrast with the dominant male one. But that's a subject for another occasion. Point to this, then, is where spontaneity has to come in. It has to come into action, or we can't act at all. Then there is the fourth theorem to the effect that all social action, everything we do, has to be captured in terms of all four planes of social being. It has to be captured in its material aspect in terms of our transactions with nature, it has to be captured in its relational aspect, that is in terms of our transactions with other human beings, it has to be captured in terms of its systemic social structural aspect, and finally it has to be captured in its subjective aspect in terms of the stratification of our own personalities. In the case of action oriented to all these dimensions of social being, change always depends on some change at the level of the stratification of personalities, that is, upon an action by the agent, depending on a change in the agent, that is, upon his intentional manifestation or doing in the world. We can change nothing in the world without his action, and all action is or depends upon a change in himself, that is, something that he does, and nothing can occur without that. So all change depends ultimately on self-change, and all action depends ultimately on self-action. We can't do anything without our doing it, moreover, our doing it right at some level of description or order of determinacy. So that means that your action on yourself, basic action or spontaneous action, is a logical precondition for any other form of action. Hence any change in social being that you can affect depends upon your action, specifically in, on and by yourself, and any change in your action depends upon a change in your being, that is a process which, in its course and culmination, will always be oriented to the self-realization of all other beings in the universe. This is the theme of transformative praxis, which dialectical critical realism always stressed. This means it is absolutely vital to change yourself, because if you don't, then you will tend to project your own problems onto the society you are trying to change, and that has been the failure of so many projects of social emancipation. Marx put it very well when he asked, "Who will educate the educators?" The educators must educate themselves. If you want to transform society, you must transform yourself. Unfortunately, most Marxists in practice haven't done that. They have merely transposed one form of master-slave relationship for another, substituting, merely displacing, the master-slave form from the capitalist/worker relationship to the party manager/populace one. We can't say nothing changed, that would be untrue. But the immediate producers under actually existing socialism were no more in control of the labor process than they had been under capitalism. They may have had more social and economic rights, but the deepest structure of relations remained the same, a relationship based on conditionality, attachment, exploitation, and negative emotions such as fear and greed, a structure manifest at all four planes of social life. So we have to get ourselves straight. I, the transcendentally real one, have to parent my materially embodied personality, like a loving, caring parent would a child, until that I, which is where I am at and who I am in the consciously lived flow of my daily life, am my own sole possessor. This means that we have to practice what I've called in my book, From East to West, Dialectics of Inaction. But I think now inaction is the wrong word. We have to think of inner action and outer action. That means we can't immediately identify the self and agency. The dialectics of inner action are work on the self. This is inner work, or working in. We all know about the benefits of working out for our physical being. Working in just generalizes this to take account of our mental and emotional as well as physical constitution. Agency or dialectics of outer action is when you do things in the world. Now obviously this is a relative distinction. But unless you theorize it, you won't understand the sort of deep wisdom in Krishna's discourse in the Bhagavad Gita when he re-articulated the problem of agency in terms of a novel conception of the self. He said that in order to answer the question of what is to be done, which we're all so obsessed about, we first have to know ourselves. You first have to know yourself. If you don't know yourself, who you are, what you are, where you are at, where you are coming from, where you are going, how can you possibly be at one with yourself, non-dual in your being, or one, whole? If you aren't at one with yourself, then how can you know what to do? So this centrality of self-change and of self-knowledge in self-change, and in turn of self-observation in self-knowledge is very important for this global project that I mentioned. The fact that we have to change everything to survive. We have to change all social structures and forms, including the way we instrumentally use nature. That has to be changed. We know this. We know we're incurring eco-crisis. To change that, there is only one place we can start, and that is here. But of course that doesn't mean that we don't act socially. Of course we act socially, but we act from the only place we can act, actually ever act, that is here, right here and now, the time you are in now. Because as soon as you begin to act from your ground state, as soon as you change yourself for the better, spontaneously and automatically, you will be acting better in society, because you must act in society. You will be practically engaged in the world. Let's just focus on the dialectics of inner action. What does this mean? You first have to access your true self, your inner self, you have to be in touch with it. And then you have to shed everything that is incompatible with it, everything that prevents you from being essentially you. This is the second moment, shedding. And then you have to realize it, that is, embody it, realize it in all aspects of your being. So it's not just being perfect in your thoughts, you have to be perfect in your emotions, you have to be perfect in your physical nature as well. That's a huge project, the project of becoming who you really are, of becoming you, realizing yourself, and in that project you will be spontaneously acting in the best possible way for the self-realization of all. In this state you will be increasingly aware, self-aware, this is the moment of witnessing. When this transcendentally real self is effectively stabilized in your embodied personality, so that your embodied personality becomes an expression of that transcendentally real self, then you are enlightened, free. And this really is something equivalent to the old Eastern goal of enlightenment. The Chinese thought of this in terms of the Taoist ideal of inner emptiness. This is lovely, because in this state there is nothing really there. There's no specific sense of self. It's just you, and when you are just you, you are at home wherever you are, for you actually carry your home with you. In becoming only and fully yourself you come home, whole, a non-dual being in a dual world. Then, in being just you, you manifest all the properties of your ground state. All that endless creativity, that love, from the cosmic envelope. You can freely manifest this only if you're in a way empty, i.e. empty of everything else that will block, constrain, diffuse it. Of course everyone is in their innermost being just this inner emptiness, but the problem is that everyone is not only this, or is not only what is consistent with this. To become only this, empty of the not this, to shed what is not that, this is when we are truly free, not only free but one with ourselves. 3 When me becomes I and I becomes me, we are free. So everyone is their ground state, their transcendentally real self. The problem is that everyone is not only not just this, everyone is not only just consistent with this, that is at one with their ground state, the possibilities of unconstrained enjoyment and development in life. Let me just summarize by saying what I think of as the properties of the action of a being who is truly a manifestation of their real selves. That we all already essentially are. The first thing, the action flowing from such a being who is one with her transcendentally real self will be maximally coherent because it is spontaneously flowing from their ground state. Why? Because such actions from someone who is situated in the ground state of their being are actions from the junction of their innermost being and the rest of the universe. The corollary of this jettisoning of the ego, and all other elements of heteronomy and blocks on being what we essentially are, is that we will be essentially in tune or attuned to how everything else is. Our actions will be maximally coherent. This inner submissiveness to your essential self will be reflected in the outer responsiveness of everything else to that dharmic you. The second quality of such action is that it would always be in the present, we would always be in the now. Most of us are in the past, most of us really are yesterday or we're tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. How few of us are actually here, in the present. What a present to be in present moment awareness. We would live in the present, not necessarily for the present but in the present, in the wisdom of uncertainty. We don't dwell on, which is to dwell in, the past, we don't dwell on the future, which is to be split between present and future. To split your time is to waste your time or your energy. We should just be in the now. And then we would be here, we wouldn't be somewhere else. Most of us are really somewhere else. There may be very good reasons for this. Our partner may be ill, we may be with him or her in hospital, but really the best way of being with them is to be for them, in being closely focused here. Thus, being here, being now, and being in your ground state, these are the most fundamental qualities of this kind of action, spontaneous, right action. The fourth property is that such action would be integrated, holistic, totalizing, it would see everything as a whole. It would be spontaneous, it wouldn't be conditional, it wouldn't be trying to get tit for tat, it wouldn't be manipulative, calculative, draining. It would just be action, it would just flow. It wouldn't be looking for a reward. This ties in with the Eastern theme of non-attachment. You wouldn't be attached, you wouldn't be placing conditions, you wouldn't be instrumental, you wouldn't be means, ends thinking. The fifth aspect of this kind of activity is that, coming from a standpoint of non-split, non-dual being, it would be action beyond duality, oriented to the elimination of all duality inconsistent with the non-dual, non-split being of whole selves, and that means it would be activity oriented to the abolition of all social ills and indeed to universal self-realization. Here it is important to say that if, or rather when, you lose your sense of separate self-identity, you love yourself just as much as anyone else. But you would also love everyone else and everything else just as much as yourself. The first point is very important to realize because there are a lot of very lovely people who make the mistake of not loving or esteeming themselves. I'll go into this for a moment. In this dialectic of expansion that I'm talking about, from a limited attached self, to an unlimited, free, boundless self, there's a moment of what has been called translative as well as transformative spirituality. Translative self-change occurs when you build your sense of self-esteem. Many people have deficient self-esteem. So working on yourself is very important in building your own self-worth. Some of us have very weak egos. If we are not in our ground state, the ego can just as easily be too weak, as too strong. Only when we are close to our ground state can we safely let the ego go. Some of us have too little sense of our own self-worth. It's very important to bear that in mind. Spontaneously, however, in loving yourself you would also be acting for the benefit of all. So there's no opposition really between individual self-realization and universal self-realization or between individual and social change. The next feature of such action is that you don't blame or judge others, you just accept responsibility for everything in your field. This is a corollary of being in the here and now. For if something happens to you, then you take responsibility for it. Don't blame someone else, don't shift responsibility. By blaming someone else you disempower yourself. If you made a mistake, then you should take responsibility for it. If a mistake happens in your field and the cause or responsibility is mixed, then still assume full responsibility. In that way you empower yourself. And you will then be able to more fully act in a socially engaged way to root out the causes of mistakes which may become calamities in the future. Assume responsibility for everything. This action, this kind of action, has one more characteristic which I want to discuss. And this is that though in a certain sense it would not be uncomplex, it would be simple and rich. Now simple in an important sense, a sense that the Western mystic, Eckhart, invoked when he said that the ideal is to want nothing, to have nothing and to know nothing. This is a very shocking thing to say. You want nothing, have nothing, and know nothing. What is this know nothing? Really? Most of us are teachers or students. Want nothing is because you have no desires. By the same token, all your needs are satisfied. You are in your ground state, you're on the cusp of the cosmic envelope. So you are living a life of abundant self-sufficiency, if you want nothing and have nothing because you have surrendered or given everything to nature, the universe, creation. You don't claim anything for yourself, nothing is attached to you, you can't be bound by anything. You're completely free. So you have nothing, you have no possessions. And you know nothing. What does this mean? First, just think. If your mind is very cluttered, how can you ever learn anything? How can you really learn anything? Know nothing means that there would be no preconceptions, nothing getting in the way, no barriers or obstacles to learning something new. And what you have already learned would not be rattling around in your mind, impeding your capacity to act, it would be in your very being. It is there, but it's tucked away as a power waiting to be exercised only if and when it's needed. If your mind is full, you can't learn anything. Only in a certain sense, if your mind is empty, can you learn anything. You have made what you have learned part of your being. You'd be free in a deep way, you don't need to know, in the sense of consciously cognize, hold in your mind or think about anything, because you would already have built in that knowledge into your innermost being. And this is very important because, when you are learning something, as long as you have to memorize it, you don't really know it. It's only when it is completely spontaneous, when it's part of your own being, that you truly know it. And then it doesn't have to be in your mind. Then there is nothing in your mind. Then you can, like the Taoist sage, roam free, empty through life. You are not bound by anything. You can act in the most virtuous and spontaneous way in any situation because you have no preconceptions, no fixations, you are not stuck. So this life of simplicity, having, wanting, knowing nothing is actually really a very beautiful life, and you can see that I'm not exemplifying it now because the final remark is not spontaneously coming to me. But really I think there is no final remark. How could there be a final remark now that we just are part of the seamless web of creativity? Let's think about this. Instead I will remark a tribute to the magazine that's hosting this event, Ek Hansarjan, which means, now creation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. We have been treated to a sublime discourse, so let me begin by making a few observations about some salient points which Professor Bhaskar has made. It seems to me that he has taken us all on a kind of intellectual journey which begins with the I and ends with me. He begins by rejecting the rejection of the structuring ego which was typical of the Humean approach. The ego is there, the I is there. It is real, very much real, but what is the stable reference of this I? Because it has a kind of universality, as he has very nicely put it, it applies to anyone who utters it. But even then, what is it that is individuated? I should say, what is it to which the word I would refer and capture individuality? But then Professor Bhaskar thinks that this I or ego, which is cut off from all I's and all non-Is, is an illusion, very much so, and he begins his work of reconstructing or redrawing the subject. He is totally doing away with the usual way of construing the self and other relationships, and therefore he moves on from even embodied personalities which he does admit are real, though limited realities, and thence to what we all really and ultimately are, i.e. transcendentally real selves. Honestly, when I heard about this label Transcendence, I was a bit troubled. I thought that he would mean something mystical, but he has allayed that fear, and he has himself said that the word transcendence hasn't anything mystical about it, and he has given us so many different senses and shades of transcendence, the most important of which he talked about with reference to man being placed with others, constantly enmeshed and in relationship with others, which dissolves their separateness and makes possible, very concretely speaking, the transcendence of the separated ego. And once this separation goes, we have the image of the expansive self, and that is where he would concentrate all his reflections on the self. And this is the end of the journey, as I said, the notion of the real transcendent self as an expansive self, but there's this complete merger between the I, the you, and the we. In the course of answering questions which will now be raised, I am sure Professor Bhaskar will shed some light on the problem I started talking about, the problem of personal identity. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You have used the term postmodern view in an overgeneralist way, in that postmodernism does not say that the self does not exist. In fact, it questions the self. It says that self is a construct, and you cannot equate this concept of the construction of the self with Buddhism and transcendence, going endlessly within. How does this relate to action especially? First, there are two ways to go. There is the intensive route and the extensive route. Now the deeper we go within, the wider we go in extent, so it may be easy for us to become one with another human being. In fact, we must transcendentally identify with them for any communication to occur at all. It may be more difficult to identify with a caterpillar. And today there was in my bathroom a lizard. It was quite difficult to become one with it. I did feel a sense of separation. Nevertheless, being one with our ground states, because our ground states are connected with the ground states of all other beings, in virtue of our being beings in one universe, a universe, we can, in principle, transcendentally identify with the whole of the rest of creation. As for social constructionism, the embodied personality is a construct, but who does the constructing? Society shapes you, but you always have to finish the shaping off, and you can finish the process off in an infinite number of ways consistent with that shaping, or you can reject and transform the shaping, and indeed all such shaping mechanisms themselves. I want some clarification on the spontaneous element of spontaneous right action. You gave the example of Eckhart, who is relating to God. Actually, he is saying that if you have a concept of God in your head, then you are split in your being from God. You have set up dualistic opposition between yourself and God. You are not one with God, so there is an element of heteronomy within your being. How do you live in a non-dual state? You cannot live in a non-dual state, but you can minimize the splits in your being, and you can eliminate inconsistency with your ground state so that you are effectively a whole autonomous being. There are really two questions: can you live the whole time in a non-dual state, and if so, how do you get there? There are two different things here. There is firstly the sense in which every action is or has in the last instance a non-dual component to it, otherwise it could not be an action at all. Secondly, there is the sense in which before you have mastered a particular discipline, in building it, making it one with your being, so that it can be effortless and easy, you must obviously practice it. Practice and mindfulness always precede spontaneity. However, even practice, learning always presupposes a spontaneous component. Non-duality is irreducible. So in the tensed world of linear time in which we live, the acquisition of new skills is always going to be necessary. But there is of course an important question of what skills we choose to acquire. We have to be sensible about this. For instance, what does lying on a bed of nails prove? All it proves is that mind in a certain respect has conquered matter. But we conquer matter every time we perform an intentional action. I am conquering matter, so simply I am moving this. To prove that philosophical or spiritual point, I do not have to lie on a bed of nails. I am not saying that such an activity never has a point. I would not say that about anything. But it is up to us what new skills and powers we wish to acquire. In any case, what happens is that you have a well-known technique or discipline and you acquire excellence in it until you can spontaneously exercise your creativity in it. What we must appreciate is that we exercise that non-dual creativity at every point in the process. The process of enlightenment is exactly continuous with the transcendence or non-duality that we experience in everyday life, and is itself an ongoing process. You yourself find that as you expand, so you will also go deeper, and that is why I do not think the cosmic envelope or the absolute, etc. is bounded. You will find ever greater heights of creativity. To work towards it, you must work at it. Can you say anything more about materialism? I want to affirm synchronic consciousness, and also to see consciousness as implicitly enfolded in matter, a power or potentiality within it, synchronically awakened in acts of transcendental identification and diachronically emergent from it in the process of evolution. That is what I believe it is. I believe it is implicit in it in the sense that its own ground state is constituted by the same essential ingredient as our ground state. We do not know what flares in and out of existence in the subquantum field. I am not trying to do quantum physics. All I am saying is that the essential ingredient must be there in stones. In that sense, rocks and stones must be divine, they must have their own divinity, and we can achieve identity with them. One reason Darwin was a great biologist was because he loved animals. We can all achieve identity very easily with animals, and we can achieve identity with paintings, with other artifacts, we can achieve identity with our cars. So I am not rejecting materialism, but I am not accepting it either. You are saying that ideas are not matter. Ideas affect matter. There is obviously a distinction between the idea you have in your head now, let us say in your mind, and the way in which material sounds were produced so that I could hear it. The interesting thing is what actually happens hermeneutically is that I immediately understand what you are saying without the mediation of matter, but nevertheless the sounds are the vehicle which bring it to me. So of course there is a distinction, you can say, between levels of matter, that mind is a very emergent power of matter, or that matter is very enfolded mind or consciousness. What about collective transformation? I think you have to go back to the conception of four-planar social being. Remember, I argued that you have to understand any social event in terms of four dimensions. The dimensions of the stratification of the personality, our material transactions with nature, our social interactions and social structure. What I am saying is that in the stratification of our personality, we have an element within us which is a transcendentally real self which is also unique, which is what Marx presupposed as a condition of the possibility of, and which would be realized in a communist society. That is all. Everything else is transformation. And of course that itself is growing, we are in building it, growing and developing it the whole time. So it is transformation all the way. We are shedding everything within ourselves, we are altering, radically transforming our social interactions and our transactions with nature and the whole exploitative social structure. So in no way am I belittling the project of collective transformation, but I would say, where does it start, where does this project start, how are you going to change the world? You will change it by acting. And you will change it even when you are acting collectively, in and through your actions. That is the immediate point of reference, the immediate point of leverage. And when we think things through, the best and most efficient and ultimately tautologically the only way we can in the end change the world is by acting ourselves. For in, and by your acting you are doing something yourself. Therefore prioritizing self-change is an important step when considering transformation at all planes of social being, including the most deeply sedimented social structures. It does not matter where you start, the practical questions will always concern your action. Of course, wherever you start you are going to be responding to something already there, but it is always going to be you who is responding or acting. When we are acting collectively we act in virtue of our capacity to be one with, actually become, the other. To do this is quite difficult, you really have to stretch yourself. You do not do it by stretching the other. We all think that the way we change society is by getting everyone else to agree with what we do. We have to understand how they are. And when we have complete unity with them we become them, not just metaphorically but also in a real sense. Then we will be acting maximally so as to change them and us. This is where the point of reference is, the self is the locus of change. Is the ego an ontological trick? If you go back to the tripartite model, though our embodied personalities do, the ego itself does not exist. The thing is it is a total illusion. No one is separate from other beings, to be is to be related, so to be is to be geohistorical. It is not that social structure is out there, that is right, it is out there but it is also in here. The social structure is inherent within us. We carry the social structure within us and so the embodied personality is totally relativized. I have even implied that the transcendentally real self is emerging and developing. The ego is nothing other than an illusion. You are not separate from other beings. It is an error, a category mistake. The thing about critical realism is that illusions are also part of reality and they are causally efficacious parts of reality. So these three levels of the self that I have talked about, the ego, the embodied personality and a transcendentally real self are all part of ontology. The illusion, like a mirage or like a logical contradiction or an error, is false, in that it has no real object, but such things as mirages and logical contradictions and category mistakes are causally efficacious in reality. We know that falsity is causally efficacious. So what I am saying is that no one has an ego here. No one has an ego. We may have a sense of ego, we may have a feeling that we are separate from the rest of the world but we are actually not. We may have a feeling that we are a little homunculus determining our lives and we may act that way but we are not. We are really a victim of social forces and social structures, that is absolutely right. But how do we put that right? By recognizing it, assuming responsibility for ourselves and trying to clear up the mess that we are in and that society is. It is not an ontological trick. I am saying you are flesh and blood, you are not a trick, the state is not a trick. All I am saying is that if people have a sense of their own separate identity from social structures and other people then that is false. Society is an internally related totality. To think in abstract analytical terms about human beings and about society is false. That is the failure of the analytical discourse of modernity. That is the way we think. And the way we think is wrong. The way we think is also a geohistorical product and we can change it. I am not an expert on medieval times, but certainly there was much more a sense of organic unity. And you can argue that it was not completely dialectical, in that it would not have satisfied all the criteria of dialectical critical realism. But it was more dialectical and more organic than contemporary life. At the beginning of the talk I assumed that we all had egos, but by that I meant that we all had a tendency to feel that we are separate from every other person and the rest of the world because we are all subject to the category mistakes of the bourgeois, modern society in which we live. So we all feel we have an ego, but in reality none of us do. We do have embodied personalities which are subject to the illusion that we are separate from the rest of the world. And until we realize we are not, we will not see how we are being used by systems of oppression. And these systems of oppression are also within us. It is tremendously empowering when we realize that actually nothing could happen without our being in a non-dual state. The whole of society, all the systems of oppression cannot get by, cannot sustain themselves for a moment without our spontaneous, loving, creative activity. Without that they would collapse. Is that not an important point? This leads directly into the asymmetry of liberation. We are in a situation of chronic global crisis, at every level, however you look at it. To realize that though none of this could occur without our loving creativity, we could be loving and creative and flourishing without it, it is on that and that alone that the possibility of human emancipation depends. It is on that asymmetry. The superstructure, all these systems of oppression actually dominate and occlude this hidden substratum on which they depend. That is a figure which should be very familiar to Marxism and all radical critiques. For those who believe in the project of emancipation have always recognized that what we want emancipation from dominates and occludes the reality on which it depends. If the working class realized that they were exploited and they realized it truly and deeply in their being, then capitalism would not exist. That was Marx's point. Rousseau's point was that we are all free. If we really realized it, then social oppression would not exist. My point is that we act in, but not only in, the way social utopians have believed we could act. We already do so to sustain the structures of oppression. When we realize that, that is saying something new. That is saying something new because people who have talked about spirituality have always talked about it as if it were unusual, and in some way opposed to social emancipation. I could also put my argument in very dramatic terms by saying that what we have here on earth is hell, but it is hell reposing on a layer of heaven. What we have to do is get rid of the layers of hell and then we will find that heaven will expand. So long as anyone is unfree we are all going to suffer, and so that is why only something like Marx's formula can actually capture the ideal of true spirituality. That the free development of each is a condition of the free development of all. As long as one person is in one respect unfree, then we could not have a society which conformed to that criteria. To sum up, it is transcendence, non-duality, the properties of the ground state like creativity, love, spontaneous knowingness, this level which we can surely call spiritual, is not something removed from our daily experience, but underpins and informs it all the time. I am saying that such spirituality is something quotidian which supports the whole, the rest of the superstructure, and it is not something in the future, an ideal merely to be strived for. It is something, a concrete reality, here and now. All we have to do is release it and eliminate everything else. This is not to say that it is not a huge project, but it is just as well that we know the scale of our task. Chapter 3. Social Science and Self-Realization, Non-Duality and Co-Presence. The topic is social science and self-realization. I would like this to be very participatory. However, because I think there are quite a few people who were not at my talks, or the sessions I had last year, I will first do a little bit of recapitulation on the history of critical realism and on the structure of its latest phase. But I do not want to lose sight of the two main terms, that is social science and self-realization. Because I have written and even talked here in this forum quite a lot about social science, I will do that quite briefly, and I will spend more time on the implications of the generalist philosophy of self-realization that I am in the process of developing. This philosophy even transcends realism, and in a way it transcends thought, but I don't want to shock you too much. We will reach that position gradually and slowly. First, let us look at the diachronic development of critical realism and then the synchronic structure of its most developed phase. Probably the best way I can describe the trajectory of critical realism, which is an ongoing process in thought, a process of continuing transcendence and self-transcendence, is to put it in a slightly broader context, that is the context of the philosophical discourse of modernity. Most of you will probably be familiar with some periodizations of this theme, so this may be a new but helpful one. I am going to break the philosophical discourse of modernity into 5 phases. Each phase, I should say, was accompanied by a revolution, a revolutionary outburst. The first phase, the phase of the classical philosophical discourse of modernity, was associated with the great bourgeois revolutions of the 17th and 18th centuries, particularly of course the revolution of 1640 to 1660 in England and then in 1789 in France. This discourse was structured in an individualistic way around egocentricity and abstract universality. The pivotal contrast born here was always between the modern and the non-modern or pre-modern. The moderns, represented by philosophers like Hume, had great problems in accounting for or sustaining their abstractly universal account of the world in terms of the very contrast that they were trying to articulate. If there is a pre-modern or non-modern, how can you say that the principles you are enunciating are universal? If they are universal, then they cannot be empirical or actual, they have to be normative, but that is not the way that discourse actually went. They claimed that this was something inherent in the nature of human beings and that what they were doing for the first time was describing how the world was. This led through into the second phase of the philosophical discourse of modernity, which is associated with the revolutions of 1848 through to 1917. This is what I call high modernism, and what the high modernist did was say, look you Hume, and Kant for that matter, you are just apologists for the bourgeoisie and you are speaking in terms of abstract universal interest, but really you are only articulating the interest of one specific class, and a national bourgeoisie at that. High modernism in this way attempted to expose the claims of the classical philosophical discourse of modernity, to show that it had been an ideological mask or cover for the expression of a particular sectarian interest. This high modernist discourse included the discourse of Marxism. In fact, it reached a particularly confident and consistent form in it. The problem with this discourse is simply that there has always been a tendency within it for it to be elitist and substitutionist. You can ask whether you are talking about Joyce or whether you are talking about Marx or Adorno, do you really speak for those that you would seek to represent, are you merely speaking for them, perhaps substituting in this way for the lack or absence of organic intellectuals? This discourse was left there as if it were in a limbo. And it is significant that later Althusser, right at the end of this phase, was to take both science and ideology out of the social totality. Even today the elitist, substitutionist practice of speaking for is prevalent. The leader or media will speak for you, not even to you. What I am going to argue here is that no one can speak for anyone else. Only we as individuals can speak for ourselves. But we are bound in such a way that when we speak most authentically for ourselves, we will be speaking from a position in which we have no ego, so we will be speaking for all, be speaking for the totality. And actually I very much agree with the thrust of many of the themes of high modernism, but in a nutshell my critique of Marxism would be that it did not go far enough, and that Marxism actually presupposes certain spiritual presuppositions of the project of emancipation, namely that people are such that they can sustain a society in which the free development of each is a condition for the free development of all. That means that your development is of as much significance to me as my own development. This actually articulated a beautiful idea which I want to stay with. So when I am talking about the philosophical discourse of modernity, I do not want you to think that I am against everything it did or that I am regressive, it is really to see how we can fit critical realism into this whole trajectory. The third phase in the discourse of modernity was associated with the theme of modernization. The key dates here are 1945, the end of the Second World War, and 1947, the independence, formal decolonization and partitioning of India. This was the phase of modernization. What can you say? That behind this was really something which was coming from the west to the east, from the north to the south, namely the ideal of how a society should progress, and so it was unilinear. For there were theorists like Rostow who mapped out a single chart or path in terms of which societies must modernize. And of course people within those societies themselves were part of this rhetoric or discourse of modernization. So from a philosophical point of view, what we can say is that it shared many of the weaknesses of the classical philosophical discourse and also of the high modernist discourse, but in addition it imposed a kind of unilinear and judgmentalist imprint or stamp on the world. Obviously the more modern or the closer to the modern ideal you were, then the better you were. There was only one way that societies could and should grow. Sooner or later there was bound to be a reaction to all these theories. Because what happened is that the later stage in the development of the discourse of modernity took up the themes of the earlier stages as well, so it was a kind of progressive fine-tuning of the original discourse. And the backlash came with the fourth phase of the discourse around 1968. This reaction is associated with the revolutionary upheavals of 1968 and the early 1970s in Western Europe, but also in Vietnam where there was a great war going on, and even in America, where there were protests both against the war and in expression of excluded sectors of the population. And of course it was a cultural revolution as well as just a political transformation, or rather possibilities of political transformations. For it is important to appreciate that when I talk about a revolutionary outburst, then I am not necessarily saying that the revolution was successful. 1848 was not successful, and you could argue that 1947 has only been partially successful, and even 1945 only partially successful. So it is just that these dates signified either the possibility or the actualization of major changes. What happened around 1968 and a little bit later was that we saw the rise of the discourse of postmodernism, postmodernity. So postmodernism and closely associated the rise of the so-called new social movements, particularly feminism, but also movements which were concerned to articulate the interests of all those who had been tacitly excluded from the classical philosophical discourses of modernity. Postmodernism most clearly reacted against the whole logic of abstract actualist universality. It said, what are we doing? We are saying that the world is structured so that in every particular instance, every particular human being can be subsumed under one abstract universal. So if you are a member of the working class, it doesn't matter whether you are white, black, or brown, it does not matter if you are male or female, it does not matter what occupation you are in. So the logic and the politics of postmodernity and postmodernism was very much a reaction against that abstract universality. It said, wait a minute, there is a different kind of reality that you are missing out. This is the reality of identity and difference, how we define ourselves as individuals in terms of our specificities and differences. And this was a very important corrective. Because if you look at it, does anyone know a single abstract actual universal, something that covers all cases of a particular type? Is there any such truth? The law of gravity, for instance, is supposed to apply to all bodies. Certainly if you interpret it in a critical realist, transcendental realist way, it does. However, construed as describing actuality, what is actually happening, it is not true that all heavy bodies fall to the ground. This table is not falling to the ground because it is counteracted by differential forces. Wherever you look in the world you will see a multiplicity of forces, and you will never see an abstract universal which is not instantiated in some particular way, in virtue of mediations and in virtue of specific geohistorical trajectories. This phase in the discourse of modernity was an important corrective. We started to get an idea that reality expressed differential and partial interests, and these had to be recognized. Unfortunately, one of the things that this particular phase in the discourse did was to attempt to throw out the baby of unity, of universality, together with the bathwater of the abstract, actual character of universality. I argued earlier that universality had to be understood dialectically, that what we were concerned about always was dialectical universality, that is universality together with differentiations and mediations, together with geohistorical trajectories, or what I called rhythmics, and together with irreducible uniqueness, all of which defines the concrete singularity of every instance, everything that ever occurs. This would mean in concrete terms that two members of the working class or two members of the human race would always have to be understood in terms of their mediations, that is whether they are women or men, what kind of work they do, and also in terms of their geohistorical trajectories, where they are coming from, their place and past, and where they are going, what their tendential future. And once you have done that and you have found two instances of a type or two people who corresponded exactly in their universal, specific, and geohistorical characteristics, there would still always be something which uniquely differentiated them. So, you can never leave out the moment of irreducible uniqueness. That is the kind of universality and singularity that I argue for. To bring us up to date, the philosophical discourse of modernity did not stop with the debate between modernism and postmodernism. Rather, what happened between 1989 and 1991 was a further dramatic trauma in world history, and this was the collapse of the Soviet bloc, and what was called actually existing socialism. This gave rise to a new discourse, a discourse of triumphalism on the part of Western capitalist bourgeoisie, particularly American triumphalism. This was expressed very pithily and straightforwardly in a book by Fukuyama which was called, The End of History and the Last Man. So history had come to a stop. This encapsulated a logic of thought which was already there in the initial philosophical discourse of modernity, because once you say we moderns, we have arrived, then you rule out the possibility of change. In fact, once you describe the world in an abstract universal way as consisting in constant conjunctions of events or actualist empirical uniformities, then you put a halt to history. This last phase of Western, and more especially, American triumphalism, which generated in its wake the fear-based and regressive reactions of all kinds of chauvinism, including chauvinism within the West, I have to say, but also taking the form of religious fundamentalism and communalism, and a heightening of the sectarian discourses of postmodernity. So that is the world we have got today. That last phase encapsulated a tremendous error, which is really intrinsic to that whole discourse, and that is that we can somehow get to a point in our descriptions in the world, or get to a point in the world where we have arrived, and when we have arrived, we do not have to go anywhere else, so there is a closure put to history. This is the doctrine of what I called ontological monovalence. That is the doctrine that a purely positive account of being, a purely positive account of reality, is possible. Not only are there no absences, no incompletenesses, no lack, nothing missing, nothing wrong, no negativity, no contradictions, no dichotomies, no splits, it is a lovely world, and it could not be any different if you tried to change it. For, how could you change it? Because if history had come to a stop, then your attempt to change would just be like throwing yourself against the tide of the sea, you would inevitably be thrown back. This theme that history has come to a stop is one that is central to that whole discourse. What happened was that critical realism actually began around 1968 and was initiated really with a concern with problems of modernization and underdevelopment. Specifically, I was concerned with the problem of what was the relevance of economic theory for underdeveloped countries, and I quickly came to the conclusion that it was irrelevant. But when I looked at the philosophical tools which should have enabled me to point to its irrelevance, I discovered that actually there was no way that I could do that, because philosophy had actually pronounced a taboo on the world. It had said you cannot talk about the world in itself, you can only talk about our descriptions of the world. So this doctrine, which I called the epistemic fallacy, which prohibited a discourse in philosophy about ontology, so that there could be no argument or discussion about the world, about how the world was in itself, was encapsulated by Hume and Kant and was actually the conclusion of a whole long train in Western philosophical thought which had started with Descartes' prioritization of thought over being. From a position of that Descartes had said I think therefore I am, so immediately knowledge and thought was put as prior and being was put as secondary. Within 2 centuries Hume and Kant had drawn the conclusion that there was nothing we could say about the world. And that remains. It was explicitly reaffirmed by Wittgenstein in the 20th century when he declared that it was impossible to speak about what the network describes, that is the world, we can only talk about the network, that is our language or beliefs. Of course, if you look at any philosophical theory, then you find that there are implicit assumptions about the nature of the world. If you look at the classical theories of explanation which were going around in the late 1960s and early 1970s, and they are still the textbook models, they all talk about deductive subsumption of a particular instance under a universal empirical regularity. We are all familiar with the deductive nomological model of explanation. But what does it presuppose? It presupposes that the world is actually constituted by constant conjunctions of events or empirical invariances. So the epistemological theory embodies an ontological presupposition, and when you go into it, the ontological presupposition is quite false. But how can you say that? It is very difficult to say that in a discourse unless you can set up the philosophical respectability of talking about the world in itself. So what I did was look at the activities which were most prized by empiricists, namely scientific experience and the technological application of science, and I asked the Kantian question: what must be the case for these activities to be possible? What must be the case for scientists to engage in experimental activity? It must be the case that they cannot find constant conjunctions of events and empirical invariances outside the laboratory. That is the only reason. If they were there waiting on the surface of the world, then you would not have to set up a laboratory closure at all. For the whole significance of experimental activity is that you artificially induce a closure at the level of actuality, at the level of the pattern of events, precisely in order to identify free from the operation of extraneous influences a generative mechanism, a structure, a law, a field at work, free from interfering forces. So this suggested that reality was stratified, structured, and also that the surface of reality was differentiated, and of course also made change possible. With one blow, then, this argument established the legitimacy of a discourse about ontology and at the same time established a new ontology, showing that and how the previously existing ontology was false. That was the pattern of argumentation that critical realism pursued. You go to a problem, you are in a subject, or problem area, and you find a glaring contradiction, and this contradiction I am now isolating a general dialectic at work must be because of some absence, some incompleteness in the existing problem field. So in this initial case, the incompleteness in the existing problem field was the incompleteness marked by the absence of ontology, and secondly the incompleteness marked by the absence of the idea of stratification and differentiation and change. With this new ontology and this new philosophy of science, it was then possible to look at some of the problems in the philosophy of social science which were rife with dualism and dichotomy. I will come back to that in a moment. Of course, once you have a new non-dichotomous philosophy of social science, you can then go on from this to a further field, seeing what it helps you say about values or human freedom or world peace, for instance. I will come back to that later as well. Let me just talk briefly about the problem field of the philosophy of social sciences as it was constituted, say, in the 1970s and still largely is today. It was riven by dualism and dichotomy. You had the contrast between positivism and hermeneutics, between naturalism and anti-naturalism, between structure and agency, between the individual and the collectivity, between reification and voluntarism. You had the contrast between mind and body, reason and cause, between fact and value, between theory and practice. Everywhere this problem field was rife with dualism. Now what did critical naturalism do? What did it look for? It didn't take sides in the existing dispute, it didn't take sides at all. What it tried to do was find the grounds of the dispute, the common mistake that united both antagonists. Let us take the case of individualism versus collectivism or holism. The individualist said that society only consists of individuals. The holist said it was not true, there are also mass phenomena. This is what Popper said, although he was an individualist. This was the way the debate was structured. There was also mass behavior, crowd behavior, there were wars which are fought by armies, and these armies consist of bodies of armed men, all of whom are acting in a particular way. Or they might point to elections and say, well, we can trace general patterns and trends. What was common to both these schools of methodological individualism and collectivism was the idea that individuation had to be either by an individual or by a block of individuals, a sort of giant or mass individual. How you get round this is to say, what is being anyway? How many individuals are there in this room? Naturally one will think of an individual human being, but if you try and count the number of individuals, including tables and chairs, you will see that the question is meaningless. And actually what defines you as a human being is nothing particularly clearly marked, it is rather the set of relations in which you exist. What I argued was that what defined the objects of social science, such as the family or the economy, had nothing to do with individuals or wholes, but rather to do with sets of relations. Thus economics explores the relationships between buyers and sellers, between capitalists and wage labor. The study of the family describes the relationship between parent and child, husband and wife. We are always concerned with the relational subject matter. Similarly, in the case of the mind-body dualism, closely related to the reason-cause dualism, the common assumption there was that nothing intentional or ideational could put matter in motion. So you either had to be a materialist, that is reduce ideas and mind to physical matter, or you had to say that ideas and mind were autonomous from physical matter. But that is clearly not the case, because if I ask someone to raise his hand, he will raise his hand, and therefore my speech action has given him a reason for producing, initiating a particular change in the physical world. And obviously you are listening to me now, and what is happening is that I am producing a sequence of sounds and they are having an effect on you, just as they had an effect on the person raising his hand. It is obvious that mind puts matter in motion. It is equally obvious, when you think about it, that mind is heavily affected by our bodily conditions, so we get a view of causality which allows for emergence. So we build onto our notion of the stratification of reality the idea of emergent powers, and then we can think of mind as an emergent power of matter which, like any emergent power of matter in the physical world, is capable of acting back on the matter out of which it was formed. Then we can make sense and start to give explanations in sociology and psychology of why it is that people come to have their reasons, causal explanations of why it is that people come to have the beliefs that they do. That position I called critical naturalism. Let me just briefly tell you what happened after critical naturalism. What I argued for was that these dichotomies and dualisms in thought in the social sciences and the philosophy of social sciences actually reflected dichotomies and dualisms in social reality, and in particular they reflected duality in practice. Duality in practice and non-duality in practice is going to be a major theme here. Once you have got over these dualisms in thought, then it is natural to move on to the question of values, moving away from science and social science into their evaluative role, to ask questions about values. Here the dominant philosophy of the day was one characterized by Hume's law, i.e. the idea that you could not in any way rationally justify a position. So if you believe something is right and I believe something is wrong, then these are just two subjective interpretations. Two subjective ways of looking at the world. We cannot say that one is right and one is wrong. Now obviously that cuts the ground from under any ethical or political discourse, because everything you do in the world is motivated by values. It also cuts the ground from the possibility of rationally justifying any action. So again, let us see how the process of immanent critique, transcendental and dialectical argumentation allow us to see the fallacy in this view of things. What is the privileged position here? The privileged position here is facts. We are led to believe that we can argue about facts, that is fine. Suppose you say that something is true and something else is false. What are you doing when you say that something is true? If there is some behavior or an action which is motivated by a belief which is false, then how can you possibly condone that action? What action is there in the world which is not operated under some sort of belief? Once you allow that falsity and truth are themselves norms, how can you do something informed by a belief which is false? Of course you can do it, you can even give a reason for doing it, but you know there is a dissonance or a tension there. Ceteris paribus, you should always act under the truth, under a belief which is true, and if you have a belief which is false you should try not to act under it. Once you allow that, then you allow this is the thin edge of the wedge, the possibility of a rational discourse in ethics and politics. Having argued that truth and falsity structure factual, purely positive or non-normative discourses, you have accepted that there are values in the social world. But of course truth and falsity are not the only values in it. You have accepted that there are values in the social world, but of course truth and falsity are not the only values in the social world. There are human needs, wants and aspirations, and ceteris paribus, we have to say human needs always ought to be fulfilled. Then you can have a rational discourse about homelessness and its causes, you can have a rational discourse about poverty, you can have a rational discourse about malnutrition. So we can use science to illuminate our evaluative, that is our political and moral positions. Once we have started looking at questions of freedom, of value, we move on naturally to the whole question of freedom and human emancipation. Here it was natural at the time to look at Marxism. Marxism is still a very powerful body of thought because it does attempt to isolate a fundamental feature of the contemporary world. Very few people could possibly deny that capitalism is a major fact about our existing society. At a methodological and philosophical level, Marx had claimed that Hegel had actually isolated the rational kernel of the scientific method, and I agree with him. Dialectic is the scientific method, but unfortunately he had shrouded it with what he called the mystical shell. In fact, Marx wrote to Engels saying that, if only he had the time, he would love to write 2 or 3 printer's sheets explaining what the rational kernel in Hegelian dialectic was. But unfortunately that time never came. So as no one seemed to know what dialectic was, or what its rational kernel was, this was the next step that critical realism took in the form of dialectical critical realism. What I argued was that dialectic was a very rational process, characteristic of all learning and development. It is motivated and powered throughout by negativity, by absence. What sets the dialectic going is some absence, such as in the human world a lack. You are hungry, so you are driven to look at the constraints on your satisfaction of your desire for food. Then you try and abolish or eliminate the constraints. In science you leave something out of your description of reality. Sooner or later that something you have left out will resurface in your description of reality and take the form of a contradiction. Okay, you are a male chauvinist discourse. You leave out women, sooner or later women are going to sneak back in, actually they were always in. All these discourses of exclusion tacitly presuppose the term which is excluded, and at some time the term which is excluded is indulgent enough to tolerate its exclusion. But sooner or later in one form or another it will manifest its right to be included. I am using metaphorical terms, but we can stick to scientific dialectic or dialectic in science. And what you would have here is an incompleteness generating a contradiction, a dualism, a split, generating further contradictions and splits until these contradictions proliferate to a point of crisis, and then the crisis just has to be resolved. How could it be resolved? It could not be resolved by induction or deduction. Rather, it would have to be resolved by transcendence to a new, more totalizing worldview. For example, by Newton's discovery of gravity, or Einstein's theory of relativity. They brought something new, de novo, a new concept came in and revolutionized the existing worldview, and so we move on to a new round of scientific dialectic. Perhaps we have discovered a new level of reality, and then the whole process starts again. The whole process is really structured by absence, first in the form of incompleteness which initiates it, second it is negativity in the form of contradiction which stimulates the crisis which motivates you to transcend an existing problem field. And, What happens when you are transcending it is that you have a moment of creative discovery which actually cannot be induced or deduced from the existing subject matter, so it comes from the epistemically unknown, the absent. And then you start a new process. This suggested that absence was very important in social life, not just in dialectic and not just in developmental learning. And of course it is. We know that nothing positive could exist unless it was constituted in part by absence. Just think of handwriting. How could you make out handwriting except by looking at the spaces that separate the positive marks on the paper? We know that matter is largely constituted by empty space at whatever level we look. We know that this room, whatever way we look at it, is punctuated by absence. Actually, there is no way you could have purely positive being. There is no way in which positive being, unmarked by absence or space, could exist. But the contrary is not the case. You could have nothing, there is no logical impossibility in having no positive being at all. So actually absence and negativity is in every way prior to presence and positivity. Absence is essential to change. What happens when anything changes is that there is an absenting of something which was given, which was already there, and a presenting of something new. In human action what we are always doing is transforming what was there and presenting something new. So every human act is a transformative operation in the world and on the world. Obviously, then, absence is a critical category. And the mystical shell in Hegelian dialectic and indeed in Western thought was just the absence of the concept of absence. Because, what Hegel had done in his logic was to go from being to nothing to becoming. After nothing, which is indeterminate, no more negative concepts are treated by Hegel. Instead, arguing that negation always cancels itself in the process of becoming, he had removed the very concept which would enable him to reflexively situate his own scientific discovery. That really is the rational kernel and the mystical shell in Hegelian dialectic clearly accounted. I argued that critical realism was initiated by considerations on problems of modernization, of what, if you like, the West could do for the East, science could do for humankind. Having gone increasingly deeper into questions to do with emancipation and freedom, I now began the reverse movement, so to speak, considering what the modern and postmodern, the hypermodern world of globalizing commodification could learn from the non-modern and pre-modern, from the ways of life and discourses that it had displaced, what, if you like, the West could learn in turn from the East. By the early to mid-1990s there was a great demoralization in the West on the part of socialists and the left generally. Actually that is still quite prevalent. So it was natural for me to ask what had gone wrong. What had gone wrong with the whole experiment? Of course that is a very complex question, but if you look at a specific body of thought then you can see that it actually presupposes something about human beings, namely, their capacity for identification with each other. This is the philosophy I am going to present here and, I am going to call it the philosophy of generalist co-presence. In a nutshell what a secular ideal such as Marxism presupposes is that we can really act socially in such a way that each of our developments is equally important, that there is no kind of ego involved. Of course I still remain as an individual, but really I am indifferent, it is equally important to me that you should develop. Now what this means is that we have a society in which there are no more oppressive hierarchical relations. A hierarchical relation is one in which someone's happiness or freedom or development matters more than someone else's. I have called these relationships master-slave relationships. So what Marx's ideal of a communist society actually presupposes is the possibility of a society without master-slave type relationships. And what actually happened in actually existing communism was that the immediate producers were no more in control of their labor than they had been under the old regime. Rather, one set of master-slave relationships was replaced by another. Instead of capitalist masters you had party manager masters. That is not the only reason why it collapsed, and that is not to say that there were not very important things that happened because of the existence of a Soviet bloc. For example, a welfare state in the West, decolonization, the rise of feminism, these were major gains. Also, the very possibility of an alternative to capitalism was very important to creative thought, but as to changing the fundamental type of oppressive structure, as to beginning to actually introduce an emancipated society, there was no attempt made there. This led me into a concern with what you could call the spiritual presuppositions of emancipation, and then I went back to look at Eastern thought. Since my last published book was From East to West, you can see how the trajectory of critical realism was reversed, so as to dig up spiritual resources from the East for emancipatory projects which had derived from the West. And the general position that I would argue for today is that emancipation depends upon our rethinking this very deep level. That is the developmental background. Now I will talk about how all emancipatory projects are committed to certain very deep presuppositions about the nature of human beings, the social world and the natural world. This I want to articulate around a four-dimensional structure for thinking being. The important thing about critical realism is we begin to think being. And we have to think being as being, but then we have to think being processually, that is, as involving absence and change. We have to think being as a totality, that is, as a whole and as involving internal as well as external relationality, and we have to think being as involving transformative praxis and reflexivity. Reflexivity is just the capacity we all have to monitor what it is that we are doing, and the capacity that we all have to reflexively situate and explain our situation. This marked out four stadia or moments of critical realism in its most developed phase. The first level I call the level of ontology, that is the level of being as such. The second I call the level of negativity, this is being, thought as also containing absence, as containing becoming, creativity, emergence and change. The third level is being as a totality, that is being bound together as a whole and in the social world. What is particularly striking here are phenomena such as solidarity and love, which are binding forces. The fourth level is the level in which we understand being not just as in itself and as a structure and not just as a process but as a whole, and not just as a whole, but as a whole involving transformative human agency as an essential part of that whole, and involving the capacity of those transforming human agents to reflexively situate and understand and account for their own behavior. Now let us go into the first moment, that is the moment of ontology. What critical realism argues is that ontology, that is the study of being, is essential and inevitable, and if you do not explicitly think being, then you are going to implicitly secrete or presuppose some pre-existing account of being. So if you have to do something, then it is better to be self-conscious about it. Now when you look at being, you find that it is structured, differentiated, and changing. So you then have to ask, what is it that happens when a scientist goes into the open world with an empiricist, false theory of being, a false consciousness? What is it that he does? He must tacitly presuppose the nature of the reality he denies. He has to tacitly presuppose in practice that the world is structured, that laws are causally efficacious outside the laboratory. So he is split between his theoretical consciousness and his practical consciousness. This idea of false consciousness is essential to all attempts at demystification. They are really saying, look, there is something you have left out of reality, there is something that you have to tacitly presuppose in your reality which you are not aware of. So Marx, in his analysis of the capitalist mode of production, says, what you have left out is the secret of the capitalist mode of production, that is the extraction of surplus value from unpaid labor. So using two simple conceptual distinctions between labor and labor power, that is between the work you do and your capacity as a human being to do that work, and use value and exchange value, he is able to pinpoint the hidden secret of the capitalist mode of production, its extraction of surplus value from unpaid labor. The capitalist mode of production necessarily generates a screen, formed out of fabric woven from the world of exchange and distribution, around its foundational structure, the hidden processes of the mode of production. So this is the paradigm for all demystifying projects. In a similar way, you can say that, to take an example from the spiritual tradition within the East, the Vedic tradition, a lot of the world is just Maya, it is just illusion. But actually, why is it that? It is because agents in this world are in denial of the fundamental reality which is absolute self or spirit. When Buddha tries to demystify, tries to enlighten the people who are listening to him, what does he say? He says, you think you can find happiness, you think you can find salvation, you think you can find grace in the transitory, ephemeral pleasures of this world, but look, just test for yourself, does anything transient satisfy you? You are hungry, you have a good meal. Fine, it is a part of living, but does it give you the satisfaction you really want, because sooner or later you will be hungry again? So let us go to a vantage point which is deeper. The vantage point which is most deep is the analysis of human beings as suffering beings. When their attention is restricted to a transient and relative reality, they can never escape from this realm of suffering. Once they understand and become one with a deeper level of reality, once they attain this standpoint of enlightenment, then they will be able to realize true freedom, and they will find that this ground is the ground on which all transient pleasures are actually founded. So that is the structure of emancipatory critiques. Emancipatory discourse is so common to all human aspirations. Consider Western liberal thought. Let us take Rousseau. Rousseau says man is born free but is everywhere in chains, so immediately he says that man's essential nature is to be free, but something happens when he or she grows up and they become imprisoned in chains. That is society. Chomsky says we all have at birth the innate capacity to generate an infinite number of sentences, most of which we will never generate, so what happens to our creativity? Somewhere it is stunted along the line. He also says some other interesting things. We all have at birth the capacity to learn any language. So if you were in Japan now, your first language would be Japanese, but you'd be just as you are now genetically, you would not have to have anything else different, same parents, same everything else, but if you were in a Japanese society you would learn Japanese. He says something even more radical, that you do not even have to learn language. You think you teach people language, actually language grows in them, it is natural. So if you are a parent or a teacher, do not take any pride in your teaching what is a natural process. So these are all examples of emancipatory, demystifying projects drawn from the present and the past, and East and West alike. I have already talked about Marx, but let us go back to Marx for a moment. His vision of a communist society as a society in which the free development of each was the condition of the free development of all actually presupposes a society in which your development is as important to me as my own. That is a wonderful ideal, isn't it? It is an ideal that we have not actualized. What that must mean is that we must potentially, implicitly be beings who are capable of sustaining such a society. That is the wonderful thing, that this is an implicit potential within us. What that statement of Marx means is that deep down inside us we could be those beings. The Buddha says that we could all be enlightened because deep down inside us we have that potential. So this is the structure of emancipatory discourses. Looking at ontology, the first thing that critical realism said was that ontology includes everything. That is, everything is within being. That means that contradictions are within being, that illusions are within being, that category mistakes are within being. So what does it mean to say that illusion is within being? To say that a belief is false or illusory is to say that there is no object in the real world that corresponds to it, but it is not to say the belief itself is not real. Illusory beliefs can be causally efficacious because you can believe something absurd, you can believe something that is wrong, and you can act on that belief and you can have a causal effect on the world. For example, you can believe that we are all separate and there is actually no connection between us, and you can go your own way, and sooner or later you find out that you actually depend on everyone else. Someone might think, well, I can actually escape from this world, I can go to the Himalayas and sit there in bliss. Or someone might say, I can build a spaceship and go to the moon, or someone might say it does not matter what I do, what fuels I burn in my house, I will be all right. But of course they will not, because we are all interconnected, we are living in an era of global interconnection and crisis, and if that ideal of a purely individual salvation ever made sense, it certainly does not make sense now. Just to give you one very striking fact, The average height of Bangladesh is 4 feet above sea level. This means that it is in perilous crisis this century, and so are all the islands of the world, and if this is not a crisis, I do not know what is. We do not just have to go to ecological trends, we can look at some of the events that are taking place on the world stage now, and we know that 2 or 3 individuals in their own action can destabilize the whole world. We are all globally interconnected. I am not talking about particular individuals, they may be government leaders, they may be isolated individuals, they may be organized individuals, it does not really matter. The point is that we are living in global interdependence. Illusions then can actually be causally efficacious in reality. I want to turn now to the term self in self-realization. What is the self? Just think about that for a moment. What I want to argue is that the self is actually a tripartite concept. There are 3 components to the self, one which is illusory, the second which is transient or relative, and the third which is fundamental and absolute. The illusory part of the self I am going to call the ego. It is that sense we have of ourselves as separate and cut off from the rest of creation, that sense of my separate identity against yours. That sense that in some way I can exist independently of you and that you are not a part of me and that in some way my well-being does not depend on your well-being. That is the ego. Western philosophy and our contemporary society is structured around the idea of the individual self which possesses. And this individual possessive self stands in possessive, instrumental relation to an object world which is outside himself. And he even treats himself in a manipulative, instrumental way. This object world is the domain of his instrumental manipulative, calculating reasoning. The contrast is between the individual ego and the world outside the individual ego. We can already see how much the currency of our everyday discourse this is. We all think that we have got possessions, we all have a job, we all have 2 cars, you have a ticket to Australia or Japan and you are going to have a nice holiday, you are thinking of yourself as this thing distinct from the rest of the world. Of course you are part of the rest of the world, and also you can affect yourself more and more easily than the rest of the world, so do not forget yourself. That is the ego, that is the sense of separateness that we have, and that is an illusion, and to be free we have to get rid of it. And you can see that Marx is presupposing a society in which we do get rid of it. You can also say the Buddhist ideal, that of the Bodhisattva, is presupposing a society in which individual enlightenment is postponed for the sake of universal enlightenment. You can actually say that there is no other position which is consistent with Buddha's position than this position, because otherwise the ego, that is the individual self, in some way exists and has priority over other beings. This standpoint of Mahayana Buddhism is actually the only standpoint which I believe is consistent with the Buddha's teaching, and it is a very interestingly convergent with the standpoint reached from the secular position of Marx. That is the first part of the self, the ego, the sense that we are separate. The second part of the self is a relative reality, that is a transient reality. What is this? This is the self as an embodied personality. Embodied personalities we certainly are, this is a fact, we are all embodied. As embodied personalities, however, we are going to die. As embodied personalities we grow, physically, emotionally, and mentally, and our powers and interests wax and wane, it is relative and transient. We also know that some people seem to have more skills than others, that as personalities we differ. Of course some people as embodied personalities are apparently far richer than others. So this is a world of relative and transient reality. This reality is itself triplex because we have to look at its mental, emotional, and physical constituents. We have to in philosophy understand the emotions. For a long time the emotions have not been theorized in philosophical discourse, they have been squeezed out between the mind and body. This is very interesting because mind and body both represent aspects in which men have regarded themselves as being superior. Men have prided themselves that they have the stronger bodies, but you can ask a man, when did you last give birth to a baby? Isn't that a clever thing for a woman to be able to do? Does that not require just as great a strength as being able to dig a few more pounds of coal? So actually it does not really matter. We need not go into this ideology of chauvinism, we need not go into the whole ideology of how philosophy has left out the discourse of the emotions. But just consider this, so long as I am attached to anything outside myself, then there is something within me that will be unfulfilled, because there is something to which I am attached which is not going to be a part of me. So to be free you have to be totally free. If I have a car I cannot take it with me when I die. You can work this out for yourself, what part of your relative reality is essential to you. Actually many people would define themselves in relation to their material possessions. Just think about all of this is only to facilitate an open discussion what is essential to your reality, and then you will find what you need to liberate. If you find that every other human being is essential to your reality, then you will need to free every other human being, every other being in the world. That is the embodied personality. Now this is a relative reality, the absolute reality I am going to call the transcendentally real self. This is one's innermost being. This is the first feature of this new development of critical realism. The second feature is that it allows that possibilities and powers are just as real as actualities. If you have a possibility, that is real. How can you do anything, how can you actualize anything unless the possibility, the thought if you like, was real as well? So this is what I call dispositional realism. Even the analysis of laws as tendencies presupposes the priority of powers to their actualization, because a law will operate even when it is not actualized. That means that the level of the law which operates, the level of power or potentiality, is more basic than the level of actuality. The third aspect is categorical realism. There, our categories, our ways of thinking of the world, are themselves part of the world, they constitute the world. That should be pretty obvious by now. The fourth is a realism about truth. If there is, as we have seen, a false theory, it presupposes a true theory, then there must be something in reality which is that true theory. This is the level of analysis of truth at which we have to presuppose the truth as real. This is the level of alethic reality. So if I talk about what is the reality behind this water being drinkable, the reality behind it is that it is constituted by a certain molecular structure H2O. That is the inner reality, the inner truth of this glass. Two glasses could look exactly the same, but if one has that molecular structure and the other doesn't, then they are going to have different properties and effects. What I have been calling the transcendentally real self is similar to what people talk about when they talk about their innermost being, their inner nature, when they talk about their higher or better self. Actually, what these emancipatory projects all presuppose is that we have such a higher self, but though this higher self is not actualized in our embodied personality, in some way it is implicit as a potentiality. This implicit potentiality I call our ground state. Let us talk about the universe, that is the universe as a whole. We are part of the universe, so we, in our ground state, this is that state without which no other states could exist, must be constituted by what is ultimate and essential to the universe, at least in part. So what is ultimate and essential in the universe must also be ingredient within us. This defines part of our ground state, part of our innermost being. Now your innermost being may be concretely singularized and different from mine, that is absolutely true, but whatever it is that we have, there is something we have in common, and that something must be what is fundamental to the universe or part of the universe as well, because otherwise you would not be part of the universe. But when you think about it, everything in the universe, every being in the universe, also has a ground state, otherwise we would not be in one universe. So each being in the universe has a ground state. Let us imagine these ground states of the universe, all connected, like beads on a string, bound, strung together. Let us see them as being connected in what I will call the cosmic envelope. This is that envelope which connects the ground states of all beings. Remember, we are all connected and interdependent, bound together as parts of one universe, a universe. Let us talk a little bit about transcendence. This may seem a very mysterious term, a sort of magical term, or a term that belongs only to temples or retreats, but actually transcendental identification and transcendence is always a question of unity, unity with oneself or unity with something outside oneself. Transcendental identification is absolutely basic to life. This means that non-duality is absolutely basic to life. I am also going to argue that non-dual action or transcendental action is absolutely essential to life. This is where the argument becomes more important to follow and understand closely. If transcendence is or involves a state of non-duality, a state of being at one with your context, then there are two immediate ways in which one can achieve a state of transcendence. One is by retreating from the object world and being one with oneself. One loses all consciousness of what is outside oneself. That is retreat from objectivity into subjectivity. The other is where you lose your subjectivity and merge or fuse into an objectivity. Thus, you can be engulfed, overawed by the sound of beautiful music or the sight of beautiful scenery, mountains, lakes, trees. You can lose yourself. There is no one, I am sure, who has not had those experiences of transcendental identification, in which you just lose your sense of your separate identity and become one with the music, become one with the beautiful mountain. That is transcendental identification with some being other than yourself. Let us see how common this is. When you understand or even hear my words, then you are one with those words. When you are thinking about being those words, then you are not. When you are trying to work out these words, then you are not at one with those words. But when you say to your friend, "Hello, how are you?" and she immediately says fine, spontaneously, then you have immediately identified with one another. There is no gulf there. What I say immediately becomes one with you. So transcendental identification is essential to any communicative act. Of course there can be a block in identification, but when we get over the block, then we have an immediate unity again. To move now from the field of relationships between beings to the field of action. When you know how to drive a car, you just drive a car. When you know how to speak a language, you just speak a language. When you know how to cook, you just cook. So imagine that everything is seen in terms of a process of thought. You might think about what you are going to cook for dinner tonight, and then you might think about how you are going to cook it, but at some point you just have to cook it. You may think, I am going to put on my shoes. At some point you just have to put on your shoes. When you reach that point of spontaneous, what I call basic, action, then you are in a state of non-duality because you are totally focused on that particular act. Unless we were in a transcendental or non-dual state, we could not do anything at all. If you continually think about doing something, you will never do it, but even that thinking is an act which is a non-dual act. If I am speaking now, if I start to think about how I am speaking, then I would probably lose my flow and then I won't be speaking. So really everything we do involves or presupposes transcendental agency. This is transcendence in action. We know from sport, for example, that if a cricketer starts to think before he receives the ball about the stroke that he is going to hit, then he will not hit it. We know that if a golfer starts to think about the putt he is going to make, so that he is not one with the activity, then he will miss the putt. We know that a footballer faced with the easiest goal will, in imagining the glory, miss the goal. You know that it is very easy to walk down the stairs, but if you start thinking about it, then you will probably fall. This is why Krishna told Arjuna, do not think about the consequences, just focus on your action. You are a brilliant archer, you can shoot an arrow in any direction if you just focus. So if you are single-pointed on your activity, if you are focused on your activity, then you will do what you can do easily and naturally. And of course the range of skills that we can demonstrate in a non-dualistic way grows the whole time. As we grow up, we learn how to cook, we learn how to put on our own clothes, we learn how to drive, and lots of other things. Sometimes, of course, we forget these things or our powers go away. But whatever it is, at some point, insofar as we are agents at all, we have to act basically, spontaneously, and non-dualistically. The fourth concept of transcendence is that in which two or more people function so perfectly together as a team that they can anticipate each other's behavior, and are at one with each other in their activity. For example, in a good football team, one player will anticipate the move of another. These are four concepts of transcendence we are all familiar with and we all touch. The two that we must immediately activate in social life for anything else to happen are transcendental identification with another being and transcendental action or agency, which, if you like, is accessing a power or skill that you already have within yourself, and without such access you couldn't do anything at all. Let us go back to the ground state and the cosmic envelope. In virtue of being a being in a universe, every being in a universe has a ground state. In virtue of my capacity to identify with every being in the universe, it follows that I am potentially implicitly one with them all. When I say my capacity, I don't mean me personally. Everyone can identify with anything else. You might think you can only identify with other human beings, but actually you will find that is not true. You can identify with pets. If you see a species being destroyed, you will probably react because you think it terrible, and then you are one with that species which is being destroyed. You can identify with a mountain, or anything else. Zen Buddhist monks actually practiced identifying with ordinary or even ugly things, like the corner of a room or a broom, and you can become one with them if you try hard enough. So you can potentially transcendentally identify with everything in the universe. Now when you transcendentally identify with something, then you are at one with them in your consciousness, and being at one with them in consciousness means that they must be implicitly conscious. They must contain implicit consciousness. This suggests a way in which we can resolve an old dispute between idealists who have seen consciousness as primary and materialists who have seen maker as primary. From this point of view, the argument may sound a bit idealistic, everything being implicitly conscious because I can transcendentally identify with it. But from this point of view, we can equally see matter as having started at a specific point with a particular atom or a Big Bang, and then eventually after millions of years we have the earth and then the material things on the earth which give rise to animate beings and organic life gives rise to consciousness. But that potential for consciousness must have been implicit from the beginning, otherwise it would never have been actualized. And that explains how, within the context of a unified worldview, it is possible for me to feel one with a tree. Actually, it is very easy and a very good thing to try and identify with a tree. We can do this in our imagination, or we can reach out to it and hug it, that is, in our physical being or agency, not only our consciousness. I can become one with a mountain, a rock. There is no limit to what we can become one with. This is the first thing then. Everything that exists in the world is implicitly conscious, even though it is not explicitly conscious. The second thing is that, if I can transcendentally identify with everything in the world, then I can identify with everything in the world in my consciousness. That means that everything in the world is implicitly enfolded within me, i.e. that I and you implicitly contain everything in the world. If this line of argument is correct, this means that you are implicit in me, and this means that if I hurt you or harm you, then the harm in you is also in me because you are in me. Implicitly it is in me. And that is the origin of karma. When you create a hurt in the world, that seems to be outside you. But that thing outside you, which certainly exists outside you, is also implicit, enfolded within you, because you have the possibility of being one with that. Implicitly that thing is one with you, and therefore the hurt you have done to it is there enfolded within you. And to be free you would have to shed that hurt. If we talk about freedom, we would have to say that anything which was inconsistent with our ground state, with what we essentially are, would block or impede our freedom. So if there is a hurt in some other being and that is implicit within me, then that is a block or impediment to my freedom, as much as it is to theirs. This takes us away from karma to the ideal of a eudaimonistic society, because it means that I cannot be free so long as you are unfree or in pain. This is the way in which one argues that we do already, just as we are constituted, without moving an inch, contain within us everything that is needed for a good society, because if we all through our capacity to transcendentally identify with other beings, which we have seen is essential to communication, and by extending our argument to a whole host of other activities contain the whole totality within ourselves, then we cannot be free in an isolated way. We must be committed to our freedom becoming universal self-realization, to the freedom of all. This is where Marx's vision of the eudaimonistic society, coming from a completely secular, avowedly non-spiritual and explicitly atheist point of view, is an ideal which is worth thinking about. If it looks as if this is leading to some very spiritual things, I want to suggest to you a way in which this standpoint is consistent with all faiths and no faiths. The fundamental categories of this standpoint are: this tripartite analysis of the self. The fact that we have a ground state and every being in the universe has a ground state. That we can and must engage in transcendental identification, that is in non-dual states of being and in non-dual action, if we are to do anything at all. And that every being in the universe is enfolded or implicit within us. I am going to cite a poem from the Sufi poet, Rumi. Not Christian or Jew or Muslim. Not Hindu, Buddhist, Sufi or Zen. Not any religion or cultural system. I am not from the east or the west. Not out of the ocean or up from the ground. Not natural or ethereal. Not composed of elements at all. I do not exist. I am not an entity in this world or the next. Did not descend from Adam or Eve. Or any origin story. My place is placeless, a trace of the traceless. Neither body or soul. I belong to the beloved. Seeing the two worlds is one. And that one call to and know. First, last, outer, inner, only that breath-breathing human being. This vision is consistent with not believing in God at all, not practicing any faith, or it is consistent with having your own faith. All it depends on is the fact that we are all bound up together within what I have called the cosmic envelope, and that non-duality or transcendence is a fact that is essential for social life. The implication of this is really that I cannot be free as a human being if there are elements within me, as I am constituted in my actual embodied personality, which are inconsistent with my transcendentally real self. And if this is so, then I am always going to feel some tension, some unease, some inner conflict, and this will always press in on myself. I will not be able to be happy, to be fulfilled, to be one with myself while I feel this unease. And this sense of unease will block and thwart me. So anything which is inconsistent with your transcendentally real self will always create a tension. If the ego is not real, if there is no ego, then believing in the ego and in your own separate identity is also going to create a tension. These are at the level of your embodied personality. But when you go deeper, when you have a growing awareness of your transcendentally real self, you will find that you will expand by shedding everything that is heteronomous, everything that is inconsistent with what you really are, becoming only and completely, or as completely as possible, what you essentially are. So long as there is any element of heteronomy, any unfulfilled intentionality, any attachment, any fixation within you, your freedom will be to that extent restricted. You cannot be completely free, in the sense of unconstrained, if you have what I call negative incompleteness. Although once you are free from internal constraints, that is negatively complete, there is no foreseeable end to your further empowerment, to all the possibilities of developing, exploring, enjoying more of the open world which we live in. The important point to appreciate is that until you have shed attachment, which means also conditionality and instrumentality, until your every act is a spontaneous gift, not a contractual or conditional exchange, let alone a calculative, manipulative exploitation, you will still be unfree because there will be something, an attachment, that is binding you to the world. Similarly, if your intentionality is unfulfilled and that unfulfilled intentionality is part of you, clinging to you like a desire or fear, then you still will not be free. When you are free, or as you approach freedom, as an embodied personality, you will have a growing sense of being at one with the whole world. This is what I have called implicit enfolding of other beings within yourself, and as it becomes more and more central to your consciousness, you will not be able to feel free until every being is free. In a way, what was implicit in your consciousness has now become explicit, you have made your unity with the whole of creation a part of your innermost being. How can you do this? How can you become free? How can you become an agent of freedom or emancipation? The only way you can do it is by acting on yourself. We have seen that what you implicitly are, and what your real freedom explicitly presupposes is precisely the standpoint of a eudaimonistic society, a good society, a flourishing society, a society where the free development of each was a condition of the free development of all. What can be more selfless than that? But, this is the peculiar paradox, the only way you can act, ever act, is through yourself. You can only act through or in virtue of your embodied personality. So I cannot act in you, I can only act through myself, and then I cannot free you. I can unlock the door, but you have to walk out. Emancipation or freedom is not something that can be imposed from without. Every embodied personality has to free themselves. Not only can I not free you, but I cannot even teach you anything. If I get up and prove a theorem in logic or in mathematics on the board and you do not see or get, i.e. understand the proof, how do I force you? How do I force you to see the proof? There is no way of forcing you to see the proof, you just have to see it. You know how difficult it is to get someone to change their mind. Imagine a student trying to please the teacher and attempting to pass an examination by learning by rote. The teachers then say to their students, "Don't do any revision before the exam, just relax." This presupposes that knowledge is really a part of themselves. Actually, we all know that revision is pretty essential, but that is because we have not made the knowledge our own. How do we do this? The condition of any learning is that the knowledge is in some way implicit in us, we must recognize it, see it, get it. Once we have got it, then we must play with it, toy with it, shape it, understand everything you can do with it until finally you become a master of it. Now it is explicitly part of your innermost being, you can spontaneously apply it anywhere, wherever, and whenever you like. This is like the process of learning to drive a car. Now I see how you control the pedal, how the wheel turns. You then practice and it becomes a part of you. The implicit has become explicit and is re-internalized as a learned part of your innermost being. The only way you can act is by acting through yourself. This is what I call the primacy of the standpoint of self-referentiality. It is not just a theme of Eastern thought. It is a theme of Western thought as well, and in the tradition of ancient Egypt it is known as the Hermetic tradition. Being in your ground state entails then a commitment to universal self-realization, that is the eudaimonistic society, to the free development of each as a condition of the free development of all. That is total non-egoism, it is a standpoint which could be called that of practical mysticism. This in a peculiar way is the most non-egoistic, therefore non-individualistic philosophy you could ever have. So you have to embrace a seeming paradox, a seeming contradiction which is no contradiction, no paradox, that is, while you could only act in the world from your embodied personality, you must act in consistency with your transcendentally real self, your ground state, that is for universal self-realization. So that while you can only act through yourself, you will act for everything. When your action is coming from your ground state, you will see no preference for your own development over the development and freedom of any other being in the universe. First, your consciousness will expand to include all the members of your family or all the members of your society or collectivity, then to the whole human race, then to all beings on the planet, and then to all beings in the universe. Our point of action is our embodied personality. The more our ground state informs our embodied personality, the more self-aware we are, and the more we act in the interests of the free development of each and all, ultimately the self-realization of every being in the cosmos, the whole of creation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I am reminded of a Zen koan now. The position that I am trying to get you to see is a position which is in a way beyond thought. The Zens like to practice, on the one hand, mindfulness, which is focused activity, and on the other hand, inner emptiness, which could also be called mindlessness, that is a position beyond thought. Mindfulness is actually the path to mindlessness, effortless, spontaneous, contextually appropriate, fight action. To get to this state we need to understand the limitations of the mind, as well as to transcend thought in the practices and disciplines of our expertise, and we need to let go of attachment to the mind and its contents as such, to subvert it, along with our egos, our emotional attachments and so on. The Zens were given koans in order to help this process of subversion. These koans stretch people to the limits of thought. One koan which I am reminded of was, "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" The solution is to stretch your thought until you see that one hand cannot clap. In fact, one hand cannot exist. To be is to be related, that is really what I am saying. To be in this way is to be materially embodied, practically engaged, and is to be oriented to social and indeed universal self-realization. Similarly, this talk is not mine, it is ours. Everything we do, you and me and everyone else, is always a holistic performance, a joint production, a universal, indeed cosmic, creation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I was wondering if you can very directly connect this notion of liberated free individuals with collectivities which have all kinds of problems of control, exploitation, and so on. These have been only a few very fundamental orienting remarks. Every social event takes place in what I have earlier called four-planar social being. That is, it always involves four aspects. Everything you do involves a material transaction with nature. There is nothing you do which does not involve a transaction, an exchange of energy with the material world. Everything you do involves social interaction with another human being. This is the second plane or dimension in terms of which any social event has to be understood. A third level or dimension in terms of which any social event has to be understood is social structure. Social structures are things like economies, language, and so forth. What is the relationship then between social structures and human agency? Social structures pre-exist human agents. We never create the world from scratch. There are things which pre-exist us, but they do not exist independently of human agency. What human agents do is reproduce or transform them. They are autonomous constraints. So we cannot possibly be free while we have oppressive social structures around us. The fourth dimension in which any social event has to be understood is the stratification of the personality. So we are always involved on four fronts: exchanges with nature, transactions with other people, relationships with social structures, things that we have not created but which do not exist independently of our human activity, and ourselves, i.e. in relation to the stratification of our personalities. So how do we stand with the social structures that we want to understand and change? These social structures are things which we think are out there. That is true because we do not create them. Let us take arranged marriages for example. This system actually pre-exists any generation or sets of generations, it exists before anyone is born. But it can only be sustained in virtue of the ongoing activities of those agents. Otherwise it does not exist anymore. Let me give another example. Capitalism, which we all know is an enormous social force. How can capitalism keep going without desires, without greed, without pride, without fear, without all these negative emotions which actually sustain it? If you suddenly decide, well, you don't really need to buy anything, you can grow everything yourself. Suppose it was possible to do that individually, then what could capitalism do? Capitalism has to have people who have desires and who have or feel that they need to have washing machines, cars, and other consumer durables. Then capitalism has to have agents who have pride, who feel that they have an important job and are fearful of losing them. Capitalism cannot survive without jealousy. It has to make me jealous of you because you have a bigger house or you have a warm and wonderful husband or whatever. Capitalism cannot survive without these negative emotions. What that means is that social structures are not just out there, they are also in here. The social structures in here, in us, are inherent in and through us. We carry the social structure through our activities. This is what the philosopher and social scientist Bourdieu has called the habitus of social life. The social structure flows through us. We start to change it when we disconnect the supply lines from within. But there is an even more powerful consideration. The social structure of capitalism, whether or not you accept Marx's analysis that it depends on unpaid labor, actually depends on the free creativity and love of human beings. It could not exist for a moment without it. If I go into a shop and I buy a newspaper and the news agent gives me the paper, that act is predicated on the fact that I am not going to turn and run. It is predicated on trust. Consider any social form that we do not like, that we find objectionable. War would be something that most of us abhor, but how could war, a terrible thing involving violence, aggression, killing, slaughter, how could war for a moment survive without the solidarity of soldiers at the front? How could it survive without the support of the wives and sisters and daughters at home? So the tacit presupposition of all these negative social structures, whether they be capitalism, whether they be war, is the spontaneous good nature of our own inner selves, operating from the ground state, our spontaneous creativity, our natural love, our willingness to trust other beings. The whole possibility of human emancipation depends on an asymmetry which I am going to call the asymmetry of emancipation, but it is an asymmetry inherent in action. That oppression, and those oppressive social structures could not exist without the free creativity, the non-dual spontaneous activity coming from our ground state. But we could exist and survive and flourish as human beings, as embodied personalities, just being consistent with our ground state. We could do very well, thank you, without those oppressive systems. So the oppressive systems that are destroying our planet and that are also inherent within us can be shed and we will survive, indeed flourish, expand, and grow, become free. But they could not exist for a moment without us. So this asymmetry is the asymmetry on which the possibility of human emancipation depends. Never forget that we, and the best part of ourselves, always have the upper hand. Because the best part of ourselves is the deepest part of ourselves and all the negativity, oppression, social structures that you abhor could not survive for a moment without it. Just think of a capitalist production line or any production line. It is always going wrong, so it actually depends on more than unpaid labor or the extraction of surplus value, it depends on the spontaneous creativity of people to keep the whole line going. You can take as an example questions of women's domestic labor, the reproduction of labor power, that is unpaid, that is also free, that is also unconditionally given, spontaneously given. I am not sanctioning that because in our society that is a sign of demerit. If something is unpaid, it is regarded as being of no value and that is a terrible thing. But actually the free-loving, spontaneity of any human being, say of a parent for a child, is the paradigm of what we could all be. It is a sort of punctuated prefiguration of the future. We could all be like that, we could all be spontaneous, unconditional, giving, we could all be focused in our activity. Yet we could not do anything else, we could not sustain evil, oppression, unless we were also capable of non-dual action. Unless there was love, solidarity, loyalty, comradeship, at some level and in some respect, to some degree, a band of robbers could not hang together, they just have to trust each other. I would challenge you when you go home, to look at any social situation you deplore and you will see how it ultimately depends at some level, however warped its manifestation, on love, creativity, and other properties of the ground states of human beings. Without these fundamental features of human being you could not survive. I am really struck with the complete absence of any mention of psychoanalysis in your discourse. And on that I have two questions. This search for unity sounds very transhistorical. When you said that the transcendental, unity and non-duality is the basis of life, I would make this statement in a different way: the transcendental, unity and non-duality is not the basis of life but is the universe. The basis of life is separateness. In that sense the very idea of unity emerges only when we are separated. The idea of unity can emerge and can sustain you only when you are separated. Therefore this identification is never beyond dualism but beyond duality. Being scientific about reality, we get back to the problem of dualism by the very answer of unity. My second question, the question of mind and body, again concerns separation and dualism. Again, this mind and body unity at the absolute level is never interrelationship. The interconnectedness is always one step before that absoluteness. The desperate search to have this unity of body and mind is still struggling with the realm of dualism or duality. At that level I find it very difficult to separate between dualism and duality. The first thing I need to stress is that we can never be in a position of total non-duality. We can be non-dual beings, but we have to act in a world of duality. We have the mind, we have language, we are living in a growing and developing environment, and we are always going to have to think and speak. Then, supposing we are in a state of consciousness and we want to talk about that state of consciousness, we immediately, if that state was a non-dual state, have to be in a dual state. The dual state is structured in terms of subject-object non-identity. This is forced on us by the world in which we live. We are all embodied personalities. I am separate from her, I am separate from you. Yet, at a deep level, the level of our ground state, we are inseparably connected. But we are nevertheless separate, and so long as we are separate, so long as we are talking about the physically embodied world, then we must always think in terms of having to use things which will involve dualistic modes. For example, thought, speech and song. Putting forward the possibility of a level of consciousness which is non-dual and showing how that non-duality is manifest in action and in identification with other beings actually presupposes separateness, and the separateness is a fact of the physical world in which we live. Point 2. Something that is wrong with your argument is that you are interpreting me as if I am trying to put a stop to change, and I am not. Other people may have thought that now we have this unity then everything stops. But the first thing is that this unity is not an identity. This unity respects the singularity and difference of individuals. So I am not saying that everyone should be the same. In order for me to really be as committed to your development as my own, I have to become or be a part of you, or I have to have you as a part of me. But you are different. This is not a belief. You see, Marx also got this right. He said that a communist society would not be a society in which everyone was equal. We will not treat everyone the same. Why? Because everyone is different, people are different. If you treat everyone the same when people are different, that is wrong. So you will treat everyone according to the specificity of their differences. The concrete universal that I was elaborating respects this. It says as human beings there is something we all have in common. We also have lots of things different, coming from different histories, different geographies, so we have different trajectories, different points where we got to, where we are. After all that, we have our concrete singularities, our unique idiosyncrasies. There are no two flowers that are the same. I believe that there are no two tigers in India, or ever have been, which have had exactly the same markings. Everywhere in nature we have a great diversity. One of the worst things that is happening on the planet now is the decimation of species. The more species we have, the better. I want to emphasize the value of singularity and difference. To say that everyone should be in their dharma, is to say that everyone's uniqueness, everyone's special nature will be valued. No two people are the same, so what two people are doing in this ideal society that I am drawing a picture of will always be different, and how they feel will always be different. The third mistake is to think that this ideal society means that everything has come to a stop. Rather, our creative possibilities can soar. This will be change, this will be a society, there will be people who are free to grow, to embrace change, who will want to develop, who will want to expand. There are so many things I cannot do. I do not know how to bind books, how to do X, Y, Z. I want to do all those things, but then I will discover whole new possibilities, areas which we have never even dreamt of, and everyone will be in a situation in which they will be free, not only to create new things, but to create new modes of creation that are not dreamt of. This would be like the end of prehistory and the beginning of real history, and real history is change in time. To embrace change is as important as embracing totality. Psychoanalysis has pointed out that we have unconscious, subconscious motivations. We cannot be free so long as we have motivations that are unconscious, that we have not eliminated. So when Freud said, and he was using the term in a different way, that where there was ID there should be ego, which is more like an equivalent of my transcendentally real self, what he meant was that we should replace all those unconscious determinations that constrain or impinge on us. He was trying to bring the unconscious to the level of consciousness, and we have to do this to be free. So long as we have a hidden resentment, say against our father, that is burning within us, we are not going to be free. So psychoanalysis can be brought on board. But whether the techniques of psychoanalysis are the best ways of getting rid of these unconscious residues, and which techniques, is another question. Similarly, when I use Marx as an example, I am not condoning all aspects of Marx's writings or theories, let alone the practice of subsequent Marxists. Marx himself said, as you all know, I am not a Marxist. Freud was a great innovator. He discovered a new ocean, a new sea, a new territory, a new continent. We all have to be aware of that. That must be part, that is part, of the stratification of the personality. There is the unconscious. If we think of the lessons of psychoanalysis not only in terms of ego, superego, and ID, but in terms of life force and death wish, then the dream of absolute is built into our existence, our being. But the impossibility of that dream is also built into our being, in the sense that the emancipatory discourses based on the dream of absolute are impossible since we are embodied. It is not impossible because if you understand the features of our embodied personality, then you will understand that there are always going to be limits. Even the physical structure of our world places limits on our possibilities. There is a theorem in mathematical logic that for any finite set of descriptions there are an infinite number of descriptions compatible with it. For any finitude in the world, there are an infinite number of possibilities consistent in it. So we can have an infinity, unbounded possibilities within a world which is constrained, finite, which has laws. We know that eventually this planet will fall into the sun and the sun will collapse into a black hole, but within that time span we can have infinite possibilities. Within the separation between two beings, say human beings separated by physical laws, within that separation there can be endless possibilities of expansive union. So I do not believe that the absolute or the infinite is impossible to accommodate within the finite. And I believe that can be shown in logic and mathematics. But more importantly, you can begin to realize that in your everyday life. And even the beginning to realize it, cutting those social structural cords which loop through us, is making a move in that direction. I think it was Foucault who stated that a murderer must be hanged for his own safety. And if a murderer has to be hanged for his own safety, then surely we are talking about a very different human nature, or a human nature which has a different aspect to that which you have been portraying. You have surely given us some insights into human nature, but this is power-hungry, requires security, requires some clinging to a collectivity, and imposes all sorts of controlling do's and don'ts. I am with ID's superego to a large extent, which is also struggling the superego, so there are lots of do's and don'ts and Mr. Jekyll and Dr. Hyde in the whole process. When a murderer has to be hanged for his own safety, then these negative kinds of emotions seem more universal than you would like us to believe. What someone here was trying to say is that we all suffer through intrinsic separateness, violence, identity crises, rupture, which your kind of discourse is trying to overcome. But then in your kind of discourse one requires such emancipated self-contained, assured human beings that they do not need assurance from the collectivity, and as soon as you need assurance from the collectivity, this emancipation, liberation, freedom, collapses. These negative emotions that I am talking about are real. You cannot just wish them away. Because I have argued that we are in fact those beings that emancipatory theories implicitly presuppose, I am not trying to say that the struggle for emancipation is going to be an easy one. Actually, just working on a single emotion like jealousy, anger, or pride is an immensely difficult thing. And I would think that there are very few people who do not have some emotional difficulties, probably none who have no emotional issues to work on. They are real, and also I have to say that they all have a positive function. This is a dialectical view. In some situations you need to build up someone's ego. If someone has been smashed into the ground, you need to say, look, stand up for yourself, fight against the world, battle, we will support you. This is what has been called translative spirituality or emancipation. This is designed to boost the ego. The fundamental truth is this, that without self-esteem, unless you love yourself, you cannot love anyone else. Actually, you can argue that your capacity for love in any dimensional circle of love depends on the degree of your own self-love. If you do not love yourself, you cannot love anyone else. And if you do not recognize yourself, and in the first instance in this materially embodied world this means assert, and believe, and feel your own specialness, if you do not assert and affirm that and feel it, then you must build that up. Some people have no fear, and that is terrible because they will go and do the most foolhardy things. Fear is a very natural response. If you are in the presence of a snake, you feel fear immediately and spontaneously, and that is a natural biological function. When it becomes pathological is when you will not sit down until you have examined every corner of a room looking for the snake. Then we think it has gone too far. Pride too has its useful functions. We do not have any of these emotions without a function. Let us see what this implies for action. You talk about Foucault saying you are hanging a man for his own sake. Well, let us leave aside the own sake, because I think that is gratuitous. If you have hanged him, then he might survive as a soul, and you might be saying you are trying to do some good for his soul, but Foucault is not saying that, so I don't know where own sake comes in. Hanging, killing, is killing ever justified? This is an old question. If someone accosts someone else and I want to stop that murder, it may be that the only way I can do it is by killing him. Does that mean that I am a bad person? No. To go back to the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna tells Arjuna it is your duty to kill, to slay your kin. And of course, if we have a social system in which someone is doing something terrible, and the only way to stop that action is by killing him, then kill him we must. But let us not pretend that we are killing him for his own sake, unless we then accept the whole theory of the immortality of the soul and reincarnation. Point 3. I may be happy to accept this, but it does not come into the bounds of this discourse at the moment, because we are saying it is a spiritual discourse which is consistent with all faiths or no faiths. But I can argue about the immortality of the soul, or what can be said for and against reincarnation, some other time. So does this mean that to kill someone you have to feel hatred and anger? Of course not. Krishna is telling Arjuna, do not feel angry, because if you were angry or tearful, then you will not be able to shoot your arrow directly at his heart. You do not feel any emotion, you just focus. Perhaps a hangman feels no emotion at all. The positive points are very well taken in this question, which is that all the negative emotions and the ego have their place, and that there is a dialectic. We are working towards a goal, and this goal is within us, is there. And we will not stop until we reach it. The terrible thing is that we can destroy ourselves as a species long before we have reached it, and that is why I am talking in this way now. For I think that it is only by moving in this direction that we can survive as a species on this planet, because we are hurtling towards destruction on all those planes of social being. I would be happy if we survived as a species on this planet. Now, if you believe in the immortality of the soul, then you can argue that we will go to another planet or build another world, and that may be true. But still, no one who has ever believed in a deeply spiritual way about the immortality of the soul has said that we should neglect our body, our planet, our host planet. As physical beings, we have to respect our body. If you want to be spiritual, our body is our temple, the temple of our transcendentally real self. We must respect and honor it, and respect and honor the planetary environment in which our body lives and of which it is a part. The propositions contained in your talk perhaps pertain to a model of action which seems to contradict much of what we teach in terms of social intervention. If you have to intervene, you first have to work on yourself, and the universal element paradoxically leads us to the most individual intervention. And if that were to be so, what sort of social work do we do? Because the type of social work that we do is based on objectivity as well as on the condition that you are a part of the larger scheme of things, in the way you say. If that were the case, it would be very nice, as we are an open house here, to look forward to some of your writings articulating your new philosophy with its emphasis on transcendence, non-duality, and co-presence. We would request you to point to or indicate what sort of intervention we should make on the basis of the philosophy you are developing. Secondly, we would appreciate it if you could clearly demarcate your positions from the traditional positions of either dualistic or non-dualistic Hinduism. And one more step would be if you could also differentiate your position from the different schools of Buddhism. None of this is designed to stop you acting and start to replace it with working on yourself. You have to work on yourself in activity. There is no point in working on your jealousy outside a situation in which your jealousy is going to operate. Being engaged in whatever practices you are doing, you may sometimes have to lock yourself in a room or go for a walk and think, why am I jealous? In fact, such distancing or objectification is an essential part of the process of initiating sustainable emotional change. There are lots of techniques we can go into another time. But in no way am I saying abstain from social action. As for the implications of this philosophy for social work, this means in the first instance that what I am doing when I am doing social work is that I start from a perspective of this philosophy, that aspect of this philosophy which I call co-presence, so that the other, the one that I am working with, is also within me. I am within her or him. This is very important because most people define their identities in a very exclusive way. So a man is a man is a man is a man, he cannot relate to a woman. Then he has to relate to a woman. To do so, he has to understand the woman within himself. And the woman has to understand the man within herself. This is taking the philosophy of co-presence seriously and applying it in a practical way. When we hate or fear something, it is useful to try to identify what it is that we fear or hate within ourselves. So we have to understand that aspect within ourselves. If we cannot find it, then we have to implicitly bring it up or evoke it. In the same way, we have to identify, go into that person, make them one with us. If there is nothing in common, then we have to stretch our conceptual, emotional thinking, our feeling, and even perhaps our physical world until we can get into that person. We become one. The basis of social work is transcendental identification in the sense of becoming one in principle with the other. That does not mean that you abolish your difference with them, it only means that you have the capacity to become them. To become as them. When you enter their world, you do not believe that you can immediately teach or help them. But being part of their world, you can explore it together with them, and it becomes a joint project. Recall what I said about the teacher. These points about action are all tautologies, that is to say, they are all necessary truths. A lot of philosophers might say this. This does not mean they are easy to understand. But when you think about it, it is only you who can act. We can only act through ourselves. That does not mean that my action is limited to myself. If I wanted to affect you now, I am in fact trying to affect you, but I can only do it in virtue of my actions. I cannot do it directly, clearly, consistently, or ethically. Rather, I prefer, logically, by making someone else move. How am I supposed to move or act through another? Of course, this does not mean that I cannot act with another, but I act only in and virtue of their free will, their solidarity with me, coming from their ground state in rapport with my solidarity with them, and their being and their well-being, coming from my ground state. I am very opposed to all those other kinds of politics which model emancipation as something which can be forced, delivered, or imposed from without, for those kinds of politics, and all those other kinds of disciplines, actually tacitly embody master-slave hierarchies. I say you are me, and I am going to try and understand you from the perspective that I can become you. then it is up to you what you do. At the end of the day, if you choose to go your particular way, then I have to understand and accept that. One thing I should make clear. When I mean becoming one, I do not mean physically, though this may play a part and you start to live like that person. When I talk about love, I do not mean that everyone should kiss everyone else. We all live in a world in which difference and singularity have their own place. I would hope that at the level of embodied personality there is very little I have in common with a hangman or a murderer, but I have to understand that human being to become him. To understand my greatest enemy, I have to become that enemy. That is reconnaissance. That is something we have to do. The sensible general who is plotting or fighting a war is the one who best understands, that is, becomes one, or is able to identify with, his enemy, so that he can anticipate his enemy's every move, then he will never be caught out. So transcendental identification is a very flexible tool. Transcendental identification plus focused attention plus non-attachment. These would be the ideal springboards for social work. Then you go into something wholeheartedly, you do not hold anything back because you are totally focused, your energy is not dispersed, and then you as a social worker understand that you can learn from that person. And even learn new techniques. That would be the perspective, and this is a very exciting area. Everything in life is open, this perspective is an open one, which is up to other people and all of us to develop. Just in case anyone gets the idea that I am critical realism, I should say that is not true. It is an international, multidisciplinary movement, and there are lots and lots of critical realists who do not agree with everything I say, indeed agree with very little of it, and certainly critical realists do not agree with each other. So I may have been the initiator, that's all. Today I am going beyond critical realism, but what I am proposing is an idea to be developed and applied. Let us see how, as social workers and philosophers, we would put it in practice. That is a very exciting scenario, that I hope we'll all explore some more. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 4. Metareality, in and beyond critical realism. Section 1, Critical realism in the context of the development of the philosophical discourse of modernity. The new philosophy of metareality which this book introduces in published form is a philosophy which maintains or sustains but at the same time transcends critical realism precisely through realism, and indeed critical realism, about transcendence, the existence of and necessity for non-dual states and phases of being, and the critique of a disenchanted reality. We can see how it sustains but goes beyond hitherto existing critical realism, including its most recent phase, that of the transcendental dialectical critical realism, which I elaborated in my book From East to West 1 by examining the articulation of critical realism in two ways. Diachronically, in terms of its development over time from transcendental realism, as a philosophy of science, through critical naturalism, as a philosophy of social science, through the theory of explanatory critique, as a philosophy which showed how one could rationally derive evaluative positions from matters of fact, through dialectical critical realism, as a theory of dialectic pinpointing the necessity for conceptions of absence and totality and laying the ground for a theory of freedom as the absenting of absences or the elimination of constraints, through to transcendental dialectical critical realism, as a theory of the necessary spiritual presuppositions of emancipatory projects, and by examining its synchronic or structural articulation, that is the articulation of the different moments, stadia, or levels of the system of dialectical critical realism, which to an extent also resumes the diachronic, which is also a dialectical, process of the development of critical realism. Now the emergence and trajectory of critical realism itself has to be understood in terms of the development of the philosophical discourse of modernity, which I will periodize into 5 phases and of which it constitutes so many successive critiques until we reach a point, as already intimated, in which realism about transcendence allows us to transcend subject-object duality. In this way we are looking at the development of critical realism from a philosophy of science transcendental realism to a philosophy of universal self-realization transcendental dialectical critical realism to a position in which realism about transcendence necessitates transcendence of duality, realism, and even thought itself. So if, as I shall show, critical realism is to be understood in its essence as the systematic attempt to think being, then this process, carried through to its limits, ultimately transcends not only realism conceived as involving subject-object duality, but thought itself. The 5 phases of the philosophical discourse of modernity which I want to discuss can only be briefly mentioned here. These 5 phases I will call just simply 1. The classical philosophical discourse of modernity. 2. High modernism. 3. The theory and practice of modernization. 4. Postmodernism. 5. Western triumphalism. Is associated with the rise of the new social movements, and with the recrudescence of neo-imperialism, reactionary nationalism and chauvinism, and regressive fundamentalism, communalism, and other fear-based movements. Indeed, each phase of this discourse, itself reflecting, as one would expect some broader change in the social order or order of human being generally, is marked by a revolutionary upheaval. Thus, is initiated with the classical English and French bourgeois revolutions of 1640 to 1660 and 1789. Had its heyday between the revolutions of 1848 and 1917. Is associated with the revolutionary watersheds of 1945, the end of the Second World War, and 1947, the symbolically and practically significant decolonization and partition of India. Begins at the time of the revolutionary upsurge of 1968, and sets in the wake of the collapse of the Soviet bloc. Each moment or phase in the development of PDM constitutes a partial critique, and at the same time a deepening of some earlier phase, so as to constitute a dialectical totality in which we can see how the later is already implicit in the earlier phase, and how indeed the last phase is already implicitly contained in the very first phase of PDM, the classical or base discourse of modernity. This first phase of PDM is characterized by egocentricity, and false abstract universality. Indeed the whole PDM is constituted by the couple of an ego, be it an individual or a group, class, gender, nation-state objectively set against a manifold, described in actualistically universal terms, which is the object of that ego's action. This ego is thus set against its other, but the categories in which the ego and its other are apprehended are both then so separated and qualitatively differentiated and opposed as to make the very universality presupposed by the discourse impossible to maintain. Thus either the ego must be part of the world, in which case the non-modern or pre-modern disappears and the whole point of the rhetoric of modernity is lost, or the ego is not part of the rest of the world and so detotalizing itself from that world, cannot sustain its own universality or even upon close inspection, the coherence of its own identity, or indeed its very existence or reality. Not only does CDM necessitate a point of contrast or comparison constituted by the category of the non or pre-modern, opposed to itself, but, in its actuality, it tacitly presupposes the existence of the other. Thus we have the figure of the intrinsic exterior or past too implicitly secreted into the discourse, below the level of consciousness, as the necessary condition of that discourse, reflecting the exploitation of the excluded in reality, whether the excluded be other individuals, non-bourgeois classes, women, colonist peoples, etc. It is the false and abstract, and self-refuting character of the partial totality that CDM sustains, which is the thrust of the critique of high modernism, which philosophically and politically reached its zenith or apogee in Marxism, which also highlighted CDM's lack of reflexivity. It is here that the concept of ideology emerges, with the crucial emphases of the critique of him being the incomplete totality and lack of reflexivity of CDM. But him is itself vulnerable to the very critique it essays against CDM, for the intellectuals, artists, and others who expressed this standpoint were very far from constituting Gramscian organic intellectuals, that is, they neither articulated nor represented the views of the masses for whom they spoke. Indeed, substitutionism or speaking for a group of people became a characteristic feature of this phase, and indeed all subsequent phases too. With this substitutionism went of course elitism. And it is this feature that rises to the fore in the third phase of the discourse. The theorists and practitioners of modernization were concerned to bring up to their level of themselves the rest, that is the non- or pre-modern part of humanity. Thus in the theories of Rostow or the practices of modernizing social engineering, welfare state, or colonial regime, there was implicit an assumption of unilinearity and judgmentalism, that is, not only was the modern, whatever form this happened to take at any particular place and time, superior to everything inconsistent with it, but there was also only one route to get from it to the modern condition. This judgmentalism went hand in hand with an accentuation of the theme of disenchantment, that is the denial of any meaning or value in being, a theme which had already begun to be articulated in the course of, that is at the time of high modernism, in the context of such motifs as the Nietzschean death of God and Weberian rationalization, and which was later, in the time of that development of the discourse of high modernism which took the near postmodernist form of post-structuralism, the end of man, history, and meaning. Little did it bother the ideologues of modernization that the modern could only be sustained in dialectical interaction and exploitation of that to which it was being opposed. For example, if everyone became a capitalist, then there would be no one left for capitalists to exploit, and so no more capitalism. Point 4. This is not just a question of definition, of one term only making sense in relation to another, much more basically, it is a question of the actual constitution of the presumed superior or privileged term, which of necessity presupposed in practice and derived its own superiority from the existence and exploitation of the inferior or suppressed term. It was in this phase that the universalising tendencies of PDM became most evident, and it was onto this that postmodernism fastened its critique, namely as a reaction against the abstract actualist obliteration of identities and differences, including differential geohistorical trajectories. This coincided with the emergence of the new social movements, partly as a cultural reaction to the social practices and forms expressed and articulated in the abstract analytical universality of PDM, whether as CDM or in its subsequent phases. Unfortunately, in the very accentuation in this phase of a new politics of identity and difference, the interconnectedness and unity of humanity and indeed living forms was lost. What was missing here was any conception of a dialectical totality, with the crucial concepts of dialectical universality and concrete singularity absent. 5. Thus this phase also brought out the formalist and functionalist nature of the whole PDM. Thus we had characteristically the assumptions of either the plasticity of nature, or more generally the non-ego, treated as an object of instrumental modes of reasoning, thought and behavior, together with a more or less crude materialism, philosophically denying or underestimating the role of ideas, consciousness, and hence intentionality in geohistory, and substantively, in an egocentric world, pivoted on a sense of the absolute or categorical separateness of the ego, self, or unit of identification, from the rest of the world, underwriting various relations of attachment, of desire, or fear and manipulative treatment, and corresponding instrumental or manipulative treatment of the world of objects with which man sought to fill his own inner emptiness, setting up a master-slave relationship between the ego or the modern and the non-ego, other, or non- or pre-modern. Postmodernism was not only characterized by an incapacity to sustain a coherent totality, but ultimately, just in virtue of this, an incapacity to sustain any notion of itself. For it duplicated the relationship between modern and non-modern in the relationship between postmodern and modern, and in its overt acceptance of the claims of PDM in its development, and especially in its denial of ontology, tacitly presupposed in the eontic fallacy of PDM and of the capacity for a rational assessment of philosophical and other positions. It undermined its own capacity to sustain itself, for the postmodernist discourse must be real, if it is to have any effect at all, and its own rationality, for there must be some ground for the postmodernist discourse. Thus was paved the way, after the collapse of the Soviet bloc, for the emphatic reassertion of the theme of the ontological monovalence already implicit in CDM. This is the moment of Fukuyama's The End of History and the Last Man. 6. This indeed was merely reclaiming what Nietzsche and Hegel had already claimed in the previous century. Each alike highlighted the taboo on negativity or absence in being, encapsulated within Western philosophy from the time of Parmenides. On point 7, of course, the very statement of the end of history is itself a profoundly historical statement, but the way was now set for a Western triumphalism, which generated in its wake the regressive fear-based, often religiously inspired, forms of fundamentalism and communalism which coexist uneasily in defensive alignment with postmodernist social forms today. As so many symptoms of the alienation and fragmentation of being in an increasingly interconnected world. However, this logic of the end has itself a clearly identifiable end. For when everything is commodified, that is reified and turned into a thing, then the process of commodification must come to a halt, and since there will be nothing more to commodity, there can be no further basis for commodification, that is, the expansion, and thus the very survival, of the regime of commodification, reification, and alienation. The only question is whether this regime comes to a halt before the process of commodification is absolute, for when it does, or if it did, there would be no more nature and nothing more to count as a human being. This then is the general cultural philosophical background to the genesis and development of critical realism. When I started working on the system which became known as Transcendental Realism in the late 1960s, it was out of an interest in applying philosophy to the problematic of, that is of modernization, in the context of exploring the relevance of economic theory to underdeveloped countries, an attempt to investigate the feasibility of the journey from the modern to the non or pre-modern, from the West to the East. The latest phase of critical realism began to develop at the time of, just as the first phase of critical realism began to develop at the time of. 4. With the collapse of actually existing socialism and the transparent weakness or absence of radical alternatives in the modern, northern, or Western world to the dominant political, social and economic forms, and in particular the absence of any viable socialist or radical alternative to actually existing capitalism in its high monetarist mode, it became necessary to go into the deeper human, natural and spiritual presuppositions of the traditional emancipatory projects of the radical left in the West. To my surprise, embedded within these projects were deeply spiritual assumptions about human nature and possibilities which had nowhere informed actually existing socialist practice. The vision, so nicely articulated by Marx, of a communist society as one in which the free development of each is the condition of the free development of air, logically entails that your development and flourishing is as important to me as my own, a presupposition so strong that it itself must be universally instantiated in such a society for it to hold at all. This is exactly the same as the ideal of the Bodhisattva in Mahayana Buddhism, in which the no-ego of the realized being engages in the dharmakaya of the whole of humanity, that is, cannot himself be free until each and every being in the cosmos is fully free, in the sense of realized. In only slightly more muted forms, such themes can be found within every political and religious tradition and every culture, and indeed are implicit, at some rudimentary level, in every aspect or form of human life. This will be explained shortly. Here the symmetrical point to note is that if the odyssey of critical realism began with the starkly dualistic counterposition of transitive and intransitive dimensions, or of knowledge and being as part of a project moving from west to east, then the latest phase, and its own transcendence in the philosophy of metaReality articulated in this book, invoking aspects of Eastern spiritual thought and moving from east to west, involves the breakdown of all forms of duality and dualism, even as a necessary condition of sustaining a coherent account of a world in which duality dominates and occludes the non-duality on which it nevertheless depends. Point 8. Section 2, a brief review of the diachronic development and synchronic structural articulation of transcendental dialectical critical realism. Diachronic development. There are three important features to note about the process of the development of critical realism, which I have been locating in the previous section in the context of a critique of the philosophical discourse of modernity. 1. Its imminently critical character. 2. Its constituting a dialectical process. 3. It's constituting a progressive movement from questions to do with science and objectivity through to normative and subjective questions of freedom and ultimately universal self-realization, a development powered by the single norm of truth. The first thing to appreciate is that every philosophical argument must of necessity take an imminently critical form, that is to say, one only has an argument worth the name if one is engaging with the premises, presuppositions, or positions of some actually existing foe. The argument is always against a real opponent, never a straw man. By the same token, this means that reflexivity, or the capacity of a theory or discourse to coherently situate and sustain itself, is a very important, indeed the supreme, criterion of philosophy. Thus a book such as Rorty's Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature 9, which argues, in Part 1, that the world consists only of atoms and the void, and at the same time goes on, in Part 3, to give an account of the role of philosophy as consisting in conversational hermeneutics, can straight away be rejected. For how can one sustain the intelligibility, rationality, or even possibility of conversational hermeneutics if the world is not a stratified system of emergent levels with their own sui generis properties and powers, but consists merely in atoms and the void? Or, to take another example, when Hume asserts that there is no better reason for going out of a building by the ground floor door rather than by the second floor window, and yet at the same time he himself always leaves by the ground floor, then we know immediately that there is something wrong with Hume's account, that is, his own practice belies and betrays his theory. Thus there is also a sense in which we, in philosophy, let a theoretical position undermine itself. We do not impose an external or arbitrary position or premise, but just show that and how theorists' claims about reality cannot be sustained in the totality of his own practice. Thus the unity of theory and practice assumes great import in philosophical critique. Moving now to the second point, that is the nature of the development of critical realism as itself a dialectical process, we must note that this itself has two aspects. The first is that, pursuing the practice of immanent critique, what critical realism does or has done in each phase of its development is to locate a glaring inconsistency, contradiction, or anomaly in the theoretical position it orientates itself against, showing how this contradiction or inconsistency itself stems from an incompleteness or constitutive absence in the pre-existing philosophical problem field that currently dominates the field in question. The critical/therapeutic work of critical realism is just to repair this absence, which, by retotalising the existing theoretical scene, will inevitably involve some redescription of what was already present therein. Thus the great absence that transcendental realism seized on was the absence of the possibility of an account of ontology, that is, the supposition that, in Wittgenstein's words, it was sufficient to treat only of the network, not what the network described, that in fact one could not refer to being as such, but only to our descriptions of being, a position, which I called the epistemic fallacy. Point 10. This is not only false, it masks the tacit secretion of an implicit ontology, for how could one say anything about beliefs about the world without those beliefs themselves presupposing something about the world that they describe? It is also patently self-refuting. For we must ask, what is the ontological status of the embargo on ontology? Either it is real, that is, the declaration that ontology is impossible is itself real, and exists, which opens the floodgates to the whole of reality, or if that statement is not real, does not exist, has not occurred, then what possible grounds are or could there be for even acknowledging it, i.e., how can one have an argument with something that does not exist? This feature of isolating and remedying absences also gives to critical realism in its development the property that it successively breaks taboos. Thus, as transcendental realism, it breaks the taboo on ontology, about speaking about reality. As critical naturalism, it breaks the taboo about speaking of transcending the oppositions and dualisms that characterize the contemporary social sciences, reflecting contradictions and dualities in our substantive social life. As explanatory critique, it breaks the taboo on the rational valuation or assessment of value positions, based on the stipulation that value judgments are subjective. preferences or matters of taste that one has which are not susceptible to rational or factual scrutiny. Point 11. Dialectical critical realism breaks the taboo on admitting absence and negativity in reality, while transcendental dialectical critical realism breaks the taboo on a rational discourse about spirituality and cognate matters. To summarize, transcendental realism breaks the taboo on a rational discourse about being, critical naturalism on a rational discourse of duality, contradiction, and split. The theory of explanatory critique breaks the taboo of a rational discourse about values, dialectical critical realism of a rational discourse about negativity, dialectic, process and change, and finally, transcendental dialectical critical realism of a rational discourse about transcendence and the transcendent. The second aspect of the development of critical realism as a dialectical process is that it not only isolates absences generating contradictions in the existing conventional discourse of philosophy, it remedies incompleteness in its own discourse itself, that is in its previous phases. Thus critical realism is a process of development in thought which builds ever more complete and rounded totalities, continually self-critical in a process of self-transcendence without any conceivable or a priori positable end. Point 12. This duplex dialectical process means that critical realism always consists in a double immanent critique of the external manifold of received theory, and of its own dialectical past. The third feature of critical realism mentioned above, namely its progressive movement from a concern with the most objective features of social practice to the supposedly most subjective ones, leads on to another, namely, the way it transcends the oppositions between objectivity and subjectivity and such similar oppositions defining the existing way of thinking. Thus, on the new position of the philosophy of metaReality, developed in and through critical realism to a position which, while at the same time encompassing it also goes beyond it, shows the scientist to be nothing other than a mystic, and shows the mystic to be of necessity engaged in the most this-worldly concerns. So in this way we see another feature that characterizes the development of critical realism, that is the way in which once we have transcended an existing problem field, stuck on and constituted by a paradox, duplicity, or contradiction, the paradox dissolves, and the opposed terms, previously positive contraries, seen in the new light of the greater totality, as negative sub-contraries, allow us to redefine the level of reality concerned. So the traditional oppositions and dualities of received thought must be discarded, rethought and overturned in the light of the deeper position or vantage point from which we are now perceiving and articulating reality. Synchronic articulation. I now want to look at critical realism as a totality in terms of its structural articulation as dialectical critical realism, and in particular, its further transcendental or spiritual development or inflection as transcendental dialectical critical realism. The phases and moments of the structure of dialectical critical realism can be seen to mirror the phases of the diachronic dialectical development of CR from TR through CN, EC to DCR and TDCR, or, to put it another way, the moments of the dialectical articulation of the system of DCR mirror, by deepening the original impulse, its diachronic development. The moments of DCR are, as is pretty well known, 1M of ontology, 2E of negativity, 3L of totality, 4D of transformative praxis and of reflexivity. This system has been called the meld system of DCR. The spiritual or radical transcendentalization of DCR as TDCR develops a fifth aspect which can in fact be presented and developed within the existing structures of meld. Thus we have melda within meld, as a further transcendental and dialectical development or deepening of DCR. Meld of course just abbreviates the names that I gave, to differentiate the different moments of DCR. Thus I called the first moment or level a moment, the second an edge, the third a level, and the fourth a dimension, the fifth I now refer to as an aspect. There is no special significance at all in all these differential labels that I gave to the moments of the systems of DCR. These were merely mnemonic devices to help the reader/listener to differentiate the different levels of the system being discussed. I will come back to this in a moment. What is immediately very clear is that the whole of critical realism can be understood in terms of a systematic attempt to think being in a systematically progressive way. Thus at 1m we just think being as such and in general, at 2e we think being as in process, processually, at 3l we think being as a totality, and at 4d we think being as incorporating transformative practice and reflexivity. Then at 5a we think being, involving transformative praxis and reflexivity, that is self-conscious human activity, as incorporating a spiritual or transcendental moment. Thus we think being processually and as totality, think being processually and as a totality incorporating human transformative agency and reflexivity, and think being processually, as a totality incorporating human agency and reflexivity, depending on the necessary spiritual or transcendental moment of being, consciousness and agency. At each level or moment at the systematic articulation of DCR we have a deepening of our reflection on being. Just considering this in terms of the fifth aspect developed in TDCR we can understand the special inflection given to the different moments or stadia of DCR as follows. 1m The idea of alethic truth, including conceptions of an essential ultimate ingredient of the cosmos as a whole. 2e Transcendence, focusing particularly on the moment of transcendence within the transcending move to a greater totality in any dialectical process. 3l The idea of love as an essential binding, healing and totalizing force in the humanized world, and indeed possibly in nature generally. 4d The ideas of spontaneous right action and cosmic consciousness or enlightenment as the realization of the goal of absolute reason, that is the unity of theory and practice, the norm of reflexivity, which we have seen drives the dialectic of philosophical inquiry. Combining the dialectical and transcendental dialectical emphases we can provide a further mnemonic for MELDA. Thus we can think of a theme of 1m of ontology as involving the idea that there is more to being than our current knowledge of it, the theme of 2e as involving the edginess, that is the points of friction, tension and contradiction within the social and natural world which, as symptomatic of incompleteness, that is, constitutive absences of some sort, induces or stimulates the dialectics of particular aspects of being, the theme of 3l as involving love as a totalizing force par excellence. Being, the theme of 4d as involving the practical or axiological imperative do, and the theme par excellence of the further spiritual or transcendental phase as involving the ineffable but expressive the exclamation say of in Eureka I have it, at the moment of a scientific breakthrough or of an artistic or practical accomplishment. This also resonates with the A of the Vedic primordial sounds, but it can also and equally be represented by the O, of Zen poetry and practice, the Wow, Hey, and G of contemporary Atlantic discourse. The fact is of course that at this point, the point of transcendence, duality has broken down, so that any attempt to describe it, necessarily involving stepping out of a non-dualistic mode of consciousness, will both fail in some way to do justice to it and appear to be somewhat arbitrary or idiosyncratic, or even considered at a discursive level, meaningless. Thus although uttering a meditative mantra or a heartfelt prayer may be far more elevating, any sustained consciousness on any object or topic will eventually take you to the same state of kenosis or self-emptying or inner emptiness which is the hallmark of the transcendental experience. More edgy love do and may be useful ways of remembering the progressive deepening of our understanding of being within the structures of TDCR. Of course this process does not end with TDCR. Thus in the philosophy of metaReality articulated in this book we further expand our ontology, that is our understanding of being, by seeing the whole realm of duality as formed within and dependent upon non-duality, and in attempting in this phase of thought to think non-duality we thereby re-enchant reality. For non-duality involves the breakdown of subject-object duality, and with the collapse of subject-object duality, the semiotic triangle collapses. For since there is now no distinction between the signifier and the referent, there is no distinction between the signified and referent either. Thus we have the immediate identity of meaning and being, paralleling the immediate identity of subject and object, so that being, reality becomes significant, that is replete with meaning. But not only with meaning, also of value. This has already been presaged, at the level of EC, in the critique of Hume's law, which transcends the duality between fact and value, by seeing values as factually grounded. However, we now see the facts, that is being itself, as immediately evaluative, so that it is not just that actions may be more or less right, but that states of affairs, that is being as such, quite independently of any action we take in relation to them, are themselves intrinsically right or wrong. Thus a state of suffering or homelessness or cruelty is wrong, a feeling of peace or contentment, energization is right, etc. This re-enchantment of reality defines the further deepening of ontology made possible by the deeper thematization of transcendence and non-duality which we are exploring in this chapter and this book generally. This then is the re-enchanted reality of the philosophy of metaReality. Of course, it is not that the philosophy of metaReality enchants reality. Reality is already always enchanted. It is just that we do not, in the era, age, or epoch of disenchantment, recognize it. This lack of recognition of enchantment is itself a real feature of and in that reality which occludes and masks that on which it depends. So the ideology of disenchantment, even though it is false, is indeed a real and causally efficacious feature in being, with real determinate effects. Similarly, re-enchantment can help to roll back disenchantment and enables the space of the re-enchanted world, that is the world which was always enchanted, to develop and grow, the effects of disenchantment to be reversed or undone, and indeed enchantment to take on the aspect of a new form. Point 13. It is not difficult to see that the different phases of the dialectical development of critical realism map exactly onto the stadia of its synchronic articulation. Thus, corresponding to transcendental realism, which thematizes ontology and critiques the epistemic fallacy, that is the reduction of being to knowledge, we have 1M of ontology. Similarly, corresponding to critical naturalism, which enables us to see, and see through, the splits and dichotomies of social thought, reflecting real contradictions in the social world, we have 2E of negativity, dialectic and change. Corresponding to the theory of explanatory critique, we read totalis being in such a way that values become a part of it, not extruded from it, and of course values are precisely the effective part of the sentient, animate world. Thus, corresponding to EC, we have 3L of totality. Similarly, corresponding to DCR, or the theory of dialectic itself, we have a view of reality as oriented towards the absenting of constitutive absences which generate contradictions and necessitate their removal, and that of other constraints in the dynamic manifest in particular dialectics, such as the dialectic which I described as the dialectic of desire to freedom, and which I described generically as the pulse of freedom, but which is nevertheless present in every aspect of being as such. The spread between TR and TDCR is the spread between an ontology of science and axiology or practice of universal self-realization. Let us now map the correspondences of the dialectical development of CR from TR to TDCR, the synchronic articulation of meld, the inflection which 5A gives as melded to meld, and the critique of the PDM. TR corresponds, we have seen, to IM ontology, which develops its theme in the manner indicated in dialectical and transcendental dialectical critical realism, and as illustrated here in section 3 below in the spiritual exposition of being in the philosophy of metaReality. CN corresponds to 2E of negativity, dialectic process and change, insofar as critical naturalism involved the sublation and therefore the situation of the critique of duality in social theory as reflecting duality and contradiction in social life and practice, and therefore understood contradiction as real and negativity as an inherent feature of all, at least social, life. DCR generalizes this insight by recognizing that absence is essential not only to all change 14 but a constitutive feature of all being. Nothing purely positive is possible. TDCR recognizes the importance of transcendence in processes of change, a position deepened and radicalized in the philosophy of metaReality, where we shall see that it is essential to, indeed the foundation of all, social life and being generally. We shall see how creativity is the fundamental form, corresponding to 2E of absence, negativity, and change, in which the ground state manifests itself in human consciousness. Love is the fundamental form corresponding to 3L of totality, in which the ground state manifests itself in social life corresponding to 3L of totality, while right action is the necessary form in which the ground state manifests the 4D feature of transformative praxis, and fulfilled intentionality corresponds to the fifth aspect of reflexivity. Moving to the microcosm of human action, we have 1M ontology corresponds to the moment of will. 2E negativity corresponds to the moment of thought. 3L totality corresponds to the moment of emotion or feeling. 4D transformative praxis or physically manifest action on the world corresponds to the moment of physical objectification, or making. 5A reflexivity corresponds to the moment of fulfilled or realized intentionality. The theory of explanatory critique corresponds to 3L of totality, insofar as values and emotivational factors are included within being. This avoids the greatest split within contemporary philosophy, the split involved in Kantian and post-Kantian dualism, a split originated by Hume's law, and signaled by the taboo on deriving evaluative positions from factual ones, manifest in Kantian and post-Kantian philosophy by the contrast between the phenomenal and noumenal worlds, the world of science and fact and the world of value and action, or the world of science and the world of religion or faith. But EC not only heals the most gaping rupture or wound within the philosophical totality, correctly understood it brings out the very principle of healing or totalizing itself. This is the principle, the binding power of love, whether love is interpreted cosmologically, as ancient Greeks such as Empedocles or Heraclitus were wont to do, or whether love is just seen as the prime totalizing force in social life. Of course, insofar as all life, and indeed being, is implicitly conscious, love must implicitly apply to all life, and indeed being, at least in an enfolded, implicate or proleptic way, for love is precisely the force which binds, heals, shapes, forms, and sustains any totality, be it a cosmos or an individual organism, even in the form of that self-love which is necessary for any organism to sustain its own life. Dialectic and DCR itself corresponds to 4D of transformative praxis and the unity or theory in practice manifest in reflexivity. The fundamental form that praxis takes is always that of absenting some lack, some incompleteness, some constraint in the life of some human being or totality, and it does this most coherently, self-consistently and rationally when it acts from the standpoint of the greatest possible totality. Insofar as it can act from the depth and totality of the ground state, then the unity of theory in practice will be immediately manifest in spontaneous right action. But right action is a necessary feature for any action at all. For you could not do anything, even make any mistake or error in your doing, unless it constituted in some way a making, that is a doing which involves the production of a result, a doing which is, to that extent and in that respect, done correctly. If you put the wrong key in the door, you still have had to put the wrong key in the door correctly. So just as every human action involves creativity, that is the production of something new, and just as every human relationship is sustained at some level, in some form by that form of identification with or feeling for the other, i.e. becoming one to a small degree with the other, which manifests love, so no action is possible without an element of right action. The manner in which TDCR developed its take on 4D of transformative praxis and reflexivity led to the themes of spontaneous right action and the generalization of the unity of theory in practice or reflexivity as cosmic consciousness or enlightenment. The articulation and inflection of MELDA within MELD may therefore be summarized as follows. 1M of ontology finds its inflection at 5A in the concept of alethic truth and the other concepts derivative from it, such as those of Tina formation, ultimata. 2E of negativity finds its inflection at 5A in the concept of transcendence, which is the fulcrum of all dialectical and transformative processes. 3L of totality finds its 5A inflection in the concept of love, the binding, healing or totalizing force in social life. 4D of transformative praxis finds its 5A inflection in the concept of spontaneous right action, and reflexivity or the unity of theory in practice finds its 5A inflection in the concept of self-realization and ultimately universal self-realization. Finally, we can relate these moments of development of critical realism to the PDM. Thus the critiques of an egocentricity and false abstract universality, the fundamental themes of CDM, were precisely the atomistic and actualistic worldview critiqued by TR in its critique of empiricist ontology. The incomplete totality and lack of reflexivity and were precisely the features that CN fastened on, and correspond exactly to the critique of high modernism, including the meta-critique of its Marxist form. The critique of unilinearity, together with judgmentalism and disenchantment, the fundamental features of the ideology of modernization, precisely corresponds to the levels of 3L of totality and the theory of explanatory critique. The critique of formalism and functionalism and materialism, 15 features which postmodernism and the new social movements fastened on, precisely correspond to the level of 4D of transformative praxis and the theory of dialectic and DCR. Finally, the critique of ontological monovalence, the characteristic theme of triumphalism and its regressive reactions, such as religious fundamentalism, seizes on precisely that aspect of the infinite or absolute which we have been calling the ground state and the cosmic envelope. Point 16. Now moving on to the scope of the rest of this chapter, we shall see that these different moments of the philosophy of critical realism each reflect some aspect of the philosophy of metareality, which nevertheless, in transcending hitherto existing critical realism, retotalises it in such a way as to merit a new name. Thus this chapter explores the way in which the philosophy of metareality deepens ontology, that is the way in which it expands our comprehension of being. This corresponds to 1M of ontology. In the sequel to this book, The Philosophy of Metareality, we shall be looking at creativity, which corresponds to the 2E domain of becoming, presupposing absence and change. Point 17. The positive bipolar or dual of absence is emergence, and the central concept we will be focusing on here is precisely that of creativity. We will also be looking at love, which is the central or pivotal concept in the domain of 3L. And of course at action, paradigmatically physical action, which corresponds to the domain of 4D. Such action either fulfills or does not fulfill the intentionality of the agent, the volitional, creative, emotivated agent in action. These 5 moments corresponding microcosmically, as will, thought, emotion, physical action and objectification, result or consequence in being of the physical action, correspond to the 5 moments of any process of action. So we are able to begin to see how the philosophical space that I am articulating here further maps onto but deepens the existing conceptual space of TDCR. Of course, any conception of agency presupposes a self, that is an agent, and so we are naturally led on to consider the nature or being of the self who acts in the world, and to consider it in respect of its differential powers, opportunities, etc., which takes us into the traditional domain of the topics of freedom and emancipation. In fact, in the philosophy of metareality we consider emancipation as involving 3 aspects. Freedom, involving at the very least the elimination of heteronymous determinations, and hence the elimination of negative incompleteness. Fulfillment, involving the growth of positive capacities and powers, that is the elimination, to at least some degree, of positive incompleteness. Peace, which is universal fulfillment. This then is the skeletal program of the development of the philosophy of metareality. In the rest of this chapter we will just concentrate on the progressive deepening of ontology, corresponding to the field of 1M. But since everything in the world is included within ontology, we should not be surprised at the scope and scale of the results we will be able to achieve here. Section 3, the theory of the ground state, the cosmic envelope, transcendence, and copresence. In this section we shall see how the characteristic themes of the philosophy of metareality can be generated by reflection on, and further elaboration of, the principles already articulated within critical realism, in the systematic form of 1M ontology, and how these principles, which can be summarized as the theory of the ground state, the cosmic envelope and transcendental identification in consciousness themselves make possible what I shall call syntheses of self-realization. So I will begin by resuming the characteristic themes of 1M ontology, and I will do so by articulating the new philosophy of metareality through a set of numbered principles, the earlier ones which will be familiar to those who followed the development of existing critical realism, but each one will be given a new inflection as I develop what I will call the spiritual exposition of being. What I am going to do in this section is build up the generalist theory of the ground state, the cosmic envelope and transcendental identification in consciousness from the successive deepening of the principles of ontology as established in critical realism. It will be remembered that the characteristic theme of transcendental realism is that of, and this will be the first principle. The principle of the inexorability of ontology. This principle specifies not only the legitimacy, but the inexorability of ontology, that is not only of its legitimacy but of its necessity, and indeed inevitability, in any epistemological account, more generally any account not only of knowledge, but of any human action or property of human beings. This can be summarized under the rubric of the critique of the epistemic fallacy, but not only in transcendental realism, and critical realism generally, do we have a revindication of ontology. We show the necessity for an ontology of a radically different type to that presupposed in hitherto existing philosophy, or at least philosophy of the kind current in the situation in which critical realism was forged. Thus, in opposition to the flat, undifferentiated, and unchanging ontology encapsulated in the Humean theory of causal laws, critical realism shows the necessity for a conception of being as stratified, differentiated, and changing. The transcendental refutation of the linchpin of contemporary philosophies, not only of positivistic but of non-positivistic current accounts of science, and of non-scientistic as well as scientistic philosophies tacitly presupposed by the very theories which were oriented against positivism and scientism too, was that of the Humean theory of causal laws. It was supposed that scientists discovered in their experience, more particularly by experimental activity, that the world consisted of constant conjunctions of atomistic events, that is, that the world was adequately described in terms of empirical regularities. Employing the method of immanent critique, we must start by analyzing the activity which empiricism fastens on, namely experimental activity. If experimental activity is necessary to generate epistemically significant results, then those results, which science knows as causal laws, would not have occurred without it. In an experiment, a scientist generates the sequence of events, altering the course of nature from what it otherwise would have been, so the course of nature cannot be described in terms of empirical regularities or in terms of anything that belongs to the domain of actuality, that is, of the surface pattern of events. The surface of nature is indeed chaotic, or at least random. The point of an experimental operation is precisely to effect an artificial closure of this flux, that noise, interference, disorder, or mess, the form of the complex, irregular, and novel entanglements of the open systemic world, so as to identify a structure, generative mechanism, or field which operates irrespective of both the disorder and that closure alike. The objects of scientific investigation, such as causal laws, must therefore be understood as transfactually efficacious tendencies of mechanisms which exist and act, irrespective of the closure or otherwise of the systems in which they occur. That is to say, order in science must be understood at a level behind the pattern of events, defining the necessity for a conception of reality as transcending both events and experiences alike. Thus the law of gravity operates on the objects in the room in which you are sitting reading this, whether or not those objects are actually falling to the ground. The evident absurdity of identifying laws of nature with patterns of events, once this analysis has been given, does not mean that it is necessarily an easy thing to give up. Indeed, there may be reasons intrinsic to social reality which make the philosophy of empirical, rather than transcendental, realism the superficially plausible philosophy of ordinary life. Because much of our existence is routinist, regimented, and mechanistic, we do tend to think in terms of the routinist, regimented and mechanistic categories of empiricism. Science in fact marks a break, as the French philosopher Gaston Bachelard correctly noted, from the world of everyday life, that is the world of the categories which reflect the surface features of our reality as we experience and live them. Nevertheless, although empirical realism, that is the ontology of empiricism or positivism, may gain a certain currency from the world in which experience is normally categorized and lived, going into this world in any degree of philosophical depth shows that empiricism is transparently inapplicable there. Such everyday activities as making and drinking a cup of coffee presuppose the reality and efficacy of the objects and laws constituting the phenomena concerned. Thus the characteristic themes of the first phase of critical realism, transcendental realism, highlighted the intransitivity and transfactuality of the being investigated by science, which is also the true nature of being in the objective world in which we live. In this world, objects exist and act independently of what we, as agents, do. Metaphilosophically, the basic error was that of the epistemic fallacy, the reduction of being to knowledge. Ideologically this functioned to stamp or authenticate current knowledge. And experientially it confirmed the surface structure, the routinist nature of the world in which we live. Of course, once we have made the basic distinction between knowledge and being, or more generally between beliefs and their objects, then we must see beliefs as themselves part of being. Hence false and illusory beliefs are as much a part of being as true, non-illusory ones, and as such are real. To say that a belief is illusory is to say that it has no real object, i.e. that there is nothing in reality which corresponds to it or which it reflects or adequately expresses. It is not to say that that belief, illusory as it is, does not exist or that it is without causes or effects. In fact, unless the false or illusory belief existed, there would be no point in exposing its falsity or illusory nature, no point in criticizing it. Illusions then are real, and so too are contradictions, errors, category mistakes, norms, meanings and feelings, and indeed everything and more that can be thought at all. Thus we have the radical idea of the all-inclusiveness of ontology. The second principle I wish to articulate is thus: the principle of the all-inclusiveness of ontology. This principle may be illustrated by my threefold analysis of the self in Chapter 2. There I argued that there are within our existing understanding of the self three broad ideas, the first of which is illusory, the second of which has a relative, transient, and contextual reality, and the third of which has an absolute reality. These conceptions are the conceptions of the ego, the embodied personality, and the transcendentally real self. The ego understood as a self separate from other selves and the rest of being is, I maintain, an illusion, the self in the sense of an embodied personality itself threefold in constitution, constituted by our minds and thoughts, our emotional makeup and feelings, and our physical bodies, is certainly real, but it is a changeable reality, very difficult to pin down, while the transcendentally real self is something which endures but is manifest most of the time only in the context of a totality in which it is both dominated and occluded by elements other than itself. If this analysis is correct, then the ego, that is the sense of the self as distinct from all other selves and the rest of being, is as much an illusion as a belief in witches or in phlogiston. Nevertheless it, just like the belief in witches, has real effects, and is indeed just the sense of who I am, the sense of myself which is accentuated and most characteristic of our society, in which individuals typically see themselves as opposed to each other, and treat the rest of being outside themselves, from which they differentiate and demarcate themselves, as a field for their instrumental reasoning and manipulation, a field they must dominate and can feel free to exploit or use as they wish. Point 18. This is the philosophy of a society driven by the logic of desire at a motivational level, conditionality at a transactional level, and exploitation at a systemic level in contemporary times, most obviously and potently, of capitalism. Our egocentricity, our sense of our own specific separateness from the rest of being, though illusory, is one aspect of our embodied personalities. But these personalities are complex and changing formations, which vary from context to context and over time. This is what is meant by saying they are relative realities. Point 19. Indeed, it is not even clear what we should refer to as being ourselves. Thus, are our genes, ancestors, or parents, our nationality, class or education, our beliefs, moods, and sensations, our possessions, attachments and aversions part of ourselves or not? Are our children or parents part of oneself? Is one's car or one's dog, or even one's hairstyle or moods or beliefs part of oneself? This self, though difficult to pin down and unstable in meaning, is nevertheless real. Certainly we have bodies and emotions and minds. Certainly as embodied feeling and thinking beings we are differentiated from other embodied feeling and thinking beings, and our embodiment defines the point of agency, that is the point from which we must act. The third conception of the self is the idea of the transcendentally real self, that is the ground which constitutes us and underpins everything we do. This cannot be elaborated any more at the moment, but to it I will return. This threefold analysis of the self can be mapped onto the basic analysis of transcendental realism, which differentiates the real, as greater than but including or encompassing the actual, which in turn is greater than, but includes, the domain of the empirical or experience. Thus an experience of a pattern of events can be illusory, while the pattern of events can be highly unstable and all the same generated by enduring structures and mechanisms, beings and agencies at the level of the non-actual and non-empirical real. On this analysis of the self, the transcendentally real self, that I am positing is just the generative mechanism analog, the deep structure, the underlying causally efficacious field which, together with all the other agencies that exist in being, co-determines our behavior considered at the level of the actual, that is, what we do, think, and feel as embodied personalities. This leads us naturally to the third principle on which our argument is built. The principle of dispositional realism. This principle establishes the ontological, epistemological, and logical priority of the possible, the implicit, the enfolded, the involved, over the actual, the explicit, the unfolded, the evolved. The priority of the possible over the actual follows immediately from the tripartite analysis of laws established by transcendental realism, that is the theory that laws, the tendencies of things, mechanisms, structures, fields, etc. may be possessed without being exercised, and exercised without being manifest or actualized in any particular sequence of events. But dispositional realism can also be motivated in other ways, by an analysis of the dialectic of scientific knowledge, and by analysis of what must be the case for or at any ultimate level of knowledge. Thus when a scientist has discovered or identified a sequence of events, she must posit a structure or mechanism which generates that sequence, that is, there must be a reason located at a deeper level or broader swathe of reality why it behaves the way it does, that is, she must ascribe to something the power or possibility to manifest in that way, and such a being will have, in general, powers and possibilities to manifest in ways which it does not, so as knowledge grows and develops, ever deeper and more all-encompassing levels of being reveal the universe to consist of ever greater levels of possibility. Similarly, whenever a scientist comes to a semi-permanent halt in her understanding of reality, then at that level at which an ultimatum is reached, the scientist must always ascribe to reality the power to manifest in the scientist's experience that level of being. Thus in the end possibilities are the ultimata. But further arguments also establish the priority of the possible over the actual. Thus, anything which is actualized must have pre-existed its actualization as a possibility, and nothing which is actualized was never a possibility. Moreover, a possibility can and must exist independently of its actualization, but the converse is not the case, and the principle, i.e. the all-inclusiveness of ontology, necessitates that we are in this way committed to modal realism. Moreover, everything that happens in a process is implicit, as a potential, at the very beginning of that process, and in this way is enfolded in being. The next principle is the principle of categorical realism. Philosophical categories such as causality, law, process, totality, intentionality, agency, consciousness, housing, money, exchange, dominance, exclusion, alienation, etc. are not, as philosophers have imagined, merely subjective classifications of the world imposed on the manifold of data. Such categories, if they are real, are intrinsic to, sui generis, constitutive parts of reality itself. Indeed, the categories that philosophy articulates are precisely features of the world, but the most abstract or general features of the world. What possible sense could it make to allow the reality of causal laws such as Ohm's law, Boyle's law, but not allow for the reality of causality or lawfulness in being. Note that this is quite apart from the way in which I earlier argued that the subjective realm is itself part of being. What I am saying here is that quite irrespective of our subjective taxonomies, classifications, conceptualizations, and categorizations within epistemology, categories are themselves objectively constitutive of reality itself. Unless one takes this position, then any realism is ultimately vitiated. For at what point within a series of more general abstract or particular concrete characterizations of some zone or part of reality does one say that the referent of that characterization, at that point or location in the series, is real? To suppose that atoms are real, but not tables or houses, or, but not electrons or quarks is clearly an arbitrary position. To suppose that either the molecular structure of water or its topological figure of 8 flow is not real, is as arbitrary as supposing that some particular sample or volume of water such as what I have here in this glass, or what is over there in that lake, or what is contained in that jug, or stored in that tank is not real. Once one accepts categorical realism, one can see that philosophical critique and argumentation can play a vital role in increased understanding of the world and in projects of liberation, empowerment, demystification, etc. Thus one way of interpreting the idea that categories are merely subjective classifications of the world is to say that after all philosophical views and theories are just a matter of subjective preference, so extruding philosophy from any implication or causal efficacy in the social order of being. Conversely, coupling with allows us to build up a stratified conception of categorical structures in which we can see a false, or an irrealist or alienated/alienating or reified/refying categories as embedded within true, realist, non-alienated, non-refying categories. And this enables us to begin to dissolve an apparent paradox. How, if CR is true of the world, is it that most previous and indeed existing philosophy is irrealist? We can now see the irrealism of hitherto existing philosophy as reflecting the surface, false categorical structure of the world, while CR attempts progressively to unearth the deeper structures within which that or those false structures are embedded. There is recursion, at all levels, within reality. This takes us then to the next principle. The principle of alethic realism. This principle depends on a four-componential analysis of truth. Point 20. Thus to say that something is true is first of all to say trust me, act on it. This is truth as normative fiduciary. Truth here expresses a social bond, a commitment, a pledge of trust. At a second level of analysis, to say that something is true is to say that it is epistemically warranted or justified, it is to say that the belief is epistemically grounded. This is truth as adequating, epistemically warranted. But at a third level of analysis, to say that something is true is to make an absolute or categorical statement about the world. If I say that grass is green, the first am expressing in my speech action that aspect of the nature of the world which is precisely most adequately characterized by the statement that grass is green. In this way I am expressing being in language. This therefore is truth as referential expressive. As straddling the epistemic/ontic, transitive/intransitive/objective divides, as expressing being in language, beliefs, action. But there is an even deeper level of the analysis of truth, in which truth is ontological. This is truth as alethic, as real. At this level the truth of something is the real ground or reason for the way that thing is. Thus the truth of the fact that this glass contains water is or lies in its being constituted by a substance whose molecular structure is H20, that is a substance with the molecular structure of water, which accounts for its manifest properties, such as tending to boil at 100 degrees centigrade. It is the absence of this level of analysis, turning on ontological stratification, that explains the paradoxes and problems of traditional epistemology. Thus the problem of induction is immediately resolved once we realize that there is a real reason, inherent in the deep structure of a thing, such as copper, which explains why it is that copper must conduct electricity. Were we to rely only on inductive enumeration, then clearly it would be the case that no matter how many samples of copper we found and tested, there would always be the possibility of an instance of copper which would not conduct electricity. Once we realize in philosophy that there is, and in science we can come to know, the reason in being, then we know the reason why copper must conduct electricity, namely its possession of a free electron. Then anything which did not conduct electricity could not possibly be copper. It is recognition of this deep ground or reason inherent in the nature of being that is required to dissolve the paradoxes and problems of traditional philosophy. But once we accept that truth is real, we can also begin to understand how it is that a false theory operates. Thus let us revert to the empiricist theory of causal laws, namely that they are empirical invariances. Outside the laboratory, the scientist who believes his theory must act as if causal laws were transfactually efficacious, that is still at work even where there are no empirical invariances. Or indeed science would be inapplicable outside the laboratory, and moreover false. Thus to explain the collapse of a bridge or a plane crash, the applied scientist must assume that the laws of physics, empirically identified or confirmed in the laboratory, must apply in the open world and account for the collapsed bridge or plane crash. This necessary presupposition of truth by a false belief or theory, if it is to be plausible, sustainable, or causally efficacious, takes us on to the next principle. The principle of the Tina formation. A Tina formation in its simplest form just specifies any complex totality in which a false structure or level or belief coexists with a true one. The nature of the relationship between the true and the false here is crucial. Thus the false theory depends on, presupposes in practice, the true one, even though the false one may dominate and even occlude the alethically true component of the totality which is that particular Tina formation. When Rousseau said that man is born free, but is everywhere in chains, his meaning was this, that slavery, as a social form, actually presupposes but at the same time stymies and opposes the freedom of human beings. When Marx analyzes the capitalist mode of production as a complex totality in which the relatively superficial categories of exchange mask and ideologically mystify and dominate the alethically true, more basic real categories of production, then he must be understood as saying that in the complex form he is analyzing, the categories of exchange are falsely used to describe the categories of production on which they depend, which they misdescribe, mystify, and dominate, so hiding the secret of the capitalist mode of production, the source of surplus value, its extraction from unpaid labor, a mechanism which he isolates by formulating a pair of distinctions which traditional theory overlooks, namely between the exchange value and use value of a commodity, and labor and labor power. In exchange for the reproduction of his labor power, the capitalist buys the use value of his labor, which generates the profit, more generally the surplus value, which is the dynamic of capitalism. The sphere of exchange for Marx then dominates and occludes the reality of the sphere of production which depends on unpaid labor. Put in the more general philosophical terms of DCR, what we could say here is that the totality of master-slave relationships depends entirely on the creativity of slaves who must generate in some way a surplus or the energy for that relationship to be sustained. The analysis of Tina formations is essential to the whole project of ideology critique, of demystification and the emancipatory potential of philosophy generally. In fact, the characteristic arguments of the philosophy of metareality depend upon the necessary presupposition of the true by the false, the good by the evil, love by hate, creativity by regimentation/mechanization, etc., freedom by heteronomy, non-duality by duality, enchantment by disenchantment. To stress again, this is consistent with, indeed it is the condition of, the causal efficacy, of the false, illusory, unfree, of oppression, disenchantment, etc. And its overthrow increases the zone of freedom, truth, non-duality, enchantment, etc. Moreover, there is a unilateral dependency at work here, in the sense that the false or emergent or heteronomous level could not exist without the true or more essential or autonomous level, but that level of truth, freedom, etc. could exist without the emergent heteronomous level. This analysis actually applies very deeply to the totality of social forms. Thus monetary, Market and contractual relations presuppose a layer or level of spontaneous or unconditional social relations. This has been seen by some development economists who have pointed out that the invisible hand of the market very often presupposes the handshake. More generally, it is easy to see that any monetary transaction presupposes a level of social trust. Thus, if I go into a newsagent and ask for a newspaper, the tacit presupposition of the newsagent who hands me one is that I will in fact pay for it. And money itself depends entirely, as is well enough known, on the fact that people are willing to trust that notes, coins, etc. will continue to be exchangeable for material commodities. Again, a band of robbers could not hold together for a moment unless there was a level or degree of trust, solidarity, and unconditional commitment between them. We can now move on from the analysis of Athena formation to two further principles: the definition of the project of liberation as shedding, and the understanding of the dialectic of liberation as depending on the asymmetry of axiology and emancipation. Thus, liberation is essentially the removal or elimination of unwanted and unnecessary determinations, the shedding of what is inconsistent with one's true or essential self. Interestingly, such shedding results in the expansion, not the contraction, of the being which does the shedding. Thus, demystification or elimination of illusions, like the elimination of all those levels or degrees or aspects of heteronymous determination, enables the embodied personality, previously encumbered and constrained, now shorn or shed of these illusions, to grow, develop, realize more of its potentialities than it could before. And this depends on that vital asymmetry that these illusions, or heteronymous determinations, could not exist without the truth or freedom that they presuppose. Thus, the regimentation of a production line in a factory or the routine of work in a shop or office continually presupposes the spontaneous creativity and initiative of the human agents, the wage slaves, involved. Actually, even to reproduce a regularity, to make the same event happen twice, is an extremely difficult task. The project of emancipation has always depended on the idea that there is a basic or deep level of being which is in some way shackled or constrained by a more dominant level, deleterious to the real interest or essential nature of the beings whose potential or essence is being constrained. The topicality of this at our moment in time is precisely that, at whatever dimension of four-planar social being one looks, we are plunging into global crisis, in such a way that the very survival of the species is at stake. Yet the systems, motivations, ecological imbalances, etc. could not be sustained without the ongoing activity of creative, loving human beings. We, however, could not only survive but would thrive and flourish without the systems and modes of behavior which suppress us and threaten our very survival. The basic idea here is that of an essential human nature which is in some way suppressed, distorted, and dominated by something other than itself, something which has to be understood in the context of all four planes of social being, namely, our material transactions with nature, our social interaction with others, social structure, the stratification of our embodied personalities. The philosophy of metaReality identifies these essential basic properties as including the creativity, love, freedom, etc. of human beings. Then the argument would be that in terms of all these four dimensions we have to understand something opposed to creativity, such as regimentation or fixation, as nevertheless dependent upon it, something opposed to love, such as fear or hatred, as nevertheless dependent upon it. 21. Something opposed to freedom, such as slavery or addiction, as nevertheless dependent on it. More generally, turning to the second dimension of social being, the argument is that all social relations depend in some manner on trust and solidarity, which itself depends on our spontaneous, unconditional agency. We now approach the nub of the argument in developing the theory of the ground state, the theory of the cosmic envelope, and the theory of transcendence, and, in particular, the theory of transcendental identification in consciousness, which establishes the implicitly conscious nature of the cosmos and its implications. We then have the theory of transcendental identification in my consciousness, establishing The principle of co-presence, which depends on the implicitly conscious nature of the cosmos in my or any consciousness. We will see that principles 12 and 13 certainly have very important implications. These include the principle of karma, including the principle of the inevitable return of unfulfilled intentionality or attachment. These principles are concerned with the residues of negative incompleteness. Turning to the residues of positive incompleteness, we have the principle of commitment to a eudaimonistic society, and the principle of the primacy of self-referentiality, and principles of syntheses of self-realization. Principle 13d is probably sufficiently important to be renumbered as the principle of subject or self-referentiality. After discussing, we will go on in subsequent sections to discuss three further principles. The principle of the re-enchantment of reality. The principle of the possibility of the infinite within the bounds of the finite, or the absolute within the relative, which is also the principle of the unlimited self. Finally, we have the principle of metaReality. Let me now begin to elaborate these principles. The theory of the ground state. Human beings are characterized by a ground state. Since human beings are part of the cosmos, they must be characterized by what is essential and ultimate to the cosmos. That is, as an emergent part of the cosmos, whatever is ultimate to the cosmos must be ingredient in them, therefore, they must be at least in part constituted by what is ultimate to the universe, and this ultimate is an essential ingredient within them. The theory of the cosmic envelope. Since every other being, as part of the universe, must also be characterized by ground states, and since those ground states are all parts of one universe, they must be bound or connected together by what I will call the cosmic envelope. The next two principles are the theory of transcendence, and the theory of transcendental identification in consciousness. Let us consider the key concept of transcendence. There is of course a relative sense of transcendence, in which we say that one position transcends another or some others, including a dichotomy of positions or a contradiction, in the sense that it surpasses and resolves whatever was problematic or incomplete in them. It is in this sense that a superior theory transcends an inferior one. This is the relative sense of transcendence. It is the absolute sense of transcendence with which I am primarily concerned here. This sense of transcendence signifies the breaking down of duality or opposition or separateness within a context. Paradigmatically, in this sense of transcendence, two or more become one, and in this sense transcendence is just total unity in a context. More precisely, we can make out four concepts or inflections or modes in which such unity or oneness is achieved. Transcendence outwards onto. Transcendence inwards into. Transcendence on organic transcendence. Transcendence with organic, holistic transcendence. If the first two are features of consciousness, or involve transcendental identification in consciousness, the second two are features of agency, or involve transcendental agency or transcendental unity in agency. As such, the first two involve transcendental equation or identification or becoming one in being, while the second two involve becoming one in or in the context of one's agency. The fundamental motif here is that transcendence in this sense involves the overcoming and elimination of duality, i.e., it involves non-duality. Let us consider the simplest case of a subject-object duality in which the subject consists in the consciousness of a human being. It is not generally understood that there are two ways, corresponding to and, in which this can occur. The subject can lose itself totally in or to an object, that is, go into the object in the sense of becoming one with something other than itself. Thus we can lose ourselves in contemplation of a picture, or absorption in the sound of music, but equally one can in principle, become one with, lose oneself in any object of perception or thought, such as a pen or the corner of a room or a wall or a rock. Most importantly, of course, this losing of oneself is a necessary condition for any kind of intersubjective communication or understanding at all. Thus, to understand what you say, I must become one, that is, immediately one with that which you say. There cannot be any distinction or discrimination at this point, between your meaning and my understanding of it. I will come back to this later. The second form of transcendence is that in which one loses not one's subjectivity, but any sense of objectivity, that is, in which one retreats or withdraws entirely from the world into oneself, becoming one with oneself and only oneself. It is this which is the goal of most, but not all, meditative practices. At this level we can talk not so much of transcendental identification, but just simply of transcendental consciousness. This consciousness is consciousness at the ground state, of the ground state of one's being. 22. For me to understand you I have to become one with you, in that aspect of your being which I would understand. We presuppose in these acts of transcendental identification with others, a transcendental unity with oneself, but one may not be conscious of this transcendental unity with oneself, and the unity achieved in consciousness may be at a point removed, even far removed, from one's ground state, although that it is possible at all depends ultimately on its connectedness, rootedness, or derivability from one's ground state. The third kind of transcendence, transcendence on or at or in, is transcendence in agency, that is transcendental identification with one's activity. This is an essential and necessary component of anything which can be called action at all. Thus consider. I wish to cook a meal, so I plan the menu, think through in my mind how I will assemble the ingredients, what utensils I will use, etc., but at some point I must just begin to cook it. At some point action must be spontaneous and basic, that is not action which is done by thinking about action but action which is just done, or we could not act at all. Imagine deciding how one is going to drink a glass of water or formulate a sentence. At some point one must just drink it or speak it. At that point the action is basic. There is no duality involved in that aspect of one's being. One just is one with one's activity. So far we have seen then that non-duality is a necessary condition for any consciousness or self-consciousness at all. Transcendental identification with other beings is a necessary condition for any communication or understanding, and transcendental agency is a necessary condition for any action at all. Thus there is nothing mysterious about transcendence or non-duality. Rather, it is an essential condition for our being, our perception and understanding of other beings and our agency. Without transcendence or non-duality one could not be, perceive or understand or act at all. 23. The fourth form of transcendence, which I have called organic or holistic transcendence, signifies that kind of unity in context in which the members of a group, say in a team, function so completely in harmony that the differentiation between them in the context of that activity breaks down. Thus one may consider the anticipation of one footballer as to the move his teammate is going to make, or even more simply and obviously, the unity of the members of an orchestra in a performance. This kind of transcendental identification or unity can also be seen by the remarkable way in which pedestrians on the pavement manage to avoid bumping into each other, by turn-taking in conversation. One might regard this fourth kind of transcendence as being a generalist synthesis of the first and third, enfolding transcendental identification with others in respect of a particular form of activity. Just to rehearse the last stage, noticing the importance of transcendental identification in being, perception and understanding, agency and teamwork, involving concepts such as anticipation and attunement to situations and contexts. Consider the way our sense of self is suspended in absorption in a film or TV drama, or reading of a sentence in a magazine or book. These are paradigms of non-duality, paradigms we are all familiar with. If you try, however, to catch yourself at it, that is to notice it, then you lose it, because you immediately set up a separation or duality between that to which you were attuned or absorbed. Thus the old riddle about meditation: if you think you are meditating, then you are not. There is another set of distinctions which enables us to deepen our understanding of transcendence. Consciousness is characterized by a form and a content. Now, just as we can retreat from objectivity and go into subjectivity and achieve transcendental identity therein, or lose one's subjectivity in transcendental identification in consciousness with an object, so one can lose the content of consciousness in transcendental identification with its pure, abstract form, achieving an inner emptiness of content, so equally one can lose the form by absorption in its content. This is mindfulness. The first is the absence of content, the second is its repletion, the saturation, or plenitude of consciousness by or with its content. Both are positions of transcendence or non-duality, mindlessness and mindfulness. But mindfulness, the total focus, attentiveness of consciousness on its activity, its absorption in a unity with it, eventually passes over into spontaneity. As the activity becomes practiced, becomes part of, or is one with the innermost being of the agent, the activity acts like a mantra in meditation, such that the concentrated focus, the undivided mind loses itself and passes into the activity. The mind empties itself in its activity, and the activity is no longer controlled by the focused, undivided attentive mind, but performs itself, effortlessly, efficiently, without strain. This effortless efficiency in activity is activity in the ground state. Such effortless, spontaneous activity must be acquired and learned, but when we have done so there is no more mind and no more thought, but free unconditional spontaneous activity. This is the goal of meditative activity. At the same time, the retreat from content into pure form results in a mode of consciousness which can only be characterized by such formulae as Sat Chit Anand, blissful consciousness of existence. This is that transcendental consciousness of the ground state, at a level of supramental consciousness, awareness without thought or mental content, which underpins all other levels of consciousness. It is the state of least excitation, the vacuum state, the null point present in all other states of consciousness as a constitutive condition of them. It is the deep essential ultimate ingredient of consciousness, ingredient in all other particular manifest forms of consciousness. But from this level we can act, and when our activity is effortless then we are acting from or in virtue of energy derived from the cosmic envelope, the ground state of the universe. Point 24. This is the position of the practical mystic, oriented to universal self-realization, who acts from or only in consistency with the ground state. In fact, we can further generalize the concept of transcendence by seeing it as occurring in the case of identification between two discrete terms, even when they are opposed or contradictory. Thus in a sublation in science the transcendence of a contradiction, which is just a sharpened form of a duality, is resolved precisely when the contradiction or opposition between the two terms is dissolved. This is the moment in which positive contraries are transmuted into and coexist with, at the point of transition, negative sub-contraries, the moment of transcendence within the transcending moment in the move towards a more totalizing theory in which the seeds of the new theoretical totality emerges out of the blue, de novo, from the space beyond or between thought, the known, the manifest, etc., or from, as we say, nowhere. This of course unites the absolute and relative senses of transcendence which I differentiated before. And it is this transcendence in the sense of transcendental emergence which underpins all creativity and novelty, and as such is a feature of all human activity or natural eventuation at all, which is at once the presentation of something new, its emergence from absence, and its explication from what was implicit, enfolded as a potentiality within being. Be that as it may, I now come on to itself. In virtue of our capacity to transcendentally identify in consciousness with other objects in the universe, they must be implicitly characterized by consciousness. The involution or enfolding of consciousness in matter, which is just an elaboration of the basic point that because our cosmos has given rise to consciousness, then the ultimate essential ingredients within it, must implicitly contain or have the potentiality for consciousness, just by our capacity to identify with in principle any object in the universe allows us to make consistent synchronic emergent powers materialism, that is the sense in which consciousness is an emergent power of matter which has historically evolved from matter in time, and the idea of matter as a synchronic emergent power of consciousness, that is the sense in which consciousness is implicit or enfolded as a potentiality in all matter, and capable of acting back on it, as in agency generally. This is shown, at the very least by our capacity for mind-to-mind action and consciousness to consciousness. Unity in transcendental identification in consciousness, and the emergence and development of life, sentience, or vitality, and then consciousness in time, i.e. the process of evolution. In short, consciousness is involved or implicit or enfolded within matter, and at the same time evolves, or is unfolded or explicated out of matter as a diachronically emergent power of it, a power which must have been implicit within it for that emergence and in virtue of which we can identify with inanimate and animate but non-conscious being now. Understanding the theory of transcendence, and in particular the theory of our capacity for transcendental identification in consciousness which establishes the implicitly conscious nature of the cosmos, is the first step in understanding the next principles. The theory of transcendental identification in my consciousness, and the principle of co-presence. Understanding that transcendental identification in consciousness establishes the implicitly conscious nature of the universe entails, that is, in the consciousness of some being, that transcendental identification is implicitly or explicitly in my consciousness, i.e. transcendental identification in consciousness implies the possibility of transcendental identification in my consciousness, TIMC. This establishes the theory of co-presence and reciprocity. We have already seen that the thesis of TIC makes consistent the implicitly conscious nature of all being, including purely material, inanimate physical being, thus SEPC, and the idea of the diachronic development of consciousness in time, thus SEPM. If matter is implicitly conscious, then everything in the universe is implicitly conscious, that is, has consciousness enfolded within it. In the same way, everything in the universe is implicitly enfolded within my consciousness and implicitly enfolded within me, that is, every object in the universe is enfolded within my consciousness, that is co-present within me. Let us try and make sense of this. It is not that every object in the universe is the same as every other object in the universe. Concrete singularity applies here, as everywhere. It is rather that every object in the universe is contained or enfolded within my consciousness, that is co-present within me. As I can understand you, as I can love you, I must already implicitly contain you, that is, my understanding of you entails your co-presence within me, as my unconditional love does too, and my capacity creatively to be at one with a medium or instrument implies the co-presence of that medium or instrument within me. So every object in the universe is implicitly contained within or co-present within every other object or being in the universe. Thus the hurt that I do to you, I carry within me, since you are co-present or implicitly contained within me. It follows from this that I cannot be free until I have expunged or shed that hurt. This is the secret basis of karma. The principle of karma. The key to karma is this. The hurt which you, X, give to Y is immediately experienced by you, because Y is co-present within you, a part of you, and as such, it, that is the hurt, must be expunged, shed, cease to be part of you, before you can become free. Moreover, just as if you smile at a rose, the rose smiles back at you, it reciprocates, implicitly if not explicitly. Further, because you contain the hurt that you have done, you will also attract hurt back to you. When the hurt that you have done is consciously experienced by you and you can just let go of it, that is, not cling to that hurt, but release it, then you are, in that moment and in virtue of that, free of it, i.e. the hurt that you have done has been erased, cleared, annulled, and you have expunged it. These are the four aspects of karma. Thus karma is an internal relationship within the being, not something extrinsic to it, though of course the immediate agency of the karmic consequence may be external. Karma in this way is fundamentally a self-doing. Closely connected to is. When there is love or just giving or forgiving, there is no karma. Or rather, this is so at least when the love is unconditional. Conditional love is karmic. So every act should be an offering, a gift, and every react received is a present, an opportunity, and if it is accepted, it too is a gift, the gift of the opportunity to learn, grow, and develop. In transcending or developing a new capacity to transcend a new set of circumstances, we expand into a new, fuller, and deeper, or richer, more abundant or expansive totality or self. This also has implications for the topic of reincarnation. For as this hurt that you have done is implicitly contained, as an abiding memory or presence, within the psychic being or soul of the embodied personality, it endures through lives. Indeed it is the essence, cause or raison d'etre of reincarnation, for the psychic being or soul must clear itself if it is to be self-consistent, that is consistent only with its true nature, i.e. autonomous or free. It follows from this that reincarnation, karma, and moksha are immediately interconnected. That this is the whole point in distinguishing the soul or psychic being from the jivatman, or concretely singularized/individuated spirit, which is free of heteronomy. Embodied personality, psychic being, and ground state are all distinct. So long as you have any attachment and/or unfulfilled intentionality within you, you cannot be free until you have released, cleared, discharged, or let go of it. Hence, the principle of the inevitable return of unfulfilled intentionality or attachment. The conditional or heteronomously motivated nature of an action will necessitate the return of the split-off. This split-off will be precisely the co-presence as unreleased, within the agent himself, and as such, the agent cannot be free until he or she has shed this aspect which remains within him or her, that is, this aspect must be shed or freed by the agent herself, within herself, by herself, through herself, from herself, for herself. Attachment of any sort will automatically result in a split intentionality, that is, a split between the action and its consequences, and the resulting split focus, that is, distraction of focus or lack of focus from the action, will increase the chances of the failure of the action, that is, the non-fulfillment of the original intentionality. But in any event, any attachment or unfulfilled intentionality will involve the non-transcendence of the situation in which the agent is placed, and the inevitable return of the unfulfilled intentionality or attachment. In becoming unbound by our actions, we become free of any consequences and any imminent necessity to return to the situation in which they were formed. In this way we become both divine and free in precisely the ways traditionally attributed to God. That is, God as not bound by the consequences of his actions and is free and fulfilled, autonomous and boundless in his/her own right. But is it possible for a being to have such qualities, to have such unboundedness, lack of limitation in a finite world? Yes, as we shall see when we discuss Principle 16. Even more basically, I cannot be free until you are free, since you are implicitly contained within me. And therefore I cannot be free till all other beings, which are equally essential and co-present within me, are free. This is the ideal of the Bodhisattva, turning on the indivisibility of freedom. In practice this means that as one deepens one's own understanding, one draws into one's awareness and consciousness increasing swathes of being, so that the pain of another becomes increasingly experienced as my own pain, and the unfreedom of another becomes experienced as my own unfreedom, and this leads us to the standpoint of a eudaimonistic society, in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. In such a society your freedom, development, and flourishing matters just as much to me as my own, and I cannot rest until it is realized. The principle of commitment to a eudaimonistic society. This principle of the indivisibility of freedom in a conception of a good or eudaimonistic society is implicit even in the golden rule, do unto others as you would be done by. This is not to say that you should treat others as if they were the same as yourself, in the sense of act towards them without respect for their own uniqueness and idiosyncrasy, but to so act towards them precisely with respect for their uniqueness, which will imply sensitist solidarity to their own dialectical specificity. What it does however mean is that one understands the other as in some way contained within oneself, so that any action that one does to the other is also and equally an action done to oneself. Showing the principle of dialectical universality entails acting, as we have seen, in accordance with sensitist solidarity, concretely singularized sensitivity. The principle of transcendental identification in my consciousness entails the principle of subject or self-referentiality. That is the priority of self-change and self-transformation in all activity. This is the principle of the Hermetic standpoint. How can it be justified? The only point from which we can act is necessarily ourselves. We can only act on the world from where we, as physically embodied personalities, are thus, if I desire to bring about a universal or global or cosmic transformation, I must act in such a way as will tend or help to bring it about, but the only action I can perform, the only thing I can do is my action, an action of mine, however much I am acting in unison and in accord with every other being, every other person in my peer group. The point of agency is always that of the embodied personality, but at the same time we have seen that everything else in the universe is implicitly contained within my consciousness, that is implicit in my ground state, so that ultimately the only way I can act is in such a way as to be oriented to universal self-realization, that is the realization of all other beings in the universe. We are therefore now into the principle of synthesis of self-realization. We arrive at a remarkable synthesis of standpoints, namely the mutual entailment of radical hermeticism, or an appreciation of the necessity of the standpoint of subjective or self-referentiality as entailing precisely commitment to universal self-realization, that is the liberation and flowering of all other beings, ultimately in the cosmos, so precisely universal self-realization. In practice this means that the project of self-realization must always be one which is materially embodied, practically engaged, and socially realized. Thus we have the second synthesis of self-realization, the synthesis of self-referentiality, or the principle of the Hermetic tradition and the principle of what I would call practical mysticism. Thus to be free, to have shed heteronymous determinations, is at the same time necessarily to be this worldly, to be concerned with the freedom of all other beings. Practical mysticism is the way of the Gnostic being. This way is not to enjoy an existence outside this world, or removed from daily practice, it is rather to be engaged in that practice from a perspective of its maximal emancipatory efficacy, so we arrive at a critique of the beautiful soul, the renunciate who lives in a monastery or ivory tower removed from practice in the world. Actually these syntheses were already proleptically implicit in DCR, which the philosophy of metaReality at once further develops and transcends. In DCR the emphasis was on transform et transformative praxis. If you are concerned at the lack of effect your transformative praxis has on the world, the only way you can improve the situation is by transforming that transformative praxis, which means operating at in four-planar social being. But any attempt to liberate oneself in isolation from practice engaged with or on the world cannot succeed. For that world is a part of you and you can no more be free until that world is free than you can drive a car without petrol, no matter how finely tuned the engine or wondrous its upholstery. Equally one can see there is no incompatibility in the standpoint traditionally associated with spirituality and the standpoint traditionally associated with radical political transformation. For if, for example, the biggest constraint on projects of human emancipation or even survival is capitalism, then the actions of a realized or enlightened being is to transform that social structure. At the same time such a being will realize he cannot do it by getting others to perform his acts for him, that is, he cannot act through the mediation of another. The point of agency has always got to be the person himself. Whatever contribution he or she makes to the overthrow of capitalism is always going to come with some change in their own practice or being. The result would be an entirely different kind of religiosity and an entirely different kind of politics. Thus the political impulse would not be directed at getting other people to transform themselves or trying to act through the mediation, which means the manipulation, of other human beings, and at the same time the development of the spiritual standpoint would not entail suspension from engaged everyday activity. Thus one would have to question any attempt to abstractly universalize or generalize some religious technique or practice, such as solitary meditation, since the criterion of the success of any transcendence achieved must be to what extent it makes that human being a better person and thus a better transformative agent in practice. At the same time, the thrust of Marx's third thesis on Feuerbach, who will educate the educators, must be taken seriously. For without a standpoint oriented to radical self-transformation any socialist or other emancipatory project will merely replace or displace one set of master-slave relations with another. Thus both traditional religious and traditional political attitudes must be refashioned. For both have been founded on fundamental category mistakes. The first by thinking that it is possible to liberate oneself without liberating that part of oneself which contains the whole of the rest of being. Such projects of liberation founder on the very ego that they would formally deny, that is, they presuppose that such a liberation is a self-realization. It is not, it is an ego trip. By the same token, the traditional political standpoint has assumed that it is possible to impose emancipation or freedom from without, externally, heteronomously. It is not freedom to, unlike freedom from, cannot be imposed from without or enforced, it can only come from within, it can only be a self-emancipation. Certainly one can unlock the prison door, but the prisoner must walk out. So if you are oppressing or manipulating someone else, then it is certainly a good and proper thing to stop doing so, and in so doing you will be aiding the cause of human emancipation and universal self-realization. But it does not matter how many doors are unlocked if one does not know how to walk through them, and the only doors that one can in fact unlock are the doors of one's own prison cell. Thus we arrive at the paradox that the only change that one can effect is self-change, and that all self-change, to be truly authentic and efficacious, must be oriented to universal self-realization. Or, otherwise put, the only project of collective emancipation or universal self-realization in which one can engage is one which understands the priority of necessity for and impossibility of anything other than action oriented to self-change, but that such change, to be optimally efficacious, must be oriented to collective human emancipation and ultimately universal self-realization, or what some Western medieval theologians called theosis, that is, the maximization of the presence of God, or the divine on earth. We can now see that there are four important implications of the argument concerning the ground state, the cosmic envelope and transcendental identity consciousness or transcendental identification, that establishes the necessity for a conception of the cosmic envelope as also being implicitly or explicitly conscious, and the compatibility of a conception of the cosmos as implicit or potential or enfolded consciousness with the conception of the cosmos as a developing material system through time, with consciousness as an emergent product in time. These four essential additions are: the argument from transcendental identification in consciousness to transcendental identification in my consciousness, that is, all being is not only implicitly conscious, it is implicitly conscious in my acts of transcendental identification in my consciousness, from which it follows that all being is implicitly contained within my consciousness, i.e. to say that every object is implicitly co-present within me. Following from this is the theorem of co-presence, that I cannot be free until every being is free, because every being is implicitly contained within me. This therefore takes one to the standpoint of the Bodhisattva, and that of the eudaimonistic society, which is also the standpoint of practical mysticism, implied by the axiological imperative, that is, the condition that I cannot but act, more especially in the context of global crisis. At the same time, the very condition of physical embodiment means that the only position from which we can act in the world, as embodied personalities, is through ourselves, that is, through the acts of our embodied agency. Similarly, this is the only position from which we can learn, understand, communicate, love or experience or do anything in the world of embodiment. So the point of agency, my only point of agency, is myself, that is my embodied personality, and it follows that it is only through my embodied personality and its acts that I can become free, fulfilled, or, which is a corollary of the drive or conatus to my own freedom, free or help to fulfill anyone else. This then takes us to the fundamental principle of the Hermetic tradition, that is the primacy of the standpoint of self-referentiality. So if it is our interconnectedness that defines the standpoint of practical mysticism, it is our distinctiveness as embodied personalities and ultimately of the geohistories we have had as embodied personalities which defines the priority of self-change, or more generally the principle of subject referentiality, i.e. the standpoint of Hermeticism. In this way, pursuing other syntheses of self-realization, we can also see the mutual implication of radical transformative agency and deep spirituality, brought together relatively early on in the development of critical realism in the conception of transformative praxis. In practice, this means that to be truly spiritual one has to be committed to, and an active agent in radical transformative processes. 25. For example, if one wishes to isolate capitalism as the main constraint on human emancipation or the main factor threatening the survival of the species or inducing global crisis, it is important to appreciate that the only form of revolution possible is a spiritual one, and that anti-capitalism itself presupposes a commitment to spiritual change. Conversely, commitment or understanding of the spiritual presuppositions of being immediately implies commitment to radical transformative action, though as I have already noted, the form of this action may be very different from that which customarily goes by the name, just as this form of spirituality is very different from that practiced in traditional religious or non-religious forms. We have seen then, that the theory of transcendental identification in my consciousness, or the principle of co-presence, which flows from the ubiquity and basic character of transcendence and non-duality in social life and indeed all being entail. 14. The principle of subject or self-referentiality. This principle also entails a critique of imposed or heteronymous emancipation, a critique of current practices of education and positioning occupational structure, and a generalist critique of organizations and institutions as including the failure to take account of internal relations, external economies, invisible ingredients, qualitative considerations, and subtle connections. If transcendence establishes a critique of subject-object duality. 27. The collapse of that duality in transcendental identification and access immediately entails. 15. The principle of the re-enchantment of reality, i.e. the identity of being and meaning and of being and value, which will be discussed in section 5. Next we have the principle of the possibility of the infinite within the bounds of the finite, which entails the principle of the unlimited self. Of course, as embodied and physically embodied, such beings will be precisely constrained by the limits of the physical world. In what way then can human beings acquire the capacity to become unlimited beings, beings not bound to situations or actions deriving from the past? Now it is an elementary 28 theorem in logic that for any finite set of descriptions, there are an infinite number of descriptions consistent with it. That is, to move away from the meta-language to the object language, that for any finite set of objects or constraints there are an infinite number of possibilities consistent with it. This defines the sense in which in a finite or limited or constrained world we can be infinite or unlimited, and also the sense in which there are an infinite number of ways of being infinite or unlimited, so that our concrete singularity is preserved. Therefore an unlimited or boundless self is indeed possible, and a uniquely unlimited or boundless self as well, within a limited or finite world. Moreover, there is no reason why our boundlessness or lack of limitation should not grow and develop, why the absolute cannot encompass an ever-deepening process of expansion, since we know from transfinite mathematics that there are gradable levels of infinity, and furthermore, infinitely gradably so. To put this in a nutshell, we, as embodied personalities in a physically constrained world, are just potentially those infinite boundless beings, rendered limited and bound by our own heteronymous determinations, our illusions, and the totality of the other blocks on our being which we have internalized or made a part of ourselves. As we dig down to our ground state, become more attuned with it, the more self-aware we become, the more we expand our capacity to change the world, since our reach is increasingly deep. What is encompassed within our transcendental agency, through our agency as physically embodied selves, will become greater, fuller, wider, and deeper, so that our inner responsiveness or submissiveness, i.e. self-consistency or consistency with our ground states, will be reflected in an outer submissiveness or responsiveness, or coherence with the rest of the cosmic envelope. The principle of metaReality. The philosophy of metaReality, pivoting on the theories of the ground state, the cosmic envelope and transcendence and co-presence, is presupposed by all, including purely secular theories of emancipation. If such a position is a spiritual one, then it is consistent with secularism, or consistent with all faiths and with no faith. Throughout, the central theoretical figure within our conception of being or ontology is that of the Tina formation, which depends on a fundamental asymmetry of axiology and emancipation, that the emergent, false or oppressive level is unilaterally dependent on the more basic, true and autonomous order, even though it may dominate and even threaten its existence, just as it typically mystifies, occludes and denies it. But the possibility of liberation depends precisely upon this asymmetry, that the higher order false level could not exist with the truth on which it feeds, while the truth could survive and would flourish, expand, and flower without its parasite. Liberation depends then upon the shedding of this emergent level. And this simplification or shedding results in expansion rather than contraction. Paradigmatically, in the case of the individual embodied personality, this shedding involves the shedding of the ego and heteronymous forces of determination, indeed everything which is inconsistent with or contrary to its true or essential self. Such a self will of course always be concretely singularized. And this, to reiterate, will result in the expansion rather than contraction of the physically embodied personality. Such a process is not only consistent with but entails universal self-realization, both in the sense that it will immediately and spontaneously orient itself towards this, and in the sense that it will only be complete with it. This philosophy of metareality then goes beyond hitherto existing critical realism, insofar as non-duality, unconditionality and spontaneity are seen to be ubiquitous phenomena essential to everyday life, phenomena tied to the totality of the cosmos. Nevertheless, this is a position arrived at through realism, about transcendence, so that realism about transcendence leads into the transcendence of realism itself, and the systematic attempt to think being arrives at a situation in which we think being without thought as basic to any and all being. Moreover, within the philosophy of metareality, turning on the centrality of concepts of non-duality, transcendental identification, unification, and co-presence, everything revolves around concepts of identity, identification, and unity, while the philosophy from which it emerged, critical realism, is precisely a philosophy of non-identity, which is indeed the principal theme of 1M ontology as developed systematically in DCR. This will be explored fully in my forthcoming The Philosophy of Metareality. Section 4, Development of the Theory of the Ground State and the Cosmic Envelope through 2E5A. Before I begin the brief recapitulation of the moments of the system of DCR through 2E5A, I just want to accentuate a feature of the principle which I referred to in the previous section as the primacy of self-referentiality. Fundamental to human communication, to all processes of knowledge, understanding, and creativity, including both the creativity manifest in learning from others and the creativity manifest in processes of discovery, is the phenomenon of Eureka, I get it, now I see it, etc. If one takes a simple gestalt, or better a gestalt which can be seen in two ways, such as Wittgenstein's famous duck-rabbit, there comes a precise moment, if one is ever able to do so, in which one sees the duck as a rabbit. In the same way there comes a precise moment, more or less, when a logic student understands modus ponens, or when a mathematics student understands the solution of a problem, or when a person succeeds or begins to succeed in making himself understood in a different language, or when someone knows how to reverse a car. No one else can get it for you, nor can the practice or discipline itself, any more than a teacher, force you to get it. You have to get it for yourself, or you will never get it at all. Point 29. The condition of course of your getting it is that you already have it. This is the moment of Platonic anamnesis, it is already there implicitly, enfolded, encoded, as a possibility of manifesting in your consciousness. Of course it is not explicit, it is only implicit, but nevertheless it is still there, and discovery, or understanding, is a process in which the implicit is evoked from outside, some external stimulus, situation, or teacher. This is the external heteronymous stimulus, the rajasic component in knowledge or understanding. Point 30. Be that as it may, I see it, I hear it, I understand it, I do it are basic and irreducible. Non-dual states and non-dual action are states which, when they exist or happen, are not done through anything else, but are just done. The primacy of non-duality is manifest at the levels of consciousness, being, and agency, as I have already explained. As for the moment of Platonic anamnesis, we have already seen through the theorem of copresence that every other object is enfolded within each object, which is why the primacy of self-referentiality is not only consistent with but actually entails a commitment to a eudaimonistic society. I now turn to 2e of negativity. It is not necessary to rehearse all the moments of this dimension of DCR. Suffice it to say that absence is primary in every way to presence, and an essential feature of all change, from emergence to processes of transformation. Failure to understand the necessity for absence and negating concepts has been rationalized by the doctrine of ontological monovalence, the idea that being could be purely positive. But no purely positive being is possible, since it would lack all determinancy and shape. A totally positive world is inconceivable, but nothing, the absence of anything at all, is not. More to the point, what DCR stresses is the notion of determinate absence. Philosophers have talked about nothing, but what DCR is concerned with are those determinate absences, such as are manifest in hunger, homelessness, hope, which drive the actual dialectic of human activity. So 2e is concerned with isolating the rational kernel of the dialectic as a learning process initiated, powered, and resolved by negativity in the form of absence. The key moment here is of course the moment of transcendence, that is the move to a greater totality which resolves a contradiction that existed, by remedying the incompleteness that generated it. In this process of transcendence to a greater totality, transcendence plays the key role. This is the moment in which the new totalizing concept emerges out of the blue, from nowhere, or so it seems, the moment in which the new concept slips between thoughts, from beyond thought. But this moment of transcendence, which is the key to scientific discovery, is always the eruption of a transcendent cause onto an imminently well-prepared ground, and the transcendence, from the epistemically unmanifest, is not necessarily ontologically non-immanent. Thus we can begin to make sense of the way in which Newton discovered the phenomenon of gravity. He so saturated himself in the domain that he was studying that in a moment of sudden inspiration, when at rest, he achieved transcendental identification with the alethic truth of the phenomenon he was searching for. This is admittedly only a conjecture on my part. But one might like to dwell on Leonardo's remarkable drawings of flight, or the anticipations of phenomena, such as atomic structure, in ancient texts. To turn now from transcendence and the critique of subject-object duality, entailing the critique of the standard semiotic triangle, establishing the meaningful or significant as well as non-dual character of being. I move on now to the critique of the other duality that is involved in the subject-predicate form, and here we are concerned, among other things, with the dialectical critique of analytical reasoning. Science, like everything else, is a process in motion. The only kind of consistency one finds in science is a developmental consistency, similar to a consistency nature shows when an acorn develops into an oak. It is never a consistency of the formal, logical, or mathematical type, or at least almost never. This kind of consistency only applies when scientists, having stretched, teased and pulled their concepts to mesh them together into an appropriate and completely novel cluster, have achieved some kind of picture or understanding of a new, deeper, or wider level or aspect of reality. During this process meanings are continually in flux. In fact, were meanings to remain stable, then nothing new could have been discovered, for the new level of reality would have been implicit in the old, and induction or deduction would have sufficed for transcendence. But this is precisely what is impossible. The moment of formal logic comes at what I have called the Leibnizian hour. That is when a scientist writes up a discovery in a research paper or report and makes out that everything follows consistently from a set of premises. Of course, as soon as this research report or result is accepted and acknowledged, then the scientist moves on to discover the reasons why that result is as it is, and then, using his creative imagination, he will have to apply metaphor, analogy, pictorial thought, semi-poetic intuition to get a glimpse which will afford him some kind of understanding, in terms based on or in some way derivative from his pre-existing conceptual field, as to why it is that nature behaves at this new and deeper or wider level of reality in the way that he discovered it to have done. At this point I would just like to say something about the dominance within our culture of symbolic logical thought. It is known that this is typically associated with the left hemisphere of the brain and that the left brain is that which is concerned with intellectual as distinct from intuitive processes. But it is not the case that language, discourse, or even the intellect is left brain. When one knows one's way around a neighborhood, our discursive or mental activity is quite inappropriate. One still discriminates, one still is using the intellect, but the intellect flows immediately and spontaneously from the knowledge which one has made a part of one's being. This paradigm of knowledge is a paradigm of absence of mental thought or effort and something that we find very difficult to comprehend. Yet think, how do you know what your friend has asked you to do, so easily, so spontaneously, so immediately? All I have space to do here is make a series of distinctions which are often confused. Left versus right hemisphere of the brain. Male versus female capacities, and/or. Men versus women. Discursive versus intuitive intellect. Analytical versus dialectical reasoning and thought. Sentential versus iconic thought. Instrumental/manipulative/calculative versus unconditional/spontaneous/free or effortless reasoning and action. Attached versus unattached activity and relations. An ethic of rules or maxims versus an ethic of virtues. Dualistic versus non-dualistic activity. Of course there are overlaps and connections between these sets of distinctions, but there are distinctions within them as well. There are other familiar contrasts such as between linear or successive and holistic or simultaneous thinking, between digital and analogical procedures, between analytical and synthetic, or between divergent, oppositional, and convergent thought, or between fixed or algorithmic and fuzzy, shifting, processual and open-ended procedures. Just listing these distinctions should be enough to make one pause before one aligns science or any other comparable activity along one mechanical set of these divides, such as that defined by formal symbolic logical or algorithmic thinking. 31. I turn now briefly to 3L of totality. Here we are concerned with the concepts of holistic causality, universality, objectivity, etc. The philosophy of co-presence is obviously committed immediately to understanding things as being in internal relations with other things, not just externally related. Indeed, it is difficult to make sense of the idea of a relationship between two things which are external. What does this mean? Relating is always some kind of internal activity, and at the point at which it is fixed or stabilized, even for a moment, then one is talking about identification, or equation. Two separate things are becoming one, or two separate things reciprocate each other. In fact, it is difficult to give any kind of meaning to the idea of a relation which does not involve some form of transcendental identification or non-duality. How can two things be related unless at some point they are or become one? DCR is sympathetic to the impulse of postmodernism in its critique of abstract analytical universality. This kind of universality, expressed in the Humean theory of causal laws or the Kantian categorial imperative, is a manifestation of the logic of commodification and the reification and alienation which it produces in an increasingly globalist way, and which was mimetically reproduced in the practice of the actually existing socialist states, which merely displace the structures of reification, conditionality, instrumental reasoning, and master-slave relations from one set of persons and one kind of criteria onto another. 32 Nowhere in the world is there an empirical or actual universal generalization which is true. No one could possibly be said to be virtuous if they only ever acted according to the same maxim. If I never told a white lie or spoke a harsh truth, then clearly I would be a vicious rather than a virtuous character. What would it mean to believe that all objects in the world had to fall under some uniformity? What would it mean to suppose that all pens had to be of the same type? What kind of social order does this remind you of? Postmodernism and the new social movements, like slightly later the new fundamentalisms and communalisms, were reacting to the logic of Western domination in the name of capitalist globalization. 33 What those opposed to actualist universality have done is to jettison universality rather than actualism. Instead, what we need are the couple of dialectical universality, which respects the mediations, geo-historical differentiations, and uniquenesses of every particular thing or event, and the concept of concrete singularity, which is the form in which universality is always and everywhere instantiated. Finally, I turn to the 4D realm of transformative praxis, which it would be convenient to couple with 5A, by discussing this only under the aspect of reflexivity or the unity of theory and practice. I first want to state 4 theorems about agency. The irreducibility of intentionality. The irreducibility of agency. The spontaneity of agency. The four-planar character of agency. 1. Nothing which was an event or was happening to a human being or which stemmed from such an event or happening and occurred in the world could be said to be an action unless it was intentional. We are only in the realm of human agency, as distinct from instinctual or mechanistic behavior, when ideas charged with emotions and prompted by our volition or will generate, that is actually produce, enact a change in material world. If I say to you, please raise your right arm, and you do so, then I am a causal agent in your activity, i.e. through my speech action I have given you a reason to do something which you would not have done otherwise, and as a result of that the physical world is different from what it would otherwise have been. Patently the reason and the effect belong to the same network of causes, and there is no way in which we can avoid reference to intentionality, reason, consciousness, or ideas, any more than we can feelings, in the genesis of human actions. 2. Agency is equally irreducible. There is no way one cannot act. This is the force of the axiological imperative to enact is perfectly proper, but what it means is to choose, that is to act so as to abstain from action at a particular determinate level of activity. Thus not to speak, to remain silent, is a very important action. Behind the idea that action is optional is the fantasy of the beautiful soul. This is of course precisely the standpoint not only of the monastery, but typically the intellectual and the academy. All this does is to deny responsibility for one's involvement in the activity which is anyway occurring, and on which one depends. Before turning to 3, I want to look at 4. 4. The dimensions of four-planar social being have already been discussed. What is important to stress here is that the social structure, although irreducible to human action, is sustained, reproduced and transformed only in virtue of our conscious intentional human activity. Thus the social structure is not something which is out there but is in here, something which inheres in our, and in virtue of, our daily activity and life we internalize it, carry it, and in so doing reproduce it in what Bourdieu has nicely called the habitus of human life. Understanding this immediately gives us a way of seeing how, by transforming ourselves, we can cut off the supply lines to social structures which depend on us. This does not mean that we will be overthrowing them, but rather that we will be silently denying them our sustenance, to the extent that it is possible, so that to the extent that we are, and must be, in the system, we are not of the system. Actually this, as I shall shortly show, is not only an effective, but it is logically the only way in which social change can occur. 3. At some level agency must be spontaneous. At some point we cannot do something by doing something else or by thinking about doing it, at some point we just do it. In this way Aristotle was right, the conclusion of a practical synergism is an action. What follows from the necessary spontaneity involved in any action is very important. So let me go into some detail here. The only point at which we can act on the world is the point of our own embodied agency. We cannot transform the world by acting anywhere else, because we cannot act anywhere other than where we are. All action is necessarily action undertaken by selves. The greater the depth from which they act and the greater the unity with which they act, the more successful their collective action will be. Nevertheless, it is an important truism that we can only act ourselves. We cannot act through someone else, though of course we can act in cooperation with someone else, and such solidarity and support is a necessary condition for any social life. For to be is precisely to be related, it is never to be a monad, alone, disconnected. If one aspires to transform social being, as one is logically obliged to do from the standpoint of the philosophy of co-presence, in which everyone's freedom and well-being is enfolded and therefore contained within oneself, then one will seek to act from the deepest possible standpoint, that standpoint which has the widest possible reach. This will be the standpoint based on the elimination of the heteronymous and fixated elements within one's own embodied personality, and this will be or take the form of a spiritual revolution. This self-transformation will be coupled of necessity with engaged practical transformative activity in the world. Because one will be driven by the necessity to act from the standpoint of a realized being so as to maximize the possibility of the self-realization of all other beings in the universe, and therefore one will of necessity be engaged in practical transformative projects. Deep spirituality implies a commitment to radical and universal emancipation. So individual self-realization is the only route to universal self-realization, but individual self-realization without a commitment to universal self-realization is a misnomer and in fact incoherent, if not indeed logically impossible. This transforms our understanding of both politics and religion. The criteria for successful action are really quite simple. They amount to single-pointedness or clarity based on clarity, coherence, or purity in mental, emotional and physical being and hence activity. In general, the greater degree of depth from which the action stems, that is the closer to our ground state from which it issues, the greater will be the coherence of the result. This is the manifestation of the theorem that inner submissiveness is reflected in outer responsiveness. But how does this principle of clarity or single-pointedness work out in practice? Do we have a subjective criterion which will enable us to know when we have achieved it? The answer is, yes. The absence of dissonance, strain, or a feeling of being ill at ease suggests that things are all right. If we have such feelings as dissonance or unease, then this is a prima facie indication that something is wrong. Of course, what is wrong may not be an objective feature of the situation. It may just be that one misperceives or misunderstands the real objective situation. But such misunderstanding will interfere in any case with the mobilization of one's intelligence and energy in achieving the intended result. So if there is such a feeling, then one knows straight away that one has to do something about it, or action will fail to be right, or at least maximally coherent, and one's intentionality will be in some manner split or unfulfilled. Of course, when the discipline or practice in which the agent is engaged is one which he or she has succeeded in mastering, and in particular if it is one which is in his or her dharma, then the action will not only be without strain but both spontaneous and effortless. So ideally action should be direct and immediate, and we have seen that there are two paradigms for this: mindfulness and mindlessness. Mindfulness when attention is necessary because the activity does not flow from one's innermost being or something consistent with it, and mindlessness when the action flows so normally and spontaneously from one's essential nature or something consistent with it, when one is so totally absorbed that nothing passes through one's mind, not even thoughts. In this way, innocence in the sense of lack of an interfering or distracting content 34 is the key to successful action. Further, important criteria for successful action consist, as we saw, in the integrity or unity of mind, emotion, and body, reposing in or close to the ground state. We noticed earlier how emotion had been the suppressed term in philosophical discourse, squeezed out by mind-body dualism. And it was of course our emotional life, and in particular the way in which factual statements could underwrite values and other affective attitudes, that the theory of explanatory critique was designed to justify, for we saw that the split between fact and value, science and politics/ethics/ways of living was a fundamental feature of Western thought, totalising it or splitting it in two, in such a way that neither could values be justified, nor could values influence in any way the world of matters of fact and affairs. This encouraged not only a subjective but also an irresponsible attitude to the world. Emotions are so important because they link thought to action. Without emotion, the element of vitality or animation would be lost. And we have seen that the basic animating force in at least human life is love, albeit love normally mixed with some other emotion or motive, and albeit love expressed in a variety of different forms, e.g. solidarity, compassion, care, but also as truth, courage, and commitment. Finally, we must note that action will be more intelligent and energized the closer we are in our being when the action is performed to our ground state, the shorter the derivation from the cosmic envelope, the more direct the lineage or chain connecting the point of agency to the cosmic envelope. For we have seen that falsity, evil, heteronomy or superficiality is always parasitic on truth, good, freedom or depth. Of course this does not mean that such things as evil or oppression are impossible. Where do they come from then? Free will is certainly an answer, but more basically we can situate such phenomena as stemming from forked chains deriving their source of energy as complex TINA formations, sitting as parasites on the ground states of beings, from which they derive ultimately all their energy and force. We have also seen, in investigating the asymmetry of axiology, that however powerful such features as oppressive social structures may appear to be, they are ultimately unilaterally dependent on qualities deriving from the ground states of beings located on the cosmic envelope, and as such cannot persist without that dependency. What characterizes our situation today is that the time of this unilateral dependency is running out. The social forms in which humanity are currently engaged are destroying the form of its physical habitat, our environment and organic embodiment. So it is not just the flourishing, but the very survival, of our species which is at stake now, as our planetary host and its ecosystem is recoiling from the instrumentalist/manipulative and uncaring way in which we have treated it. One further point before we come to consider the context of re-enchantment. We have seen that for any action we need all the following constituents. Will, Cf1m. Thought, Cf2e. Feeling, Cf3l, and physical action, Cf4d, which is either fulfilled, Cf5a. Action therefore has a five-fold character, and without any of these elements it is incomplete. Note that action always has some effect on the physical world, whether or not our intentionality is fulfilled, that is, whether or not the resulting state of affairs reflects what we intended. This is because action always makes a difference to what would otherwise have been the case. If it did not make a difference, then we could not be said to act at all. Finally, let me just resume some of the ways in which the complete retotalization of the terrain by the philosophy of metareality makes possible new syntheses of self-realization. Thus the first synthesis is the consistency of the theorem of primacy of self-referentiality, that is, the principle of the Hermetic tradition, and at the same time, commitment to the eudaimonistic society. If the point of action is defined ultimately by the separateness of our embodied personalities, the commitment to the eudaimonistic society follows from that inseparability between us which we possess in virtue of being bound together in our ground states by the cosmic envelope. A second synthesis of self-realization turns on understanding the consistency and mutual entailment of deep spirituality and commitment to secular projects of emancipation. A third synthesis turns on the understanding that on the one hand there is no incompatibility between unlimitlessness and the constraints of physical embodiment, we can be infinite in a finite and bounded world. At the same time our infinity can itself be expressed in an infinite number of ways. Hence there is no inconsistency but rather mutual entailment in our dialectical universality and our concrete singularity. Section 5. On the re-enchantment of reality in the context of the critique of the philosophical discourse of modernity. We have seen how the philosophical discourse of modernity replaced the philosophical discourse of religion. The philosophical discourse of critical realism replaces the philosophical discourse of modernity. The philosophical discourse of a re-enchanted reality, entailed by the new philosophy of metareality, replaces the philosophical discourse of modernity in the last phase of which, the philosophical discourse of renascent fundamentalism, including the philosophical discourse of religious fundamentalism, provides that false absolute which limits and suppresses the powers of human creativity, love, and intelligent knowledgeability, manifest in right action. In the first section of this chapter I noted that it was convenient to classify the philosophical discourse of modernity into 5 phases, and that these 5 phases corresponded to and mapped very neatly onto the 5 layers of articulation of the system of TDCR and the 5 moments of its diachronic development from TR to TDCR. Therefore it will be convenient to use the same grid to look at the way in which the critique of these 5 phases of PDM makes possible an ever-increasing re-enchantment of reality. Of course it does not matter that these terms were not used in these phases, because this aspect of re-enchantment is the ontological contribution of the philosophy of metareality with its emphases on transcendence, that is, the collapse of subject-object duality coupled with the breakdown of other characteristic dualities of philosophical thought, such as the fact-value duality and the subject-predicate duality, which immediately makes being and action transcendental, meaningful, valuable and essentially in process, together with the ontological categories of a ground state and a cosmic envelope ingredient in the emergent world from which less basic, including heteronymous, oppressive, false, and evil levels of being are derivative and on which they are parasitic. Ultimately in the world we are describing, indeed through the theorem of the ubiquity of co-presence, everything is implicit in everything else, so there is an extraordinary universalist synchronicity to this re-enchanted world that the philosophy of metareality is, for the first time, describing. 35. The classical discourse of modernity is critiqued by 1M ontology. What steps are taken in the direction of re-enchantment here? First, the world is mysterious, that is to say it is structured/revealing layers of depth not immediately apparent to ordinary sense experience, or, at any one moment in time, contemporary science. Then the world is variegated, that is to say it is differentiated, and in fact never anywhere exactly the same, we could say it is both unique and special. And the world is one in which novelty and emergence are irreducible features, that is, the world is structured, differentiated, and changing. These are the fundamental constitutive theorems of TR. Of course we know that the actual paradigms employed in CDM are themselves disavowed in contemporary science, but the atomism, actualism, and Cartesian paradigm of action, that is punctualist action by contiguous contact, was in fact philosophically impossible. 36 Thus the true philosophical import of quantum mechanics is to question notions of thing, event, etc., and to begin to see being in terms of successions over time, including the flaring and fuming of being into and out of existence, and distributions over space-time in which the distribution has to be seen as a totality. In the same way biology and ecological sciences make it clear that the true unit of biological evolution is not the isolated organism, but the evolving species in its iconic habitat, environment, or umwelt. Turning to the social sphere, the individualism, voluntarism/reification, mind/body dualism, reason/cause dichotomy, etc. of the CDM must be totally rejected, and in its place we have conception of four-planar social being, so that every social event or phenomenon must be understood in terms of at least four dimensions. Our material transactions with nature. Our social interactions with others. Social structure, and the stratification of our embodied personalities, rooted, I have argued, in terms of our ground states. This conception of four-planar social being enables us, together with the conception of all being as structured, differentiated, and changing, to critique the egocentricity and the false, abstract, actualist universality of CDM. The second phase of high modernism is the phase which can be best critiqued in terms of the categories 2e negativity and more generally CN. Although obviously these levels of criticism will intersect and overlap, high modernism generates, positively, the notion of ideology critique and sees how thought can mystify being. Unfortunately it has very little awareness of the enormous creative power of thought, so that it tends always to some reductionist materialism in which the role of intentionality, consciousness, and thought in agency is tendentially undermined or even completely lost. But consider any item of technology, any human artifact, what are such things but the objectifications of our thought? It might be argued that they are purely material beings, but if they are products of human being, then, unless they are unintentional, unconscious, or mechanistic/instinctual manifestations of human beings, they are the products of our intentionality, and behavior which was not intentional could not be said to be agency at all. Marx noticed this very well when he said that the two defining characteristics of human beings were their freedom from instinctual determination and their freedom to act in a planned and premeditated way. Unfortunately very few Marxists have taken Marx seriously, and the empty unthinking affirmations of materialism make it impossible to sustain the causal efficacy of technology. Marxism, or their own ideational agency, thought then is a defining, essential, creative power in the human world. But there is direct as well as indirect causation in progress when two social agents interact in a meaningful way. If I understand what you say, then I read or understand you directly. I do not interpret the sounds which I hear first and then make out their meaning. There is no separation between the hearing and the understanding or the reading of meaning, and this suggests that mind-to-mind causation or interaction is in fact primary, and physical mediation through the products of mental activity manifest in the world is in fact the secondary case. Thus telepathy falls into the primary paradigm, but of course normally the immediate reading of a mind by another mind is not at a telepathic distance. When we receive a letter from someone in Australia, then of course the letter is a document which we see and interpret, and it makes sense to assimilate this to the indirect paradigm. However, even the very reading of the words involves immediate understanding. There is in our social actions the irreducible phenomenon of I see it. This is transcendental identification in consciousness, and without it no social interaction or communication is possible. There is no space, gap, or duality involved here. We are touching here on two features which the philosophy of metareality reflects under the ideas of the primacy of subjective or self-referentiality. First, the Hermetic standpoint, the irreducibility of I see it, which we have seen, through the theory of co-presence, to entail a commitment to the eudaimonistic society. Second, the critique of subject-object duality in the generalist notion of transcendence as ubiquitous to all social interaction and all human agency, as it is an essential condition for any human consciousness at all. The ubiquity of transcendence entails equally the collapse of the semiotic triangle, being becomes immediately meaningful. But have we ever really thought otherwise? Have people ever ceased to look to the sky for an indication of the weather? Have they ever stopped looking at faces or gestures as expressions or signs of the human responses they elicit? What would the world be like if it were not meaningful? In the same way, the critique of the fact/value dichotomy only puts values back where they always were, in the world. When we see a child crying, we immediately know the child is expressing unhappiness. The unhappiness is not something we impute to or impose on the child. The unhappiness is in the child himself. There are no dualities here. Quickly following on from the collapse of the subject-object duality is the collapse of the subject-predicate form. Why is it assumed in philosophy that change always occurs in the predicate, that is, that there is no change intrinsic to or essential to the being of things, that change is always external and accidental? Of course the meaning of this is clear, that nothing ever essentially changes, that life, and people and their conditions are fixed. But of course there is an internal contradiction within this way of thinking. Because what is it external that changes? Is that not a being too? The critique of that part of PDM which we are associating with high modernism enables us to see that being is immediately valuable, meaningful, or significant and processually changing. Thus our feelings, our emotional nature, our affective sensibilities, our thoughts and language, and our physical or other action responses are primed for engagement, activity, response to the world. We are involved as totalities in a world which is enchanted in the sense that it is the bearer of values, of meaning, and change. This level of critique also enables us to see that the world consists of emergent totalities, in which deeper levels of being are ingredient in higher order levels which may mask, screen and altogether dominate them. These notions also enable us to see that the lower order level must be explicit and ingredient in the higher order level, while the higher order emergent level is implicitly contained, that is, enfolded or encoded within the lower order level. The next phase of PDM, the ideology of modernization, is best critiqued by 3L totality. At this level we see one aspect of being reflecting into and being interactive with others so as to form totalities, subtotalities, and subtotalities within totalities. Combining this with the coordinates for critiquing PDM that we have already established, we come to see the world as a configuration ally perspectively shifting ensemble, in which any entity or aspect of being is always reflecting something. different to us and to itself. Combining this level of critique, a deepening of our understanding of enchantment with the understanding already achieved from the critique of whom we have the ideas of heterocosmic exemplification, multiple instantiation, amplification or its converse, reversal. All this presages a much more general synchronicity than established at. When we combine this with the multiplicity and plurality of causes and effects characteristic of a structured, differentiated, and changing world and put it in the context of four-planar social being, then we need to n-dimensionally generalize four-planar social being, so as to include at least mental and emotional correlates to these dimensions as physically understood. When we come to appreciate that what we are dealing with here in this re-enchanted world is a world of meanings and values, then we must situate, through the generalization of concepts such as polysemy 37 a generalist hermeneutics or way of reading/seeing and semiotics or way of producing and communicating meaning in the world, and this will employ such figures which the specialist disciplines of perception, meaning, etc., have investigated, such as condensation and displacement. The critique of postmodernism involves accepting the emphasis on uniqueness and differentiation without throwing out our concepts of universality and connection. Indeed, the ground state and the cosmic envelope are just precisely the concepts we need to understand differentiation within a unity. But these aspects of being, on which all other aspects ultimately depend, are precisely those which, through the generalist theory of co-presence, allows us to see that everything is implicitly enfolded or contained and may be brought to consciousness, implicit or explicit, in everything else, so that anything can be traced or manifest in anything else. The world becomes one in which a quasi-magical or generalist synchronicity is potentially capable of being manifest anywhere. In section 3 I have already given an indication of the mechanism by the means of which karma operates, so we are not talking about a random butterfly effect in a world of chaos. Rather we are talking about an internal relation within a being caused by its action on something else. Thus patently the karma of humanity's action on nature is that which it is suffering now, the cause is only to the most superficial understanding an external, accidental predication of humanity's, at any level of depth it is an action which humanity has caused to itself, since humanity is physically embodied and implanted on that which it has been spoiling. This conception of generalist synchronicity is not susceptible to manipulative exploitation. In general, the greater the depth, that is the less heteronymous and forked or deviant elements or determinations within the being whose activity we are concerned with, that is, the clearer, purer and deeper the action springs from, the more efficacious it will be. 38. The critique of the neo-imperialism, the new triumphalism and the new religious fundamentalism turns on 5a. What these movements seek is a false absolute. Let us first be clear about the sense in which the philosophy of metareality is using the concept of a true or pure absolute. Its claim here is that the ground state of human beings is characterized spontaneously and immediately by creativity, love, right action, etc. for any human existence to be possible. And these qualities are shown in any form of action, even heinous and oppressive forms. 39 The absolute involved here is just precisely the way in which from the ground state there will always be an infinite, unlimited, or boundless number of ways of dealing with any situation consistently with the constraints of a physical, finite and limited world. This is a necessary theorem of logic. 40 More precisely, this absolute not only signifies an infinity of possibilities at the ground state, it is itself open-ended. There is no implication that the ground state is without depth, that its own potentialities cannot be increasingly revealed to the consciousness of the embodied personality rooted in it. Secondly, the possibilities displayed at the ground state, though infinite, are still unique to the location of that ground state on the cosmic envelope, and therefore to the particular agent concerned. It is quite wrong to think that one infinity is the same as another. Concrete singularity and dialectical universality apply in the realm of the transfinite, just as the previous point suggests that there are gradable degrees of infinity. Moreover, particular locations on the cosmic envelope may share properties in common with some but not all locations, which does not undermine their universal connectivity or co-presence, but merely qualifies the way in which it is manifest on the cosmic envelope as a real feature of the universe. 41 Finally, this absolute is itself in motion, it has a definite geohistorical trajectory, it is evolving and developing. 42 The process of self-realization does not only not depend on magic or manipulation. In fact, it is unachievable in those ways. The sage, unlike the shaman, is oriented to the free flourishing and self-realization of all beings on the cosmic envelope indifferently, impersonally, and absolutely, so does not play off or exploit one being against another, though she will recognize and be in sensitis solidarity to the virtues and development of all beings everywhere. The contrast with the new religious fundamentalism could not be clearer. The sage is not only to be contrasted to the shaman, and the other doyens of the philosophical discourse of religion, but to be contrasted with their impoverished counterparts in the latest phase of PDM, in the new religious fundamentalism. Here there is only the merest hint of the ground state, so that there is no vision, intuition, wisdom, or rationality. Very rarely are arguments or discursive considerations given for such a position. Any enchantment that there is takes the form of the celebration of rites and rituals. But even the celebration of rites and rituals is a very subordinate moment in such practices. Rather, what is involved is the observation of rules, that is the external conformity of agents to codes of conduct or laws heteronomously imposed on them or which they impose on themselves. Implications for generalist hermeneutics and semiotics. I now want to look at the enhanced conception of meaning implied by the possibility of seeing everything that happens as meaningful. Note that the meaning of the same phenomena may, and in general will, be different for every different agent, since both meanings and agents are unique beings in the world. This does not make interpretation or communication impossible. Rather, it indicates what we routinely and ordinarily do, as when we contextualize and so identify meaning when we are reading an article or book or having a conversation with a stranger, or for that matter a friend. We know the same words do not mean the same things in different contexts. Meaning is always a question of totality and context, and what we are dealing with here is a generalist polysemy, these new or extended ways of reading, seeing, understanding the world and acting on it accordingly, e.g. in creative visualization, employing all the coordinates of n-dimensionally social being, mean that we are talking about new ways of perceiving and new ways of acting. Enhanced perception means also enhanced action, and action in ways that we are all the while pursuing but have barely begun to exploit. These new ways of acting derive from new ways of being. All this must be understood in terms of the way in which we have barely scratched the surface of the powers that we actually possess. It is well known that we use less than 10% of the capacity of our brains, but do we ever think how little we use our capacities to creatively visualize phenomena and situations? Certainly, if we are artists or architects, we may imagine a model in our mind before we begin to construct it. But why is it that we do not employ the tremendous powers of our thought, particularly when that thought is emotionally charged? 43 Thus recognizing that the mental and emotional aspects of our being explicitly contain the physical aspects too, think how one might begin to use the creative power of these levels. Imagine that one is afraid of a person or situation. Remember then that the fear, most fear, resides not in the actual situation, but in our subjective response to it, so let us try and operate on the fear itself. What would you do if you were afraid of something? You would armor or protect yourself. So armor or protect yourself in your mind. Imagine when you next encounter that situation that you are cloaked in armor or otherwise shielded. This will have exactly the effect you need at the level that you need it. Or suppose you want to overcome an unpleasant episode in your life. When you want to leave a room, what do? You shut the door. So slam the door on that situation or episode in your mind. That is, after all, the only place where that situation or episode remains. It does not remain in the world any longer. In another context, I will discuss systematic techniques for using mental and emotional capacities in order to develop those powers that we already have but neglect to use. I turn now to some implications of the generalist theory of copresence. On it, every object implicitly contains every other object. Therefore any object may show significance and meaning of or for any other object. And any object may show or indicate value for of or for any other object. This is one aspect of heterocosmic amplification. In general, in the enchanted world, any part of being can signify or hold significance for any other part of being. We have already seen in 2e that creativity entailing through transcendence, a critique of subject-object duality also entails a critique of the semiotic triangle, so that being becomes immediately meaningful, and we have already seen that being is also evaluative, i.e. of value, valuable. The critique of subject-predicate duality also entails a critique of left-brain thought, and opens up the holistic, convergent, synthesizing, binding, shaping, attracting powers of the right brain. The closer proximity to feeling necessitated in this moment makes possible conceptions of attunement and attraction, entailing dialectically mutual expansion, in the 5 radiating circles of love, of self, of another human, of all humans, of all creation and of God. At this moment any expansion also entails self-expansion. In relation to transformative agency, the degree of coherence depends on the absence or suspension of heteronomy. It is signified by the absence of dis-ease, and is characterized, through single-pointed, or the relative suspension of unfulfilled, intentionality by inner emptiness or mindfulness. The chief dynamic of the path to self-expansion is love, informing either transformative or translative spirituality. The elimination of negative incompleteness leads on to the drive for fulfillment, entailing a commitment to a eudaimonistic society, since freedom must be incomplete so long as any being, implicitly co-present or enfolded within me, is unfree. This drive to fulfillment, entailing a commitment to the eudaimonistic society, does not mean the absence of leading edges, e.g. in the punctuated prefiguration discussed elsewhere provided by certain features of women's labor, but it does involve a critique of characteristic features of institutions and organizations in our reified, alienating society. Reverting to the expanded ontology of the re-enchanted world, we note that higher order levels explicitly contain lower levels and that higher order levels are implicitly contained in lower order ones. Action and perception become variables, as the creative power of thought can be seen to involve imaging/imagining/visualizing. As for perception, we must distinguish 2 cases, that is, seeing more in a thing, at a given level of structure, and seeing more of a thing, that is more aspects or levels of structure or dimensions of its being in n-dimensionally generalist social space. This case of like, however, also includes the possibility of seeing more objects, implicit, enfolded, or co-present within the thing, just as we can also see in that thing levels of higher order structure, implicitly contained within the lower order level. These 2 kinds of reading, though they involve distinct perceptual capacities through the theorem of implicit/explicit containment, both allow access to greater dimensions of reality as well as the enfoldment of greater reaches of being implicitly enfolded within that thing. The phenomenon of co-presence opens up therefore new and expanded ways of seeing, according to our expanded new understanding of the dimensions, levels, or ways of being. Thus we can see more things and more of a thing in a thing or event, both of which have to be understood as concretely universal. The result is a configuration meaningful and evaluative reading of a given thing or event, as holistically packed or condensed, implicitly or explicitly containing, that is enfolded within it or present as part of it, increasingly deep and wide, extensive and intensive levels of meaningful and valuable aspects of reality. In principle then, on this way of looking at things, one could read the whole history of the universe by inspecting a pebble. All these aspects of meaning/value therefore are aspects which can not only be interpreted or valued but immediately and directly, intuitively/holistically read or seen. Cf. the primacy and irreducibility of I see it, in any act of understanding, learning or communicating. The transcendental identity in consciousness implied by the theory of the ground state, transcendence and the cosmic envelope is therefore always implicitly the transcendental identity in any consciousness. The entities enfolded within being are of course not only or simply things, but consist in sets of relations, all sorts of connections and connectors, aspects, mediations, and significations. All this is already implicit in everyday life in the dynamics of self-expansion, consequent upon the shedding of the ego and other aspects of heteronomy. This takes the form of increasing awareness, which becomes an increasing self-awareness, as one becomes increasingly sensitive to and aware of the zone connecting and constitutive of causes and effects. That is, as we expand our self-awareness, our awareness, increasingly rooted in the ground state, expands to include not only the full array of causes and effects within the increasingly less heteronymous embodied personality, but also to include all the elements and influences which will affect the success of the action. The more responsive we are to our ground state or transcendentally real self, the more nature or the rest of the universe will be submissive to our intentionality, an intentionality expressing our dharma, our concretely singularized inner nature increasingly free of the attachments which constrain it, that is of the cravings stemming from avidya or practical ignorance. Situating the development of critical realism and its own self-transcendence in the context of the development of 5 phases of the philosophical discourse of modernity, enables us to note an interesting resonance in the development of piodernity. This is marked by its own exclusion of the non-modern, the other, the intrinsic exterior. It tacitly presupposes a move which has been thematized by writers such as Edward Said specifically in terms of its construction of the category of the other, that is, in terms of alterity, or precisely subject-object duality. Furthermore, decolonization may itself be taken as emblematic or symbolic of the promise carried in struggles against all forms of oppression and chauvinism. Thus it both takes on a heterocosmic and macroscopic significance for emancipation as such, and appears as a homologue and analogue of the very process of transcending subject-object duality, upon which emancipation depends. These struggles for recognition and other deeper forms of emancipation therefore presuppose transcendence in both its relative and absolute senses, and, at a social level, therefore, stand as interesting reflexes and duals of the main theme of this work, as well as forming the contextual background or backcloth to its own self-trajectory. Indeed, we can even take this further and explore such interesting analogies as the way in which capitalism, and in its globalizing and universalizing form extending the reign of money, itself must mirror and mimic precisely those processes of transcendental identification, albeit in an extremely low and vulgar way, which underpin all social interaction and processes. Thus, when two commodities exchange, one has the immediate non-dual reflexive exchange of equivalents, presupposing their tacit transcendental identification. This exchange of course presupposes a non-quasi and real transcendental identification at a more basic or real human level, that is, it presupposes not only the trust and solidarity of the human beings who are the parties to, or underpin, or are the creative agents and vehicles of, the exchange, it also presupposes that, in that exchange, those human beings do indeed understand, and therefore share a moment of transcendental identification, with each other. So upon reflection we can see that the phenomenon of transcendence is as essential to understanding our contemporary history as it is to making rational sense of the spiritual core or essence of the religious and other cultural traditions we have inherited from the past. In this way we bring together all diverse aspects of the contemporary scene, understanding in particular that philosophical theories are not something apart from the realities we in our ordinary or specialist activities engage, but rather, that they describe precisely those realities, including all their errors, evils, and ills, in their most abstract or general characteristics. In this way also we perspectively retotalis the field, which we all daily experience, and which is plummeting into global crisis, under the categories of transcendence, duality, and non-duality, in the context of an expanded ontology, in which we not only, as in hitherto critical realism, think being processually, and as a totality, and as incorporating transformative agency and reflexivity, but also now think being as multiplanar and n-dimensionally generalist, with mental and emotional sui generis realities, bound together within a more basic level which is not only beyond thought but beyond sight, which I have called the cosmic envelope, and within this vastly expanded conception of being, and the very extended ontology it necessitates, we now see being as re-enchanted, that is as valuable, meaningful, and containing invisible, subtle, mysterious and even magical qualities and connections, which our contemporary sciences know nothing of. This is the new world of re-enchanting reality. It is a world which I argue is presupposed in our daily life, to which we are all privy, which we routinely access, and which we can become conscious of, so expanding our sensibility, powers, and awareness, even as we seek to achieve our aspirations, be they personal or social. We are all enchanted beings, all unlimited selves, to begin to become fully enchanted beings, to fully actualize or realize our unlimited selves, recognizing what we essentially are and what is the essential nature of the world in which we live, becomes not only liberating in itself, but the first step on the road to becoming more fully, and only, what we essentially are, and to releasing the powers of our own enchanted beings to maximize the realization and enchantment of all beings everywhere. Section 6, The Basic Features of Metareality. The philosophy of metareality sees transcendence and non-duality as underpinning all human being and activity, and indeed implicitly all life. Whatever we are and do, we must access our ground state located on the cosmic envelope, achieve transcendental identification in consciousness with others, and perform non-dual transcendental liagentive or basic, spontaneous acts. In this way non-duality, and through the implication of the theorem that transcendental identification in consciousness entails also the possibility of transcendental identification in my consciousness, non-duality and co-presence characterize all our acts and states of being. Indeed, non-duality and co-presence are manifest everywhere. For co-presence signifies the sense in which the ground states of all other beings located on the cosmic envelope are implicitly contained within my own, the sense in which the whole implicate order of the universe is contained within any aspect or part of it, although which parts and aspects are unfolded or evolved or explicated or actualized in the world of becoming, of space-time, of materially embodied, animate and conscious beings is a contingent question, subject to the evolution and the circumstances of the life forms, implicitly conscious forms, in question. Because the concept of co-presence is so important to this philosophy, we should not neglect the extraordinary significance of the phenomenon of transcendental identification. Transcendental identification is not only a necessary feature of all human interaction, it is something which is possible between any two distinct terms. So one way to understand the syntheses, which I have called the syntheses of self-realization, is to see them as showing how apparent opposites can and do, moreover in a completely non-paradoxical way coexist, that is are co-present, and co-present in all beings everywhere. Thus everything is at once concretely singularist and at the same time dialectically universalist. If the theory of co-presence establishes the truth of the old Vedic formula I am the totality, that is that the totality is implicit, enfolded within me, then the theory of transcendental identification shows how at a more immediate level any two physically, or in some other way, differentiable things, beings, or terms can become one without losing their distinctness as individuals. In fact, we can only be an individual, we only become individuated, precisely insofar as we internalize and make part of our innermost being the experiences of our transcendental identifications with other beings. This is therefore not a Leibnizian monadology. Difference and non-identity is retained. Every being which is enfolded within me nevertheless remains distinct, has its own distinct objective reality apart from me. The world of embodiment, the world of material being remains intact. This is no idealism, in the sense that every being is merely a part of my subjectivity or consciousness. On the contrary, the condition of my own subjectivity or consciousness remains my capacity to engage and be molded by the formative experiences, encounters of objects distinct and apart, physically, materially, and qualitatively, from me. My being indeed is constituted by the totality of my relationships, but these relationships, internal to me, are with beings who have a material, physical, emotional, mental existence apart from me. Thus we have the constellational identity or unity of non-duality, e.g. at the level of our material embodiment and duality, and the Tina formation is just a particular form of this more general figure of constellational unity or identity. 45 So if the key figure that the philosophy of co-presence pinpoints is the co-presence of the implicate or enfolded and the explicated or become, the key figure of transcendental identification is always between entities or beings which exist in a world already explicated, a world already manifest in the dualities of creation. The extraordinary feature of this world of creation, this world bound by the cosmic envelope, which is the only world we know and the world in which we live, is that it is a world in which everything is actually underpinned by non-duality and transcendence, i.e. that form of unity which depends on transcendental identification, and that any change in this world is always marked by emergence from absence, which is the explication of an implicit or enfolded potential. So this immediately provides a way in which we can see the significance of creativity or transcendental emergence presupposing the co-presence of being and absence, at the junction point of what in critical realist terms is the domain of 1M or ontology and 2E or negativity, and transcendental identification, at the junction point of 2E negativity and 3L totality, and transcendental agency at the junction point of the domain of 3L totality and 4D transformative praxis. Each of these features, instancing forms of transcendence, transcendence as emergence, transcendence as identification and transcendence as agency, are features without which the world of duality could not for a moment survive. Therefore we have the most remarkable kind of result, a result worth characterizing by a new name, the name of the philosophy of metaReality, because all the dualities which realism describes and situates and even seeks to transcend are ultimately unilaterally and entirely dependent on a non-duality which it not only cannot describe, but even denies. This is why I have coined the term the philosophy of metaReality, and what metaReality means is the dependence and encompassing or englobing or constellational circumscribing of the world of duality by non-duality. And this non-duality is not something mystical, not something that depends on any kind of religious belief or faith, but the necessary condition for our most quotidian states and acts. This philosophy of metaReality is indeed a form of spirituality, but it is entirely within the bounds of secularism, consistent with any or no faiths. What the nature of the implicate order, the order of being, the order of the ground state properties of will, creativity, love, right action and fulfilled intentionality, corresponding to the moments of 1M5A, is, and these moments will be described in my forthcoming systematic exposition called The Philosophy of metaReality. Here I will show how an entirely different kind of understanding of the world of duality, consistent with but deeper than that given by critical realism, can be sustained. And we shall do so in a way in which we shall see how the philosophy of metaReality, encompassing a vastly expanded ontology of a re-enchanted reality, replaces the philosophical discourse of modernity in all its phases, which has now replaced the traditional philosophical discourse of religion. Our task is to re-become non-dual beings in a world of duality, opposition, and strife. Freedom is the elimination of the dual components within my embodied personality, that is the elimination of everything inconsistent with my ground state, the cessation of negative incompleteness. In order to do this, I have to experience duality, heteronomy, and change, to grow and fulfill my intentionality. When I have fulfilled my intentionality, when I have no more non-me within me, I am one with my ground state, and one with the ground states of all other beings in the rest of creation too. I am one with the whole of creation, and as such will reflect back to its creator his work, formation, creation, will or intentionality, and perfectly reflecting his intentionality, I am one with him too. This is self-realization, the realization of the divine ingredient within me. The very process whereby it is achieved is a mimetic reproduction of the very act of creation itself, for I must strive to externalize and fulfill my intentionality until it perfectly reflects back me to me. In becoming one with myself, I become one with the divine ingredient within me, and in becoming one with the divine ingredient within me I become one with divinity, and in becoming one with the divine ingredient within me or divinity I become one with the rest of the cosmos. For the divine ingredient within me is just what we have been calling my ground state, and the rest of the cosmos is what is bound by the cosmic envelope. But this is not the end of the odyssey in the world of duality. I am still positively incomplete, insofar as other beings are co-present, enfolded within me, are negatively incomplete, that is, unfree. When the whole of creation is self-realized, when it reflects back its own divinity, then and only then will there be peace. Even then this peace is only the end of prehistory. I know in the meantime that I will grow and develop while I strive for this goal, a development to which I can see no conceivable end, so if there is an ever-expanding plenitude of possibilities packed into my non-dual being, my agentive self in the world of duality, we cannot even begin to anticipate what possibilities lie within eudaimonia. This eudaimonia is not something removed from ordinary secular speculation, so I have argued. Rather, we have found it everywhere as a presupposition of even the most crude and rudimentary forms of ethics. What it suggests is that philosophical reflection necessitates the generalization of the qualities dimly apprehended in the manifestations of our ground states in the daily routines of our more or less unhappy lives. A dream sustains the world in which we live. Without this dream nothing could ever be done, happen, or be understood. All we have to do to realize this dream is eliminate from within ourselves everything that supports or sustains what occludes or dominates it, or is contrary to it. The only way we can do this is in fact the easiest way to do it. The royal road to emancipation is the route which minimizes the dissipation of our energies and maximizes the enjoyment of our natural and acquired powers. Underscore 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 underscore. Postscript. The main insight, and most important feature, of metareality is that everything from Gnostic knowledge to the most accidental relation depends upon identity and identification, whereas critical realism is a philosophy of non-identity. The identity elaborated in the philosophy of metareality is not opposed to differentiation and development, so that we have transcendental holism and process, as well as transcendental agency. Such identity and identification is not simple, atomistic, characterless, or punctiform. For a start, it observes the principle of concrete singularity/dialectical universality. Secondly, to reiterate, it is consistent with differentiation and development. There is no incompatibility between non-duality and holism or process. Thus consider the way in which we achieve transcendental identification with a picture, or a piece of music, or even the meaning of someone's sentence, each holistic phenomena a process in time, in which the physical separateness of the beings is not abolished, but suspended. Similarly, transcendental agency is always holistic, complex, and differentiated, even in the case of the most simple skills, as studies from Piaget on have shown. Then again, transcendental emergence in creativity always takes the form of a gestalt. It is always a quantum leap to a new whole, even if the whole will subsequently be itself enormously expanded and developed. This is very important for the question of how we can be non-dual beings in a world of duality, and more generally, in a physically conditioned world, defined by basic features such as spatial separation, sequential time, physical parameters, and laws of nature. We can be non-dual beings in such a world precisely insofar as we are able to view the parameters and constraints imposed by the physicality of our condition and our struggles in the world of oppositional duality as conditions for our action, rather than as constraints upon it, as opportunities rather than obstacles. Thus in our growth and development we inbuild externally and in this sense heteronomously and so dualistically, acquired skills 46 into a field defined by our transcendentally real self, into which these newly acquired skills are recursively embedded, within an ever-expanding embodied personality, defined by the consistency of that embodied personality with our ground state. In the world, as presently constituted, it is impossible to avoid oppositional duality, contradiction, conflict, and strife, and so it is impossible to avoid oppositional dual action, as noted in the postscript to Chapter 1. But even in a world which was truly the expression of eudaimonia or theosis, there would still be dualistic modes of activity, though there is no reason to suppose these would be oppositional, conflictual, or contradictory. In either case, the coherence of the ideal of the elimination of negative incompleteness, that is of self-realization, through the shedding of all heteronomy in the embodied personality, of our becoming non-dual beings in a world of duality, remains intact. Indeed, unless this was so, unless we were able to be, as non-dual beings, agents in a world of duality, there would be no hope for human emancipation. Consciousness, we have seen, is a synchronic, enfolded or implicit power or property of matter, diachronically evolved from it. Since consciousness, as is shown by direct mind-to-mind action or transcendental identification in consciousness, can certainly exist without matter, i.e. is irreducible to matter, we must also say that matter is a synchronically and potentially diachronically emergent power of consciousness, just as the converse is equally the case. Non-duality is a property of consciousness, reciprocity a property of animate being/vitality/life, co-presence is a principle or property of all being. Reciprocity in fact works via the principles of co-presence. Since what happens in the case of a reciprocation is that some aspect or part of the reciprocating being which is similar, attuned to or on the same wavelength, frequency, or level of vibration as that to which it reciprocates, resonates to the impulse which activates it. As the reciprocating being is itself a concrete universal, then the modes of resonance will depend on which feature of that particular concrete universal is involved. There are two simple paradigms for cases of the awakening of elements co-present within a being. The first, and this is characteristic of that phase of the dialectic of liberation which I have associated with the shedding of heteronomous elements in the embodied personality or the psychic being which underlies it, depends on the activation of the intentionality of an agent. The second, characteristic of the phase which I have associated with the realization, embodiment, or flowering of the ground state in the embodied personality which it informs, depends on the activation of the developing, unfolding awareness of the agent. These two phases are only logically, not chronologically, distinct, as stressed they normally proceed in tandem. In both cases it is the psychic being which typically mediates and links the levels of conscious transcendental identification and enfolded co-presence. Thus the consequences of our own split or unfulfilled intentionality activate that aspect of being co-present within us which we have affected ourselves, so that we carry inside ourselves the external effects of our intentional acts. In the same kind of way, any action by an agent or a being with whom we are in relations of affinity or attunement 47 will tend reciprocally to resonate, that is awaken or activate a chord or echo within ourselves, mediated by the presence of that aspect of being within ourselves. 48 Increasing self-awareness proceeds apace with increasing awareness of its universal cosmic context, and as I dig deeper, my capacity to elicit or unfold, present or make explicit to consciousness, the enfolded being within me grows. So that as we approach or reach awareness of the transcendentally real self, the ground state and its connection with the rest of the cosmos, bound together in the cosmic envelope, our capacity to access or intuit or act in accord with the ground states of all other beings grows and develops, resulting in increasing coherence of sensibility and action. There are at least three ways in which the principles of the philosophy of metaReality, which I have been articulating in this book, can be established. Objectively, as an immanent critique and extension of the systematic attempt of critical realism to think being, by which route we arrive at the position that realism about transcendence and non-duality entails the self-transcendence of realism, conceived as involving centrally non-identity and duality. On this line, a realism of the ground state, the cosmic envelope and transcendental identification in consciousness, more generally of transcendental consciousness, identification, and agency shows how the world of non-duality underpins the dualities, alienations and contradictions, reifications and attachments of contemporary life. Subjectively, by a consideration of what must be the case for human intentionality to be realized. This is the pragmatic approach to the philosophy developed here, namely, how am I to achieve what I want in life? Essentially this will take the agent to a position in which she realizes that coherence and clarity in intentionality, thought, feeling and action depends upon the shedding of heteronomous elements within her embodied personality, enabling access to the leverage point of maximally efficacious action, close to or at the person's ground state. In this dynamic of self-expansion, the original goals of earthly success and fulfillment will have been refashioned in a much broader light, even though they may not be jettisoned. This dialectic may thus proceed from a standpoint of desire, attachment, and instrumental rationality, and show how, for instance, the dynamic of desire to freedom 49 continues naturally into the dialectic to desirelessness, so that attachment, fixation, and manipulation, conditionally, contract and constraint, exchange, and exploitation transcend themselves in a state of desirelessness and spontaneous, unconditional, effortless activity, which is at once a prayer, offering, or surrender to the divine, a gift to herself and the rest of being and a transformation. As the unity of these two approaches, namely in the study of what must be the case for there to be any being at all. Thus on this line, transcendence in the form of emergence, coherence, or unity and agency can be shown to be necessary conditions of any being at all. On the second line, we are concerned with the properties of will, thought, feeling, objectification and fulfillment of intentionality. On this third line we show how the implicit potential of being at the ground state, creativity, love, spontaneous right action and fulfillment or reflection of the original impulse in being are implicit in anything at all. And these correspond of course to 1m5a of ontology, negativity, totality, transformative praxis, and reflexivity in the system of dialectical critical realism, so that it can be readily seen how the three approaches map into each other. In this way we show how, through the critical understanding of the world of duality, the conditions for successful action or the realization of our intentionality, and the transcendental or necessary presuppositions for there to be any being at all, the three lines or approaches to the principles of metareality converge on the same result. In this book I have adopted only the first approach. In the philosophy of metareality, my main emphasis will be on the third, starting with the necessary conditions for there to be anything at all. This will be seen to imply a foundation or an implicit potential, enfolded in absence, which emerges in the form of creativity, takes shape through the binding powers of love and expresses itself in action, until action completely fulfills the intentionality of the initial foundational impulse. In exploring the blocks on the realization of intentionality we will inevitably be going over some of the same ground explored here, for the world of duality is precisely a world in which illusion and constraint dominate that on which they depend. 50 In the same way, in considering how intentionality articulated in thought and shaped by feeling manifests itself in the world more or less successfully, we will be exploring the overlap with the second, subjective or pragmatic approach, the approach from which it is reasonable to expect most agents to start. In considering the way in which the philosophy of metareality re-enchants reality, we may conveniently take four principles of mind as our starting point. Its irreducibility to matter and in agency. Its efficacy, its creative power. Its direct, as well as indirect, in mind-to-mind, unmediated action. Its spontaneity, in basic action including speech and thought, presupposing intuitive and more especially supramental or transcendental consciousness, that is consciousness from or at the ground state. The next step involves seeing that non-duality entails critiques of the subject-object and subject-predicate dualisms, thus undermining at once realism as normally understood and the reifications of abstract thought. Carried through to its ultimate limits, this entails, as we have seen, a very radical critique of our atomistic conceptions of identity and our abstract conceptions of universality, and makes possible a critique of Weberian conceptions of rationalization and the iron cage in which we are supposedly imprisoned, and of the divinization of reality, the substitution of the profane for the sacred and the quantitative, uniform and mechanical for the qualitative, processual and organic. As already stressed, non-duality is consistent with differentiation and development. Transcendental identity and identification is always a unity within and between holistic fields. All this respiritualizes and redivinizes being. We begin to make sense of the ground state qualities of transcendental emergence in the form of creativity, transcendental identification in the form of love, and transcendental agency in the form of action. Concepts of the ground state and the cosmic envelope enable us once more to see action as spontaneous, unconditional, effortless, and joyous, and equally as coherent, maximally efficacious, place-timely, synchronicitous, and so on. Non-duality undermines the dualisms of the disenchanted world. Once the distinction between the sacred and the profane collapses, a revaluation of reality quickly follows, facilitated by the breakdown of the fact-value dichotomy. But the most important effect of the reinstatement of the transcendental, and its reinstatement moreover as a foundational, infrastructural feature of all social life and indeed being as such, is the collapse of the subject-object and subject-predicate dualisms and the re-emergence of rich concepts of identity, process, and totality. The collapse of the semiotic triangle, entailed by the collapse of subject-object duality, means that reality becomes meaningful, so that we can learn from being, and change, as beings, becoming at once richer, more completely what we essentially are, and lighter and so more flexible, capable of responding more sensitively to a changing environment. Moreover, any aspect of reality may be a signifier, and any signifier may reveal both a multiplicity of meanings encoded within it and a plurality of meanings for differential agents and contexts in the world. If the meaningful nature of reality establishes that we can learn from it, think and use it creatively, the evaluative nature of reality means that we always know how, that is what is the right way to do so, so the significance in being is always evaluatively charged, emotively indicative. Direct mind-to-mind and emotion-to-emotion causality and action, establishing n-dimensionally generalist four-planar social being means that we have to consider the way in which the properties of direct action are governed by principles of reciprocity, such as the attraction of likes or similars and the repulsion of opposites. These very broad principles apply to all respects of a thing including their location, not just in physical space but to their site and proximity to their ground state, i.e. to their location on the cosmic envelope. Thus we have principles of attunement and affinity, containment and reflection. If the transcendental and non-dual characterizes mind and states of consciousness, while co-presence is enfolded within all being, including purely physical or material being, reciprocity and the principles of attunement, etc., which it entails characterize the domain of feeling and sentience. There is no temporal gap here between intention and fulfillment. Desire is just desire, and in the world of emergent emotionality creates in fantasy its own fulfillment. Nor is there the same spatial uniqueness and separation so that the topology of these levels of being and connectivity are consistent with overlapping fields and by and multiple location. These worlds constituted in principle by direct as well as indirect mediation between the properties that human beings have are unconstrained in the way in which the physical world is. The next point to note is that the sharp dichotomy between action and perception gives way, the distinction between the two becomes fuzzy and fluid. Action is no longer necessarily premeditated, but responsive and spontaneous, while perception is active and efficacious. We have already noticed the irreducibility of the I see it in the identification of anything meaningful, valuable, or transcendental, its irreducibility in any semiotics, phenomenology, or axiology. Once we recognize the active qualities of perception, we can understand how these capacities can be enhanced in a re-enchanted reality. Thus we can begin to see more 51 in a situation or thing, in a being at a given level, place, or degree of determinacy, that is to read more meanings in it, and to see more of a situation or thing or being, to see it more deeply or fully or in its more subtle level or aspects, to read more of it. These are two ways in which an expanded optics and hermeneutics follows immediately from the expanded ontology of a re-enchanted world. When being is seen as meaningful, valuable, and subtly connected, when agents are seen to be mentally and emotionally as well as physically empowered, and when both of these quantum leaps of consciousness are seen to be underpinned by a supramental level of consciousness, that of the ground state and the cosmic envelope, then we can begin to make sense of phenomena such as synchronicity and coincidence, and how it is that things happen to us, as we happen to them in the world of our conceptually and emotionally charged experience. As we become more self-aware, our awareness in everyday life grows, we become more reflexive, until we get to the point where the norm of the unity of theory and practice, which drives the dialectic of philosophy on, takes us to that level in cosmic consciousness where, at the ground state, this is consciousness of the whole cosmic envelope, so that our self-consciousness becomes an increasingly universal one, and the norm of unity in theory and practice comes to take in the totality of being. Secondly, in this newly re-enchanted world, we begin to transform in a radically empowering way our ways of acting. We will find that the best way to get is to give, that the best way to be full is to be empty, that the point of maximal leverage is the point of least excitation, that we can easily become one with almost any other because we are in fact one with all others, that it is not so difficult to directly intuit at a distance, that we can empower ourselves by visualization, that we can project and protect ourselves in all manner of different ways. We will begin to appreciate the power of concentration and attention, of awareness and observation without judgment, of unconditional love, of inwardization. We will begin to discern creativity and intelligence at work everywhere, an inner knowingness that manifests itself in an outer coherence. We will begin to understand why it is that people know when they are being stared at from behind, and we will learn to appreciate the power of silence, the grace of space. We will begin to trust the intuition and knowingness of our own ground states, the inner mentor, the inner voice which I suggested in the preface to this book would effect the silent revolution to emancipate, and at the same time save, the human race. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It is characteristically the psychic being, mediating between the embodied personality and the ground state which receives, stores, activates and discharges the impulses of that causality which I have been calling reciprocity, that action at a distance which involves no emotional, mental, or supramental distance, those forms of attunement which enable an act, interpreted as meaningful, to resonate for all similar beings everywhere. It is through the dynamics of reciprocity, and an increasing awareness of enfolded co-presence within ourselves, that we unfold ourselves in an ever-increasingly universal way, so as to initiate, sustain, and conclude that silent revolution which I spoke about in the preface. This depends upon an ever-expanding accordion-like effect, as beings located on or diving towards their ground states move in dialectically universalist synchronicity. This dynamic has been very well expressed by Jalaluddin Rumi. Every forest branch moves differently in the breeze, but as they sway, they connect at the roots. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Underscore 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 underscore.